that last spot in the qualifier for the LVT Pro League? Or will Ascending Baseline shut the door down on Legion Gaming and the dreams of making it through the easy way?
Rev, you were asking a question that's on everybody's mind right now. And as much as we would love to see an extended series, something tells me Ascending Baseline simply don't. If you're looking for a fight, I always say you gotta take it to the streets of New Mombasa, and what started off as a melee fight to decide advantage here might end on a fight here on the streets. Ascending Baseline looking for their final win. Legion Gaming, what do you have to say about that?
Looks like this start is going to be their answer to that question, Tony, as Legion Gaming take Ascending Baseline 3 dead for a moment, and Ascending Baseline now on the ropes and running away. Lido going to use the Shroud to grab the camouflage for Legion Gaming, and now on the hunt, but the grenades come flying in, not quite taking down Lido, but it was very close.
Another big start coming in from Legion Gaming, but we actually have seen this or read this book before, at least this chapter, where we've seen Legion Gaming start off to these amazing Slayer starts, and then somehow, some way, Ascending Baseline were able to take the win in the late game. When we see that once again, or finally, when we see things change up a little bit here, Legion Gaming have doubled the scoreline of Ascending Baseline, and they've just gone 3 down while I said that.
Unfortunately, Lido is not able to capitalize on any of the damage that Legion Gaming is putting down. Now finds the back of Ryan Noob, going to send him to the grave, and for 8 seconds he gets to think about that play for just a little bit. But Lido, now the camo has run out. Can he continue to make some moves for Legion Gaming? 13-0. The lead is not quite as big as they would like right now.
Once again, 3 down go Legion Gaming. Zuzi by himself over toward the arcade side, and a double push from Ascending Baseline clears things out real quick, and now AB continue to drive through the strong side of the map, bring himself within just 1 kill. Zuzi spawns over toward the back subway side. Off screen, Lido goes down, and the same thing for Uzi. It looks like they're calling for some kind of reset here, right as Ascending Baseline taking 1 kill advantage.
One player unfortunately disconnected from the match, means that we are going to pause it right there, and I don't know if that's going to be enough for a full reset, is it? Or are we going to pick up from 13 to, was it 13 to 12, I think, before the player got dropped? I think it might be might go back to a reset, right?
I'm sure there'll be a discussion in the chat here. So obviously Ascending Baseline just took a lead, but the question now becomes did you take the lead because somebody was lagging out there? Exactly what exactly happened there? So luckily the players are very honest when it comes to this, and I feel like that's the one thing I love about Halo, is that you have nothing but straight gentlemen across the league. So I feel like they're usually very fair. If they know that they took the lead because of some faulty equipment, they'll say, hey, look, let's do a full let's reset it. But if it was an earned lead, we could see them try to hold on to that 1 kill advantage. And Ryan says, do you want 1 or a full so clearly the advantage was taken after the lag out, is what he's trying to say.
I mean, Ryan Noob, he's the honorable guy. He does, he has some words to say at lands from time to time, but honestly, he's a great sport, a good guy, tries to do the honorable thing and let the other team decide what's best. But I mean, I'm so sorry. Looking at the chat, as soon as I try to give him a little bit of gas, a little bit of glaze, he's just like, okay, I'm just gonna, try to get an answer.
Nah, that's not on Ryan Noob. And okay, so Ryan Noob asked, and okay, let's go back here, okay, guys. Ryan Noob clearly asked an A/B question. Not for Ascending Baseline, but a choose one or the other. Do you want 1, or would you like a full Zuzi's response was yeah. Like, so that's why I laughed when you were talking. I'm like, wait, he didn't answer the question. And Ryan Noob follows up with exactly I was thinking. He didn't answer the question. Guys, we gotta lock in. Effective communication is important. That's the same type of thing I get from my coworkers. I'm gonna start. Sorry, I apologize. I went off there, Rev. I'm sorry. That's on me. That's on me.
No, it's okay. I mean, yes, you would want an answer right away to the question, and typing yeah doesn't really mean anything. But you know, we're gonna start this game off 0-0, full reset, and Ryan Noob and the rest of the team is lying away from Lido, who gets caught off guard, and Legion Gaming fighting once again to go down. It's a 2v2 inside of red.
Not only are we getting hype here in game and so far in the series, but a golden Kappa train, a golden hype train has just been started in the chat right here, right now. If you guys want that ever so elusive golden Kappa emote, make sure you participate in the hype train. You are going to be pissed once this ends and you're not a part of it. Drop the subs, drop the gifted, drop the bits as well. Make sure you get involved in this hype train, and if you do, you're going to be rewarded with a golden Kappa emote, the rarest emote that we've seen in Twitch.
I gotta get my second golden Kappa. I have one. Gotta get some more. Gotta collect them all, if you know what I mean. But going back into this game, Ryan Noob with the camouflage gonna help us setting baseline, lead this Slayer game 11-6, and Super CC gets the better of Lido over in back A, and Ryan Noob not quite done with his camouflage just yet. He's gonna try and figure out where the rest of the team, get some information from the rest of his team, catches off Zuzi inside of arcade, sees Lido over in commando, trying to get the cleanup kill. He does. Lido gets taken down. 16 to 7, ascending baseline. Let's take the lead.
And Rev, this is a much different start that we saw early in that, I guess, the first half, or the first version of this Slayer match. It was all Legion Gaming. They were off to a 10-5 advantage. They had the score line double to start things off. Well, now things are snowballed in the exact opposite way. It's going the way of ascending baseline, Rev, and Legion Gaming can't afford this.
No, they cannot. This is the last game in this series potentially on the line, and if Legion Gaming want to keep the series hope alive, they gotta win this Street Slayer. But we go down again for Legion Gaming. It will be Morgan and Ryan Noob in a 1v1, but Morgan backs off 14-23. A little bit of momentum for Legion Gaming now.
Yeah, they're saying we didn't come this far just to come this far. I mean, we have a second life at trying to make it and qualify it for the Pro League, and we don't want to squander it. 3 down, go ascending baseline right as camouflage is coming up. This is exactly what the doctor ordered for Legion Gaming.
Now Uzi with the camouflage gets caught out inside of front sub with that spawner over on subway stairs, trying to stay alive, dropped to no shields. He will stay alive, but sees the player of ascending baseline on top of trash, and now Uzi biding his time, just waiting inside of no man's land here in the middle of the map, but 2 go down for Legion Gaming.
Uzi taking a bit of a risk shooting that early over towards the mid-map, gets caught out, but somehow survives, and now starting to thrive here with this camouflage. Finds himself one as a player right behind him. He has no idea. Shots into the back to take him down, but 4 do end up going down for ascending baseline. Legion Gaming striking once again.
23-29, down by 6. Legion Gaming wants to keep their hopes alive in this show match. Best of 7 for the last qualifier spot from week 1. And you can see that they're taking this very seriously, Tony. They're slowing the game down. They're biding their time and waiting, but ascending baseline collapse. It's a 2v2 now. Zuzi and Lido, but tapping buttons is the last player alive as Super CC goes down 31-26.
More momentum now going the way of Legion Gaming as they finally put themselves within 5 kills. Why don't we go into another listen-in, because I need to make sure I get involved in this golden Kappa train, which just says, by the way, hit level 7. I want my golden Kappa emotes. So why don't we hop into those comms of Legion Gaming?
Double kill.
One's B plus, easy.
Walking down Morgan. Down here. I spawned Ivy.
Yo, let's take drive, Louis.
They're clear me.
Heard that. What was it?
Let's just keep this.
Yeah,
Keep this.
I'm with you.
And map right now,
3B,
Ryan.
3B. One of these stairs.
No, 2. I got
I got one.
one push you, one more.
I got two.
Yeah, front seat weak. Watch out.
In your top, one top.
I traded.
I just spawned
Yeah,
B.
last guy P1.
You want, yeah.
I'm dead. Each other.
Place your shrubber.
Yeah, one
Yeah,
more.
Don't think on me, think on me.
I'm looking for you. I'm looking for you. I don't see him.
Give me two, look at me.
Not a player alive, guys.
Touch us around, watch out.
Dead.
Nice.
Hey, jump,
Don't hollow right now.
Nice.
I will kill me right now.
Hollow play.
Bottom in a calf.
Yeah, listen, 2A, bro, 2A. Once your tire's close, on Angel, bro.
I died, bro.
Camo's gonna be up.
Front C spawn.
On camo.
Two guys on your front C, Dread.
That's
I traded them, bro. Camo went to B stairs. It's 2 B stairs. Camo playing up there. Okay, Camo's gonna be with them.
Two over there. I'm watching. I'm just trying to look.
Yo, chase.
Watch out plants, usually. Two there.
You're all dropping soon. Two one shot plants. We have another one plants and another one be
Yeah, one shot tires. Two tires.
Can be steps if you can.
Make sure he's getting trades. We're good.
Yeah, hold on, we're very late.
Yeah, he's gonna play B.
Steps. Steps. Three.
Watch ice cream, red riding. Okay, ice cream and
Arcade now.
Have a little weak in there, Lido. One music.
Even easily good.
I can go. Yo, top A. Yeah, be close.
Hell,
Yes,
good.
triple B, you guys triple B.
Three. I just got melted.
Yeah, caution. I'm absolutely.
Yeah, Lido in front.
Just be strong and over. Go B.
Same purple.
Gonna be two on you.
Ready to help us red room. Get ready to help red room.
Yeah, I'm coming drive. Yeah.
Wait.
I give up.
2 seconds. Right now.
Two watch arcade. Two weak in B.
I got one shot arcade.
Watch out arcade. Stuck.
That's three.
Watch out.
I'm around.
One shot tires.
Get this one back A. Get this one back A right
I
now.
can fight it.
Maybe C though.
Could be one PD or A. Could be one PD.
Yeah, I'm out. No, we're good.
No, we're good.
Fight purple?
I'm coming back to them. Okay, I'm coming back.
No, you can leave.
He trash in 3 seconds.
One's back heavy. One's back heavy.
He trash.
Coming to you guys. I'm coming to you guys.
Commando.
One shot Mando. Nice job. Fucking calls, man.
What a bad
Oh,
that's crazy.
starting strat.
A very excited ascending baseline, and I think you know why. They have stamped their ticket into the Pro League, and what was an exciting matchup so far this entire series. Oh, ending 4-1 is probably not what Legion Gaming wanted, but they put on one hell of a show. That was so fun to watch.
Yes, it was. And Legion Gaming at the very end there gave it all that they could, but it was not quite enough. An ascending baseline, they were cool, calm, and collected, even when things were looking just a little bit dicey. But I mean, that's what you expect at this level, right? Cool heads, calm, collected, still communicating with the rest of their team. And it's just handshakes all around at the end of that match, Tony.
It really is. And we take a look at the scoreboard here for the final time of this series. Tapping Buns doing what Tapping Buns freaking does. 4,400 damage. I mean, even when he's not having the most slays, somehow he finds the way to have some of the most damage in the entire lobby, which is so crazy. I feel like this team of Ascending Baseline oftentimes will go the way Tapping Buns goes. If he is pelting teams with bullets, when he's getting that final headshot or getting the 4 bullets in order to make a player one shot, he's always getting his in the damage department. Definitely so important for its Ascending Baseline roster. On the other side of things, I think Legion Gaming again played absolutely fantastic. We saw them go on some crazy runs in the Slayer in the beginning, where the version 1 of this game, we saw them have a 10-5 advantage over Ascending Baseline. We saw the same
Hope you're ready for a fun Saturday as we've got the LVT Pro League Qualifier number 2 coming at you live and loud. That is in partnership with Shopify Rebellion. Of course, all you lovely Spartans are here with us as we're kicking into round number 1. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside the greatest man ever to be. That is Tools coming at you from just out of the toolbox. Let's get into our first game as we're live and loud.
I got 2 teams that we don't normally see too far into the bracket, but 2 teams that still have very good players on it. Take a look in particular on this Resurgence squad at Sentry and Daylight. Those 2 usually having fantastic performances. Also, Evil Carmine has a tendency here to have some crazy plays. I believe last time I saw him, he's on mouse and keyboard. I want to make that confirmed before we talk too much. Over on squad, familiar with Blaine's, Vulcan, Nemesis. These, to me, this should be a very competitive match. And right away, squad coming out with the trip cap. 2 points for every second this one's on board.
Trying to make this one a quick sprint to kick off into our first round, but a hot snipe from out of Blaine's, and they're trying to make that one a killing spree from off first life. Resurgence, we have Nazcast that carries that title, but unfortunately they got O2'd into the previous qual. This time around, hoping that it's going to be a better performance, but Blaine still has control with this S7. Points continue to accumulate. Got a 38-point lead, hoping to flip the script right in the middle of the map, and this C-plat under fire, under duress. Blaine's running for their life. They can't get that killing spree medal.
And Blaine's unfortunately just a little bit short on that no scope. Doesn't get that damage down at constant cost of his life. And I think that Resurgence trying to get some spacing over here towards B. I do like the double dilemma. They sent 2 and 2. The B push failed. A will succeed. And squad not early on the rotation at C. Instead trying to fight back towards that A side. Where Tater gets the last laugh, but it's not necessarily guaranteed yet. Daylight could be creeping here in the middle of the map. I'd be very cautious about how far forward they get. You see already a resurgence of kills as the push to B comes.
Yeah, you get everyone kind of bleeding up into that long hallway between A and C. You run that gambit, and then you run for your life as soon as you expose yourself towards that turbine side. Resurgence looks like they've stabilized after an early sprint out by squad, but points continue as they're now down to just Vulcan. Daly should be able to clear the rest of them. He's going to have some reinforcements. He catches them just over the rift, so there's from the railing. Going to be 1 man down. They can hold BC. Now cycle around, but you got to have that next camo all prepped up and ready to go. That's where Evil Carmine is set to go. They might have been able to burn that just as it went away, so they got rid of a key utility and some extra revenge as they cycle A, and it looks like squad is now on their heels.
The last 2 kills, though, Daylight's been heating up. The first at C, a nice sprint strafe to guarantee that, and then a second follow-up with the perfect shots over at A. Concerning for squad if they continue to let Daylight have free reign like this. He's starting to feel himself. 4 kills, 4 assists in this game, and he just got good time between 3 different players. He's looking for max damage, but no one trying to give him angles.
Currently, the sniper has been held in the hands of squad members, but that one then drops onto the floor. Some extra snipes and some extra kills, and a double kill to add to the rack. So Nazcast, that's a dangerous man, and as soon as you put a power weapon in his hands, usually they start to rack up some good stats. Got a trip cap on its way with C set to flip. They're going to go to the opposite side of the map, and that's where they're going to call Nazcast's number. He's going to do it from the big door. Kind of watching out, making sure to put some damage out there. They throw 1 bullet into the hip of a Spartan, so he's got a new belt buckle to put in. He's going to hold this door, and I like this defense as now they've taken over the lead.
Oh, nice snipe shot from the back rope here. Nazcast getting some good damage down, and they get the 3 down on the squad. Vulcan, the last player alive. They don't have a lot of spacing to work with here. It's been a relatively cautious sniper from Nazcast as they haven't tried to give away anything, but anyone that's come towards B has met their demise. He'll be last alive, but he's still hitting the shots. Coming towards Dice, that's another player down. And Nazcast, 11 kills now as the sniper has just completely changed this game.
Often you want to try and put your sniper in a big open alleyway, giving him a lot of sight lines to work with, but this guy's able to do a lot with a little, trying to just make use of what little POV he can gain. He's got 1 extra as he goes down finally, but 13 and 6 is nothing to scoff at. They'll try to flip over between B and C and get those points accruing again. A thin lead now after what was at least about 30 points or so in favor of squad. They have been having to cycle forward. They go over towards green. You have Tater waiting for his teammate, but then he gets blasted. Someone else comes over. as they try to defend from pillars, and suddenly B and C are flipped, so they're trying to be able to get this one right back in odds.
Tater played really aggressive to get over towards B, was first in, and bought a lot of time for his teammates to come through. You know, usually when you see quick rotations like that, when the first player getting into the hill is that far ahead of their team, usually doesn't have great results, but that time Tater was able to hold his ground, didn't take too much damage until that help came, and when it did, they worked together to get B. But my only concern right now is that Squad, I think, lack a bit of spacing on the map. When they do get control, I haven't seen them be able to really spread a super wide net. Whereas Resurgence, on the other hand, it feels like they're always trying to attack everything they can at once. We've seen a lot of spread offense from them, and I think it's allowed them to be a little bit more dynamic in their plays.
It also requires that each and every single one of them continues to really perform, because as soon as you have that spread out, it's basically your 1-on-1. See what you can do against maybe a 1v2 as well. And luckily for them, Nazcast as well as Daily have been able to show up for that. And you have a lot of solid output from them. Yet another S7. Blaine's is going to have his second try using the boomstick. Tries to get it just as he has two separate targets. Everyone's getting them from all sides. One from just beyond the scoreboard, but as soon as they go for the clip off of that repulse, they're going to be shut down Pinata Pop style. So again, attacking towards A, playing from just off of sight. They're able to cycle through, and that is a trip cap, and they continue on double the points.
I love the stretch offense once again from Resurgence. Although the action's happening at C, they still have a player stretching their presence forward, getting towards that sandbags and being able to get that kill. Although 4 down for Resurgence, Squad going to be able to hold down at C now. That trip cap's going to give some breathing room to Resurgence to be able to bounce back even after you go 4 down. I like the explosive plays that they're trying to really bat this ball into the stands every single time. I love it when a player comes up to play and you just see them trying to hit that home run each time.
Just a little bit of ego, a little bit of a stretch. You got Nolan Ryan trying to make this one right over the bandstands. But Resurgence, they've gone a bit stagnated. They've got B that was an attempt. Still continuing to have more of that success here for Squad. Vulcan will drop out and they'll give a 2-man rush over towards B. That's the only 2 guys that are left. Sentry falls. Nazcast is a lone man left on the totem pole here for Resurgence to stay alive. And he's gotten a little bit quiet on the offensive side. He's only gotten about a kill in the last couple of minutes. Camo will be up, chasing him as Squad, and this has become a burner as another lead change will occur, and that camo goes into the hands of Nazcast. He was able to steal it just away from Squad.
This is an important one for Nazcast, and some miscommunication. Nemesis had no idea that a camo is playing through there, gives away the free kill, and you can see how aggressive Resurgence is. A double dilemma, CP at the same time, and because of this, Squad having no forward presence are playing on their back foot largely here, as the trip cap's already trying to be locked in, and Nazcast has great positioning to try to keep this trip cap in place, but needs to get the kill and will for his 5th in a row. He's 22-10 this game.
This is a guy that was making big strides when you're looking at the collegiate Halo side of things, and now he's continuing to do that over into the pro sector, and is just showing up here in game number 1, trying to finally get over the line at 200 points. Another double kill, good for it. He's consistently made fantastic work out of every 30 seconds when he sees forward contact with Squad. They cannot peek around him. They're going to take B away right in front of him, but he knows he can start structuring this push. He's got 2 over at A. He's got now cycling up to B. They're gonna have that QT coming up as well, and Resurgence is trying to take over again.
Yeah, Vulcan, the only player alive, does have presence at C, but because they know he's last alive, they also know they can just fly, and they're not gonna waste any opportunity to do so. Look how aggressive Resurgence was off those spawners. Daylight with that QT can also get him pretty aggressive at A. And Daylight seems to have good timing. He finds another, so right now it is all chaotic for Squad. They really don't have a lot to work with in the sense of where this next attack's going to come from. It feels like they're trying to tread water.
Yeah, this looks like my my hash whenever I'm at good old Waffle House. It is scattered, it is smothered, and it is topped with consistent kills, I guess. Well, if you're throwing hands at Waffle House. Resurgence, Nazcast is looking for a 30 bomb. He's not going to get away with that one. I thought he had that one straight into the old gut, but apparently he's going to be late to it. C on the flip means they're going to try and have this long portion of the map Still, as soon as they're able to capture that, it doesn't matter. It is a kill factory. It's a triple for Evil Carmine. He's looking for one more to add to the stack. They take that one right away. There's a new cap for it. Evil Carmine has control. 10 seconds left. They're going to have to push from out of A, and that is a long march.
I don't think there's any way they can get it. Carmine's got the right side on lock. No one's going to be able to get into the hill behind that tower in time. And that is game one in the books. A 28 kill performance from Nazcast. And, you know, the other interesting part of that stat is he only had 1 assist throughout that entire game.
So when he's doing it, he's just kind of doing it himself. Getting the job done solo dolo. Welcome everyone to qualifier number 2. This one started off really quick. Resurgence was in the bucket early, but as soon as they tipped it over, it spilled over for Squad, and Squad had some time. I think it was around that 168, 170 mark where they were all knotted up, but a big performance, especially looking out at Nazcast and Evil Carmine really showing up late in that game. Didn't matter on the assist, but look who did. Daily and Sentry were consistently laying down some of that damage to really follow up on.
Explosive game relatively from start to finish. Squad was able to get an early trip cap and got a big lead from the opening moments, but Resurgence, true to their name, in the second half of that game just started flying forward. And I love how aggressive they were on their trip caps. A lot of times they're able to identify what the numbers are in play and what does that mean for you as a team. Right, if you have 3-4 players alive and the other side has 1, even if you are on the other side of the map, it's okay to be hyper aggressive and to play for a trip cap. And Resurgence was never quite afraid to try to go for all 3.
Yeah, no, that's a big risk, big reward style of play, and you have to, again, individually really be putting out the numbers. And we saw that from both Carmine and Cass, as well as what they were doing with the damage that was laid down by Sentry and company. So good looks early on by Resurgence. Now we're going to be going over to some Slayer Origin. You got a sniper, you got the big old rockets, and you got Squad that feels like maybe that they started off quick. They were on their toes, but then everything kind of bent backwards and they weren't able to apply it. If they start off this game the way they did in that previous Strongholds on Livefire, might be able to kind of tilt the tail back to their side.
Once again, I'd be looking for stretch plays throughout this game. Identify who's going to be the forward player on the map and what space they're going to occupy. A lot of times this map is going to come down to who largely controls the rocket side and the elbows throughout the game. Which, although it's not intuitively a power position on the map, it's a position that helps plug all your pieces into play. Has a lot of ability to help everyone onto the map, and it's really dynamic in what you're able to do for your teammates and controlling space, not allowing tertiary spawns to catch players by surprise.
See if that ends up kind of having that general space of controls. We're going to drop in here momentarily. Looks like that we'll be doing so in just a second. You know, it'd be funny as well, just kind of speaking a little bit more as well from the College Halo side, if this Resurgence squad ends up going into what is supposed to be bittersweet in round number 2, there's Maysky over there. That will be actually a rivalry matchup between Nazcast and Maysky. So I'm not saying I want to see it, but it could end up happening. I like some stored stuff, especially from the Scholastic side. But we do go over to Origin. Everyone's loading in, everyone's loading up. Of course, you guys will be with us all day. We've got several rounds that we're covering on our first half of qualifier number 2. And of course, give some love over to Shopify Rebellion for all this being done with LVT Halo. And this first one was already a big banger in game 1. I want this Slayer to go deep.
There we get ourselves ready. LVT, you're gonna look at who's gonna find the fast play through the elbows of the map. I think it's really critical for both teams to not get too caught up on the snipe side to ensure that you have good rocket side control throughout the game. It doesn't need to be the full team, but if you don't have it, it's going to come back to bite you.
Already got big rocks, and it looks like both of them had to jump over it like they're playing jump rope. Unfortunately, for at least Nazcast, he doesn't grab more than just a couple, but that's a good starter kit. You got Blaine's again. Bank shot will ring at least around, but they're good for 3 off the second life. And that sniper now will trade hands, goes over to Sentry. They're trying to hit themselves 100 loop, but all that damage is ran against them. So 6-6 early on.
Daylight, I mean, even there, was able to take down that sniper player before it gets too far back for the team. And then still keep squad in their back phase for a little bit longer than they'd like. Although they start getting forward on the map, by the time they do, it becomes a true 50-50 battle. And one that they come out on top of. But the reality is in Halo, you're trying to minimize the times where the odds are 50-50, right? The entirety point of Halo is to say, look, this engagement is 60, 70, 80% in our favor, and trying to maximize those opportunities.
And I mean, they are continuously just forcing the statisticians to stare at this pit, like, all right, who was going to come out as just a lone survivor? 2v1 still comes out with 1 each, and then everyone else is just on the kill cam. So 27 kills, basically split the difference between these two. Blaine's is going to try and rotate a little bit wider. I guess frustration as they now are cross-mapping, having to deal with some of the pressures. They recognize now with that S7, with now no bullets left in it. They can't just continue this kill pit. This is just an all-out brawl. It's who's last in the ball pit and who's going to take the elbow next.
It really has been a lot of tension that builds up towards the snipe side and then gets released around grass. We've seen a ton of trade-outs, a lot of 3-4 man pushes as well. I do like that both sides have usually been going for a 3-1 split with a player occupying out those elbows. I think just getting the initial damage from that elbow side can help them out a lot. Like, we saw the carbine go into play against that sniper. I would like to see the carbine sort of hold their ground there and play the exit routes so that players can't get away. So far, it's been very chaotic. It's been very trade heavy as players have been basically trading blows in these 3-on-3 situations.
With how collectively everyone is basically stuck together, super glue style, this rocket might create a separating factor. We're at 23, now 24 all, with Resurgence trying to cycle wide. Daily has those 2 rockets. Maybe waiting for kind of a high side spawn, see if that happens back to the table, but no, it's been more of the same. Finally, they separate and they go out into this major grass and ditch, and they're able to get rid of one off of a nice nade. Now in control of both of the power weapons. Evil Carmine's going to have their say as they try to make some work with the boomstick. They can't quite find that blue armor. They can't even make contact with him. It's going to have to be a melee, and they just end up going down with it.
Yeah, the Evil Carmine, more times than not, he's going to hit those shots, but Sniper's going to be on the ground. A little bit of a mistake there, and see a 29-26 swing for Resurgence, but you gotta think they got both power weapons to try to make that a reality. And right now, Tater owns the rock side of the map. Incredible shots from him, and that is giving life to his team as Nemesis comes in with a double kill of his own, tying this thing right back 30-all.
Duality of man, we go from 13-8 on Nemesis, and then Vulcan's just trying to be a supporting character right now. See if he can play off of his angle, and honestly, off of his left side flank is going to assist him because Nemesis is going to rotate out and around. Doesn't want to take the splash damage, so he's zoned away. This is going to be a longer, wider perimeter. He catches him, rocking a hard play, sees his teammate fall. It's 33s apiece. There has been 0 separation in 4 and nearly a half minutes between both of these squads. A squad themselves needs this game. Tie it up to go to a game number 3. Resurgence has not been able to find comms to figure out where in the world Nemesis is. They're just cloak and dagger, and they finally get him down.
I think Resurgence might have been a little late on their push there. The reality is there was one player keeping pressure on those spawners. The rest of the team had spawned away, but Resurgence didn't necessarily try to push into that fight right away. They kept themselves calm. They waited for everyone to be up, and they took a team fight instead. Now that team fight's gone in their favor, and they're trying to win the map control now. This might be one of the most crucial moments of the game. They just got a 3-4 down, keeping those spawns staggered. You can see the split happening, but I don't think Daylight's read this split. They need to finish those players over at blue and then switch their POV to the red side, and they're able to do so. They can run away with this game as Daylight's gotten away with rockets. This is a critical moment for squad. They have to survive the onslaught of Resurgence.
All 3 rocket spawns have gone over to Resurgence. They've made sure to just kind of narrow the gap, forcing all the S7 and that pyramid side for squad, but the rockets have really been what scares them away. And they give up their life, maybe go for a melee. They actually go for the even trade, so cool. Teammate falls. They just need 3 more. This is completely at odds and ends against what Squad wants to do. That's going to be Big Rocket, and that actually could be the fanfare that finishes off. They just need one. They're up by 11. What was all knotted up made separation off of a big team stagnation off those spawns. You got to play perfect Halo here, but Resurgence can just go all in. They do that with Nazcast. They'll come up now 2-0 on match point.
It was a relatively close game throughout, 3/4 of this, but it felt like finally Squad lost a true team fight where it was 4-on-4 and nothing went right for them at that gunfight. And then the downstream effects, right? The knock-on effects that happen after that is why you see this result of 50-39. They're able to start manipulating the map by having spacing and having timing on the rest. Shout out Daylight going double positive. 14-7 that game. His plays over at the elbow were particularly important for his team to have the success that they did.
I'm not gonna lie, Tools. I thought we were repeating yesterday's fist fight, round 1 between AB and Legion, with the way we were just staying around the pyramid for like the first 3 minutes. I thought that we were just all mid all the time, but it was consistency from out of Resurgence. You see the damage. I mean, it's a high tilted stack. Nemesis absolutely showed up for that Slayer, but everything else, them and Blaine's, by the way, having the best in the lobby, but couldn't quite follow up with the rest. So it was that moment where they're able to finally kind of tilt that one back towards that blue side table, and then really having ownership consistently from off of that rocket spawn by Resurgence gave them everything they needed for success. So we're gonna go to game number 3. We got some streets, we got some King of the Hill. See if these guys be able to take over different parts of this map.
With it, right now, Squad, it feels, the score lines, I think, show sort of a deceptive story. I don't think they're actually that far back away from Resurgence in these games. I think the big thing is they need to find a way to finish strong. They have good starts to these games. It feels like the battle attrition, as time goes on, they start to leave gaps, and that's where Resurgence has taken advantage. If Squad can keep their momentum through to the end, they can absolutely start taking some advantage in this series.
Daylight's creating Daylight, and that's a dude that you got to stop if Squad truly is going to exist and be able to persist throughout this series and not go down into the lower bracket too soon. Red gun in the hands of Daylight. And use that repulse and again a high ground position just as this camo will be coming up as well. Trying to be able to splash him out of the way. They do back up. That camo is burned. That was Blaine's that was going for it. But I love this first hill off of Streets, King of the Hill. Like, it feels like you just have to go up there and pray from 4 different open alleys that you're not just taken by surprise. And continuously off First Life, Daylight and Evil Carmine have ownership just outside Arcade.
Resurgence playing this really well. They've had this ability just to get time in hill, keep players away, and just take fights elsewhere. We saw a temporary player try to join in. It looks like they got them out of there. And on Arcane, first hill going Resurgence's way. And, because they won that first initial fight, they had already won the rotations to the next and denied camo in that singular swoop. So right now, I think Resurgence is just firing on all cylinders. There hasn't really been many mistakes to note, and it's not looking pretty good.
It is not right now. I mean, and Streets is susceptible to that, especially off of the way that you have to rotate through some of this, and you have an immediate thoroughfare to get to a lot of these hills. They're pretty much exposed on every sideline nearly across the map. Now, Squad does at least sit here and tram for the time being. The initial push was won by Resurgence, and look how you be caught by surprise off of the counter rotate. You try to take this one up in mid, and then all of a sudden Squad is just like looking at them from behind. So, fantastic defense so far. Evil Carmine, it was they and Daylight, and now along with Sentry, everyone's found their 6. Everyone's found a way to really take this hill back from Squad, and Squad's gonna have to make the long march.
Yeah, I like Vulcan's position here, trying to get that first pick to let his team get through. Does find that. Right now, his job is really to keep pressure on him until his team can get into their angles, but unfortunately just takes a wrong route. They had no idea that one was getting pre-nated, and it starts to all fall apart. 3 that go down from Sentry alone, and look how aggressive Resurgence is
Enemy team
Just get behind two.
Hill incoming.
I thought he was going to be given away by the environmental, knocking over that table. Oh, two free back taps. They're going to at least give some information. There goes Nemesis. There goes the next. He goes for a shady melee. He's helped out by his teammate. So Daylight collecting on the assist column as we go out to mid. And that shroud is actually so helpful for keeping the hill. Yeah.
Pretty sick one-way to have for the top. When we say the one-way, what we're meaning is that he's put the shroud in a way where if a player's coming out that door, they really only see the shroud screen, but if anyone tries to go to the door, he'll see them before they can see anything else. So pretty creative play there by Daylight. We don't really see a lot of smoke utility in that way. Usually it's used to get away with equipment or to let a player cross. One of the few times that we've seen like a true one-way, tactical shooter style smoke.
Double kill.
Love seeing that. Maybe up the spawn rate on it. But hey, up the kill rate. Apparently Nazcast with a triple kill. He's got someone just around the corner off of benches, and so he's going to try and cycle mid. He heard footsteps. He's going to get rid of them, and it's going to be maybe a second too late to add the old 4-star Dragon Balls. That stays in the back pocket. 8 and 5 though, as now everyone's trying to cross this one over. A killing spree off of this life. Mans was 4 and 5, and now he's made it a +4 situation. They're about to make it a +3 on the hills, and they might be able to sweep out this third game.
Unfortunately, squad's just consistently getting on their back foot here. And Resurgence, to their credit, have double dipped a lot into these hills. This is the first time where we haven't seen them win the hill and then also be first on the rotation to their next. I've been really impressed about their forward thinking, about how they're not only making the immediate play, but they're thinking about what comes after that play. I think it's why they've had so much success in these first 3 hills. Now, there's still plenty of neutral clock for squad to make their comeback, but the reality is you have to start getting these 3-4 downs. We can't stop letting Resurgence get triple kills the way that they have. Stop letting them get camouflages the way that they have. And these are the back-breaking moments in the game.
It almost feels like we're saying stop hitting yourself, because at this point they are definitely doing some dangerous work, but so is Nazcast. They're going to go now at least 2.0, but doing a ton of work from off of that camo as well as that sidekick, and you've got Resurgence that is taking their time. We don't want to see them play with this too neutrally. Definitely get aggressive when they need to, but they're running it up into window, so should be able to at least deny squad space. Another triple. It's been triple for triple's sake, and we've seen triple of them now for Resurgence. They're trying to push the last man out from Arcade, and this is still full time coming up for Resurgence.
Multi-kills have just been such a pain point for squad. I think that might be the 4th triple kill we've seen in this game for Resurgence. What that usually means is that squad's timings are just a little bit off with each other, that they're not hitting at the same exact time, and their damage isn't being compounded the way that it should when you are hitting out those angles. We'll see if they're able to find a solution to that. I mean, they're most of the way here on the second hill. Don't get another triple here. Okay, finally someone else gets the kill, but the reality is that it acts as a triple kill. It's 3 players down, and I don't think they're going to have the time to sprint here. It's going to be 99% if they do get into this.
Smartly, though, they take that aggressive position from just outside that window. They deny any success from out of squad. Good starts do not beget fantastic finishes, which is exactly what Resurgence was able to find throughout this series. It was through all of that live fire strongholds, able to hold that close bar. It was very close into about that mid to high 30s on Origin, and then Streets really was a showcase of Resurgence just not allowing anything to develop and knowing what next steps were going to be, methodically taking down the squad. And this time around, they'll be able to move on to round 2 in the upper side.
Yeah, I'm curious if we can take a look at the stats of this Resurgence squad by tapping into these players. I want to see how many triple kills they had. It seemed like every single time we were on that team, they had triple kill after triple kill. So we see 1 there for Carmine. We had 2 for Nazcast. See, I'm pretty sure that's a 4th for Sentry. Did Daylight get 1? Okay, so then Daylight got 2 double kills. So I think multi-kill is really back-breaking to squad's efforts here, and that's the first game where we saw them actually completely outslayed and outplayed that way. I think they played really well in game 1 and game 2. They lost the They lost the mojo at the end of the games, but Resurgence, they really cleaned up all their mistakes in Game 3 and just played so clean.
We're going to get to see them move on into Bittersweet, so that'll be their round 2 gift moving forward. And on the other side, Squad will have to battle their way out from the lower side of the bracket if they want to survive here for qualifier number 2 of the LVT Shopify Rebellion Pro League Qual. So for all of you out there, we'll be back in just a little bit. Round 2 on its way.
Double kill. Perfect. Enemy has the ball. Double kill. Enemy has the ball. Ball drop. Double kill. Perfect. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting into round number 2. I'm Hail Monkey Man. We're going to get into some phase and anti-gravity, or anti-gravity, or no, we're not anti-play. We're just anti for these guys. The big anti is that phase has now been collectively created from what was previous SSG roster in qual number 1. It was Stellar and Legend that they decided to team up alongside both well, they separate from Penguin and Eco, but now we've got them with Renegade and Bound. They're going to take on, well, Eli, the Sensei. You've got Collective Agency as well as Ness. So let's get hot with it as we go into our first game. Recharge ball. And of course, general control. They had that upper rafter position, looking for at least a little bit of control over to the camo. That goes right back to Bound. That's a dangerous dude that's going to start cleaning up some kills.
Enemy has the ball.
I mean, camo. We're Bound having a lot of freedom here to try to get around the map, get to that shock rifle, and hit the place. That's the Bound that we expect to see.
That's the dude that immediately makes an impact. Shock to your system. He had no idea where he was, and Bound making sure on first life, get a killing spree. Anti-gravity right now is unable to get general control at all as they're being held at arm's reach. Ness is going to have to deal with a 1v2. He's going to have another quick shock to the system as their spinal cord is connected straight to the metal plates on the floor. And Bound is just being left unchecked here, Tools, as he's continuously forcing anti-gravity back to the respawn counter.
Yeah, there's way too much freedom for Bound to work around with. Oh, he was lining that one up too. A big shot by a leaderness not to get put on a poster, because I have no doubt in my head Bound was going to hit that one. He starts off this game 6 kills, only 1 death, as he has just completely made this phases game. But in the same sense, you know, Eli the Ninja getting a couple kills here, they're not actually that far down in this game yet. Only 18-9 despite that big spree from Bound. So anti-gravity still, you know, within reach here.
They just took down Team Ember in round number 1 in a 3-0. So if you're going to get used to maybe one of the best teams that we could see going into this Pro League, giving yourself a micro BO3 and a recharge ball is actually a fantastic choice. So points begin again. Renegade's going to back that one up to batteries, and that's 3 down now for anti-gravity. So that's basically free reign in the Fortress of Solitude out from Red Pipe, and I think they're going to cycle this one towards Elevator. They want that escape lane to go over to Control Room if they really need it, but they want to bury this one in the corner as much as they can, make it difficult for anti-gravity to get there. That's a nice double kill on the stick, and Eli will hit the old pavement.
This should be a big sprint of scoring for phase. It'll be tough for anti-gravity to have a quick attack here. Bound has been an absolute terror for anti-gravity to deal with. They get that kill before he can get away with camouflage, maybe giving them an opening here, but Renegade's playing an interesting game of ball. He's keeping it on top tower. He's trying to reduce the angle that Camo actually has. You don't really see the ball held up here too often, but Renegade plays that perfectly. It really forced anti-gravity into some awkward situations.
I thought, I mean, you get to have it from that elevator side, and then as you kind of look out from control room, it's not a bad spot. It's just tough to hold on basically 3 open entry points. You have the 2 from the up and double door, and then you have the next one that comes from both whirlpool and that side of the elevator. So if you can hold it, it's a great availability to exit yourself out. What in the world was that? Agency just basically was hit by a ghost. Bound comes flying in out of nowhere, carried the momentum. Apparently that carried it with a heck of a punch.
That Eli is able to trade out. They throw the ball, but didn't actually get it off. Stellar will finish that for them, as he knows there's a little bit too much pressure here. Trades out his life. And Anti-Gravity, you know, despite having moments where it looks like FaZe is unstoppable, has kept this game relatively close. If they can find a clean 3-4 down, get themselves well set up, then they can get a nice chunk of time to really close down this gap. The problem is getting clean kills. FaZe, very often, even if they go down, it feels like they're always going to take at least one with them.
Yeah, and with Stellar finding the 2, not only was a lot of damage done early on that first kill into Eli, but then making sure that they take agency as well. So every single time you can take multiple off of your singular life, you're going to stagnate any kind of extra push to get to that ball. So good looks from out of FaZe, obviously doing the work necessary, getting rid of another man this side of gold, and Legend continues to just posture up like a gargoyle defending a church, and this one praises the skull. It's going to be all the way to the back line. As soon as Stellar goes, he still takes at least one with him. Anti-Gravity looks about 10 seconds before this one is done for round number 1.
With that, Renegade, the nades are good. The nades are very good. Eli's nade connects and already taking that space towards long haul, so that should be a break onto this ball. The problem that might arise here is camouflage is coming up, and Anti-Gravity doesn't really have the freedom to send everyone to go fight for one or the other. They spend themselves split on the map. It always feels like you're maybe going to be giving up something that you didn't intend.
I like this back line that they suddenly found themselves in. Anti-Gravity is been able to rotate well. They have to stop Bound, who's looking for a free entry into that long haul. They at least get rid of one, and all of a sudden, I mean, Camo was picked up by Stellar. I was hoping that Anti-Gravity, as they rotated to the other side of blue pipes, might have been able to pick it up. They decided to play ball. Don't have the ability to really control the other side of the map, even when they rotate into red. Oh, but Stellar's turned into a pinata upon impact.
Good play with the new combo there, but need to finish off these kills. Renegade, last player alive. Nowhere close enough. So right now, Anti-Gravity have been doing a good job of chunking away time when they can. Now they're sitting on a very thin edge, right? If you lose a player too early, if you don't play the ball in time, they just need 10 seconds. So this could be over right away, and it looks like it is going to be over because Eli has no angle to this ball carrier, and the spawners are not going to be close enough. But I'll say Anti-Gravity put up a really good fight in that round 1.
They really did, and I will be, only because of collective patterns in the sky, concerned about this second round, because FaZe might be using this one as an early skirmish, kind of set up structure and say, all right, how much can we kind of really trade out with Anti-Gravity? Now it's about really setting up a greater modicum of control. But the first minute of round 2s for a lot of these oddballs end up just being full-on slayers. So if no one touches this for at least 60 seconds, I won't be surprised. FaZe trying to get rid of half strength away from Anti-Gravity. Cincy does not want to show themselves. They do not want to go and have to deal with Bound immediately, but Bound ends up being the reciprocal of that. So you're gonna have that shock rifle, you've got the skull, and it looks like Anti-Gravity is gonna take up this high ground position.
Yeah, I mean, you know this team's gonna be very, very aggressive on their gunfights, and Azensi uses that to his advantage as he lured Bound into his space. We'll have to see if they can continue with that strategy and to make it a successful one, because so far what we've seen is FaZe is usually coming out on top in those initial fights, and Bound clearly has no fear on getting a shot. Think about it, he's not down to one shot at batteries. He is ego peeking right away, trying to get extra damage, and in fact notices that he can get away with his life.
Looking for the fadeaway, and actually ends up going down off of that. So a lot of value to be able to at least find that off of Bound. So 24 and 14, by the way, leading the lobby with all of that. Shock rifle in hand for Legend. He's no slouch himself, trying to be a wizard with these lightning bolts. And now everyone's pushing in from out front of anti-gravity as they're in one of the tougher spawns, having to come from that C plat and blue pipe side. Legend is going to hold bar and be the doorman. I think they've got another one that's going to be rotating up the top side glass. They don't quite see them yet. Actually, they came around from the stairwell. They're going to use that or lose that melee battle. So leader at least has shock rifle for now, but they're in chase of this ball. It's already on the move.
Yeah, I do like the rotation from FaZe here to throw that ball out into the middle of the map. The spawn got a little wonky. Too many things were open, and to them, it was actually the safest spot to probably be at in that moment where you're trying to reduce explosive plays from the other side. Now, a lot of times that really is what Halo comes down to. It's not necessarily like, hey, we need to be getting 30 seconds each time we pick up this ball. It's more, hey, we need to play this ball in a way where the other team can't get more than a couple seconds if they grab it, and that they have to earn it by getting a 3-4 down. Oddball in particular is a map or a game type where you can oftentimes be your worst enemy by not playing the ball, by making stupid mistakes. Right now, FaZe has done a great job of just limiting the access to anti-gravity. They're not trying to necessarily knock them out in one blow right here, but they aren't letting anti-gravity really have much to work with in the first place. I mean, look, even an early play ball here from FaZe throws that ball back into the middle.
Yeah, every time that anti-gravity goes and has some level of touch, they are losing. FaZe loses like a guy, maybe a couple, and then you have the rest of the team now in at least a solid stagnation to play in that pairing together. And that's when you see anti-gravity having a run. Again, per possession, it's been 30 seconds, 30 points, continuously climbing here for FaZe. And this is the run-up I was talking about. Previous round, very chippy, very skirmishy, very even for the most part. Still with an advantage to FaZe. And now as you get agency trying to at least get some points, they get one, so it's not a goose. But anti-gravity has to really find this possession with a lot of value on a one-on-one opposite side. That's actually going to be even trades across this from Whirlpool. They have to throw that ball outwards. They don't get away in time, so that means there's a shock rifle able to be picked up, and Bound will continue scoring for FaZe.
It's still been such a struggle for anti-gravity to be able to have multiple players around that ball at the same time. The trek is usually what's been coming to their demise. 2 players trying to get through that cross, but it looks like Renegade did a great job of just keeping them back. 3 players go down, and Stellar is not going to let a one-shot get away from him. Actually, a really aggressive rotation here by FaZe. They look to lock down those C spawns, and they'll be successful at that. So I think FaZe is doing a great job of playing conceptual oddball. When they see opportunities to block out certain spawns, to hit quick rotations, to get play balls, they're not hesitating on them at all. And it's created such a interesting game in the sense that anti-gravity isn't necessarily getting, I mean, they're getting outslayed in this round, but it's not like they're going 4 down, 4 down, 4 down. It's more that FaZe has just restricted access to them being in favorable positions time and time again.
And Recharge can be such a tough beast to overcome in that way, geometry-wise. A lot of open access, at least to mid, but then the perimeter becomes where basically you're in a fist fight all the time. Eli trying to narrow the scope of where FaZe can rotate, at least top side. They need about 10 more points. That's over in the corner of Elevator. They're going to have the follow-up. That's 3 down, unfortunately, for make it all 4. FaZe should be able to get the rest of these points. It's going to be a 2-0 here for Charge Ball, as they'll go 1-up in the series. Anti-gravity, I mean, give them the kudos. They had a solid first round, but that was a full takeover by FaZe.
And FaZe really starting to figure out their flow. We're able to keep that ball away. Was really impressed with the rotations of the oddball. Really impressed with their early play balls. And then obviously their slays always coming through on top. Bound and Stellar, both having fantastic slaying performances. Stellar having 19 assists as well as 25 of those kills. That's one thing to note for Stellar. He's going to be a hyper aggressive player. I think probably the most aggressive player in Halo right now. If I really had to put a title for one of those, he is not one to back down from any fight.
Not at all. So we'll get to find a lot of that, especially going to this next Slayer, which I will love to see. Eli, by the way, we're just talking about, I think this is Stellar, right? Yeah, so, you know, he's going to be one of those guys you're going to follow up with, but Eli's going to put a little feather in their cap on that one.
Yeah, you know, look, I just call it there, Eli. I don't even think you gotta finish the series. I don't know if the heights are gonna come back any higher than that one. I mean, no, he's not an A-Lane. We go back to the H2 days. Maybe the situation's a little different. Now, it has to feel good, right? Just getting a little perfect reversey on one of the greatest players to ever play Halo. Don't think you'd knock Eli for that one.
No, that's a notch on the belt. He's feeling good about it. So, old man Eli continue to represent the 30 pluses out there for us. Let's go. Let's see if that happens here in some Solly Slayer. This one, it's not about holding the ball. It's not about just pure objective. You are the objective. See how these guys will be able to at least keep themselves going. FaZe on the run up, and they're gonna go quick. Bound. Now trying to go bounding against one. They immediately get themselves on the board, make it a double, and looking for the next man that wants to be in the body bag.
I love how aggressive Bound is. It comes to his demise there, but there's something about a player that's always looking for damage and doesn't necessarily care too much about how much damage they've taken. He's a man after my heart. Because oftentimes, players will sit in the corner, wait for their shields to come back when it's like, hey, look, there's a good chance that if you're playing aggressive and that your team is active on the map, if you just go in and get a couple shots, even if you're one shot, it's going to come out positively for your team.
Amazing how much, playing a good defense is a stellar offense, equal but opposite. Talking about championships being won that way. It's the confidence to be able to do exactly that and come away with some of that damage that your teammates can follow up with. So, and a lot of people aren't prepared for it either. They're like, hey, I just put you to one shot. You're supposed to be hiding. What are you doing? And doing exactly that. Eli is trying to chip into some armor. Some FaZe players that come out through that lower side turn. Gonna get a double for their life as Renegade is stuck out. Agency will end up dropping, but 12-8 and a very quick rebuttal on either side of the fence, and FaZe actually has not created too much separation in these first 20 plus kills.
Yeah, I mean, this map is scary though. You can see how close it is to just being an absolute runaway from FaZe there. They get 3 players down to one shot. They eventually do get those kills, and it's really easy to manipulate the map, and little mistakes can have great ramifications down the road. You give up a death where you're not supposed to, you go 3 down because of it. Suddenly you're getting spawn trapped and anti-gravity once again going forward down. This is what they need to stop. It's happened 2 times now where they've gone multiple down within a couple seconds. You just give way too much of the map to the opposing side, and then you can get spawn trapped the way that they are right now. Collective actually, I don't know if he got a spawn in the hotel or if he just got out before they saw him, but huge kill by him to give him some space.
You want to narrow your scope, your POV too much as well, and that's exactly what they gave away to Bound a couple of times. Bound's also been playing this game like it's Quake 4, bunny hopping pretty much everywhere, but anti-gravity now falls into the bucket by 8. They're trying to run that long side of that U-turn, and you have Leader that's just kind of waiting from off of that steps and ramp. So they are all being kept under pressure by literally one guy. Bound now has camo, which means as the deadliest ghost out there, like a Lich King, trying to be able to steal some souls. He sees his teammate Renegade go down, but he's trying to at least get right underneath him. And why is it always here in this same turn where Bound continues to find people, but they eventually get smoked out from behind?
Not able to get that trade out. Those are important trades to be found. Instead, that's going to keep FaZe's numbers high, and you see anti-gravity once again stuck in the spawn trap, and they identify the isolated player. They wasted no time. Here comes the rest. Legend is getting into the mix. Eli's going down. The spawners might be in trouble right away. Legend's looking for the over, but they just killed them too quick. The spawns won't happen in time.
Actually, it's a split spawn for all of one man. You got... Well, okay, he's going to join the rest. Collective was on the opposite side for that U-turn, and then everyone else had to go towards that lift. But again, look how they're just being wiped out. This has become a quick one. FaZe was basically keeping just in the breastplate of anti-gravity, and as soon as they get him on this spawn cycle, this is where the snowball begins, and this is where you really feel like you're isolated on Solitude. They've got this crossfire, but Stellar is unaired in the way he's taking him down, and that is another kill. Collectively, 18 up.
Oh, the frenzy for Legend, and Collective won't be able to take him down. Finally, a third comes into the frame, and he'll go down at 11 in a row. But Legend has been incredible thus far. Bound been consistent throughout this game, and Anti-Gravity, it looks like it's over in game 2. It's just a matter of pride if you can get past that 30 kill mark.
Double kill.
Legend trying to join the 20 club, see if they can be able to get up there. Maybe we got steaks for dinner. It's going to be either 3 one way or 3 the next. Whoever's able to get there first either ends the game or puts something on the barbecue, and it's looking like it. You got to get your steak knives out very quickly. Bound on the rundown. He's going to try and get rid of Eli, who's stuck in the corner. He'll survive for just the moment. Anti-Gravity, well, cooked him up. I'd say medium, maybe a medium well, as they were extra fried through the Solitude Slayer.
Legend was fantastic. I loved how aggressive he was being on the follow-ups to his damage. It looked like he was trying to chain multi-kills whenever he could. Bound consistently been playing throughout this series. There's just a lot to like about the way FaZe has approached this game thus far.
And it all just began off of that triple, and then they just started hunting them. And it was already about 10 or so kills, but then everything just doubled down and doubled up. It was free coupon Tuesday for Legend, and just continued to just lay back Anti-Gravity. So good looks by FaZe. It's about how they approached that second round of oddball on recharge. So Anti-Gravity, unfortunately, is becoming a stepping stone. And for this squad, I mean, there's a lot of expectations for FaZe to continue to do this, especially if a lot of folks are expecting them to make it into the big top 8 to go into the Pro League. So we got King of the Hill, though. See how maybe that changes the gambit. You have to sacrifice at least one guy. But FaZe is open for everyone to being exposed and really just pumping out the damage here on Livefire.
And with that, we'll see. I think the sniper going into the hands of Stellar here. That's what I'm hoping. That we get to see a little bit of everything. The big thing, though, is that you have 4 incredible snipers on this team. But Stellar, that's his weapon. Make sure he gets it right away. It looks like he's not going to waste any time trying to get there. But Anti-Gravity, the strats, Eli says that's mine instead. And Eli, you might just want to waste a little bit of it, to be honest. I don't know if it's going to make much of an impact for your team. It gets a couple bullets gone before Renegade finds the claim.
Stellar turning into a poster roll of the moment. Oh, and immediately target acquired by Renegade. They know the next priority is to be able to get that camo. So already Renegade impact plays. It looks like Anti-Gravity might have gotten away with that camo. Stellar's gonna still go out hunting. First hill under duress and under the feet of FaZe. They're already over halfway to push it, and Anti-Gravity looks like they kind of understand that position as well, playing with the wiggles and playing with the duel against Renegade, who's on the other side of this long hole. But looks like they're posturing more for kind of a tower defense as they get ready for C plat in this first hill to go.
You know, we saw so much action happening on the map. It was easy to forget this is the King of the Hill game. And while all that was happening, FaZe just left the player over there to get the hill while they're all fighting on the opposite end. They get the hill with very little time taken off the clock, and Renegade continues to find kill after kill. Right now, it's a slaying problem. The map just ain't mathing for Anti-Gravity. They need to start finding untraded kills. Even when they do get their kills, it just feels like they're taking too much damage, or they're allowing a trade out to happen right away.
Big QT, they were sitting on top of it. It becomes a triple for Stellar just as they go through time and space on the other dimension to just cross-map pressure. But yeah, FaZe, I mean, they can treat this as a Slayer, as it often is anyway. And then they just be able to just have this solid rotation. They know where their lean needs to be. They know where they basically need to start having some favoritism towards that next part of the perimeter, where they want to run to, and that is 2 hills back to back. Only 22 seconds of neutral time having been burned as we rock and roll back to garage.
I think right now they're trying to complete a speed run. I mean, look, there's 50 seconds taken off the clock. They're up 2-0. They just gotten another 3 down, and the 4th is going to be right into the sights of Renegade. So that's going to be another clean cycle of kills in this rotation. With Camouflage coming up, the hills securely on the side of FaZe. This looks to be just about over. Anti-Gravity needs to do something much more in this game to start getting back into it. And right now, I just don't see that path opening up.
Yeah, it's a tough draw at this point. 28 kills to maybe about double digits at this point. They do have at least 12. So camo goes in the hands of Renegade and Remote Det. at least by Legend, will start thinning out the herd yet again. And Anti-Gravity, I think they're floating in space just a little bit too much. We're down to earth out here for live fire. Oh, as soon as you're caught between a rock and an explosive place, they're just being shot down, bound. Full map pressure as well, as they have that one out from that scoreboard. But FaZe can also just kind of play with some of this time. Anti-Gravity finally gets to this back end of A. Oh, and as soon as they fly on by, Stellar looking like one of those bombardiers, just right in a C-130, dropping some big bombs.
Eli trying to get away with the snipe. I mean, look, they were just able to earn this. It feels like they haven't had lots of opportunities with it. Eli trying to make the most of his second chance with the sniper here.
Oh, nearly got it off of a Quigley. Not gonna happen, at least there, but he does do some damage. So Eli is gonna re-navigate. Gonna have even more. That extra assist by that nade blast. They might be able to take this third hill. They do get shoved away by Legend. Eli with a one-on-one, this could spell the game for him, at least to be able to stay into it. And Legend's just taking over as all of FaZe begins to swarm, and they're just shaking their head. They're saying, not this one.
Just a little bit too much to do there for Eli. Two players that come in the frame, not able to take care of both. The rotation going to be won by Anti-Gravity into the fourth hill, but the third does end up going FaZe's way. Tough situation for them, as it looked like they were in a pretty good spot to try to steal that one, but at the end of the day, FaZe's presence just too strong.
Leader Ness, unfortunately for them, for their QT, they end up popping right out in the open on sand. So fourth hill, about to be signed, sealed, and delivered. And FaZe continues to just own this other side, especially for dummies. You just can't even break open. They wanted to cycle to that back end of tower, come out both like kind of a low-high stack for that C platform, and see if they can just take advantage off of that sight line. Couldn't do it. Agency, unfortunately for them, not having the game that they want. So it's looking like they're bound to go into the lower side of the bracket here soon, over halfway here on hill 4.
Good presence by Renegade, just trying to keep these players occupied. Even if he doesn't get all the kills, right? What he's doing is he's stalling players all the way on the opposite side of the map. And, you know, any time wasted is basically time won for FaZe at this point. It looks like a 4-0 is in order. A clean sweep in the King of the Hill and a clean sweep in this series, as Anti-Gravity will move down to the lower side.
FaZe will be moving around number 3, and I think off of this one is projected they could end up facing off against an EU rival in Majin, so we'll get to see if that ends up happening down the other way. But FaZe took their sweet time just in that first round of Oddball, and ever since then we've gotten to proper form. Anti-Gravity, I love the looks that we got out of them. It looks like Eli definitely showing up for everyone. They're gonna, you know, take that one feather they found in that first game, and they're like, you know what, that's good for me. That's what I like. So we'll see them throughout that lower bracket. But I mean, this is a dangerous full kitchen of chefs. Everyone is ready to just cook wherever they need to. Stellar at 18-9. Yeah, that's not a guy you want to take lightly today.
I mean, with that, you gotta think FaZe, this is a team that didn't exist just a week ago. They gave up, you know, Stellar and Legend giving up their spot to Team with Bound and Renegade to try to re-qualify here. They have all the confidence in the world. There's a lot to like about this team. You look into what needs to come, they have a little bit of a tough bracket. Two of these players just not playing for a majority of the year, not having those pro points. Probably playing a little bit of an impact there, and with it, Majin's going to be next up for them in this bracket, and Majin might be one of the tougher tests for them because they do have Legend that's playing out of France right now, going up against a full European squad. The ping is probably going to be favoring, or at least leaning towards the European players.
Yeah, gonna see what, like 5 of the 8 in that lobby are gonna at least be on the other side of the Atlantic. And they also, on the side of Majin, they traded out Breaking Shot, who I think is playing with Best of Friends. They now have brought back Snipe Drone, which is a dangerous dude on the European edge. So for FaZe, that'll be a neat challenge. Already walking their way into round number 3 as well. We've got Legion and Clutch Academy, so got them moving forward after, I think some of you got to see yesterday, Legion could not do it against Ascending Baseline, who ended up taking that 4 seed for that Qual 1. So see if they maybe continue to move forward. And so a few known peeps continue to progress, especially with SSG and noobs. You get to find out how they continue to have that success. But I think that we're setting up for that next round. So you guys will stick with us. This LVT Halo, as well as in partnership with Shopify Rebellion, this qualifier for the Pro League. We'll be back in just a little bit.
I spawned our P. I spawned our back.
Car one, P1 on me. One shot of fridge, into repeater. Nice.
Two shot our gen. I traded, 2 dead.
Helping him.
Alright, P1. Last guy's a flag runner.
Last guy.
Ammo's up at 20.
I hear him.
I'm car 3 with you.
I'm going P.
Dude,
Nice,
what?
another car. 2. I'm looking at you, Mel. 3 maybe.
Car 2, yeah.
I need our gen.
Alright, I'm going P2. I'm going P1.
They're P jump.
P jump at 1 shot. Absolute, there's P fire.
Absolute their car jump.
Dead. Ammo's up the front base. The front base lit.
They're P-fire, they're
Dead.
P-fire.
9 dead, P2.
I have
I'm
camo.
getting their gen.
Looking over you, bro.
On their flag. The gen bridge on me.
P1 weak. Absolute
Dead.
glory, absolute pushing me, Rob.
It's you. Nice, 2 dead.
The car one on me.
There's shrooms. Watch out.
One shot car one.
SLG.
Last guy gen, one shot.
Last guy's their gen.
One's up already.
Fridge.
There's two up.
I'm getting their fridge, guys.
I'm
They're gonna be all flag.
They're gen, 2 of them. Beat a gen.
They're
I
flag
died.
weak.
Two shots,
One shot their gen
bottom
snipe
end.
drone. One shot their gen snipe.
Yeah, he's going outside door, it looks like.
I won.
One shot their gen still
Really
snipe
weak,
drone.
they're streams, one shot.
They're P street,
Absolute streams.
P street weak.
At the side door again.
I can play.
Wait their fridge, mind you.
They're car jump.
The left when you go in.
They're base behind you. And flag.
Oh, he's got me. One shot gen going up car 2.
One's going top mid.
Car 2 is going our
P
gen.
jump.
He's already in our gen.
You're hiding above our P jump. Going. Our P shoot right now. P shoot right now to fridge.
Nice.
Fridge.
I killed one.
Oh, I just need. Well, okay.
He's going on front base.
One shot our gen.
Ready for base.
He's going.
Our shrooms stairs, one shot. Dead. No one our shrooms.
Our top shrooms down.
I got shots. Both. Dude. One shot the front base. One's quick in back base. Nice. No one shrooms. Back shrooms.
Mighty's.
Gonna pull. On the pole lit. Nice. Could be our P door.
RP.
One shot dead.
Dead.
You car 3 right now.
Yeah,
Car 3
Peter,
right
Peter,
now.
one shot.
After that.
Dead.
Car 3 last one.
Yeah, car 3's got shots. He dropped, I think.
Do you spawner now? It's probably spawned gen.
Cartoon, yeah.
Got their gen Mighty's.
I'm going P right now.
I'm P with
No,
you.
our shrooms. I might die to him. The other people.
The front base, one shot. No one car 3 after.
Yeah, one dead.
Two car 3, god damn it. One there, two front base on 5.
Flag's dead.
Front base on 5. One's
No, they're brick on me. I gotta pull.
Spawn
Gotta
their
pull
gen.
though.
gen right now.
All flag.
Don't flag touch.
One shot their flag and one shot on running.
Left peg, one shot.
Get the one shot nest. Get the one shot.
Car 3 weak. And they're he jumped the 5.
I gotta.
He's our car jump, guys. Car one's over.
I died
I'm
from
fighting
shrooms.
two one-shots.
Shrooms one shot.
I'm looking.
Nice.
I get a pull. There.
Behind
Fine.
it.
Yeah, bottom mid. Bottom mid's got a shot on him. Or they're brick, one, they're flag on you.
I'm gonna be P2. Looking.
Okay, 2 dead.
I have camo,
Three shot
guys.
Nice,
P1.
nice.
Three shot P1.
Dead.
Bottom mid. 2 shot.
I'm looking bottom mid dead.
And then the P door. Went into their base maybe? Yeah. It's still P door.
I'm a gem with you, Rob.
Sitting there nading it.
I'm going low. Give me a sec.
They know we're here.
Guys, you got
Post it. I can help you.
the back Mohawk lit.
Prime.
Alright. I'm going.
They're P-door.
Get shots on 1. 2, 3, 1 shots here.
One dead.
They just all
Car
played
three.
base. One shot, nice. 2 dead.
Probably.
He's top mid.
Oh, I thought they were all there.
Into gen vent.
Yeah, 2
Got a
there.
shot him. I got 1.
He's the other guy's one. He's out.
Back Mohawk, the Mohawk.
One shot inside their gen.
I'm needing their.
I got 2.
Is-
They're
The gen bridge saw me. 2 at the P door. 2 at the P door. Going front base, one P door.
I'm with you, P-Rob.
Our court. You won. Right here, dude. To left, dude.
Is there front base?
Yo, pushing our P. One. Both.
Car 3 lit.
2 shot on our base.
Inner vent as well. Look car 3. One shot in our vent.
I'm gonna clear our back base. On me, Peter. He's one shot our fridge.
Okay. Hold on.
P1, their side. Our side, P1, close to left. There's 2 on Rob.
Absolute P2, absolute P1. Absolute top mid right now. He's to the right, he went our car, Rob. Alright, Ness.
Flags 2 shot.
Maybe a car 2, I don't know.
He's car 3 event. Car 3 on you.
What's our fridge? And our car fire going our shrooms, center flag, and our flag right now.
Both bridge.
Our flag, we're up it.
I'm mid, P2 dropping on you. Bottom mid. Our brick.
Our brick, one shot. Half center brick.
Another one brick.
P1.
I traded. 2 dead.
Guy base on me.
They're flag weak. Snipe drone.
These 3 shot or 2 shot.
And RP jump.
There's 2 flag on me.
I'm in gen now.
They're gen, low gen, side door, 1 shot. Nice, 2.
P1 weak.
Top mid, P2.
P1 dead.
P2 last guy, RP wall.
Yeah.
He's one dude.
Camo's up. Okay, I'm pushing P Street then.
You gotta live, Rob. They're gonna spawn gen on you.
Camo's still up.
RP jump right now. He has
VP2. Two.
The P wall.
Really? Dude, really weak our card. Our gen.
Bro, I just got 2 1-shots.
I won.
need to find them.
Oh no, one shot flag runner. The flag guy, we stopped flag? Oh.
They're gonna have camo. Camo top mid, I think. Dead.
Did this flag guy?
There's 2 in their base. Sniper drone's weak.
3 there back flag. 3 there back flag. 2 1-shots. 2 1-shots back shrooms. They're front base.
Ah. Not much I could do there. Maybe repull.
Bro, I swear, you guys called out P2, bro, and I literally did like 3 360s, like securing the perimeter, and I could not find anybody.
What was on plasma? What was their wall?
Triple kill. Overkill. Snipe. Dropped. Double kill. Reversal. Double kill. Snipe. Double kill. Double kill. Team scoring.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for some Qualifier Madness, the second round of it here with LVT and as well as Shopify Rebellion, as the Pro League is on the horizon. Day 1 of our second qualifier is kicking off hot, and we're in round number, I think, 3 at this point, as we're going into Ascending Base. No, sorry, not Ascending Baseline. They're the Clutch Academy and Legion Gaming. Legion Gaming, they came up short just yesterday, trying to make it to that top 4, but we're gonna have to do it all over again today.
Yeah, reminder, folks, this is round 3. We're in here on our secondary. We're waiting for that Majin versus FaZe match. As soon as that one's ready, we'll be vacating. We'll keep an eye on this, but that is our main match that we're watching. That being said, Legion Gaming losing 4-1 yesterday in the qualifier. Unfortunately, not able to get themselves in the league. We'll have to try to do it once again, but this time the bracket looking much different. A lot of new teams that have popped up, a lot of new players that have come their way. So Legion Gaming hoping that, you know, their opportunity that they had just a day ago wasn't their last. Will be trying to earn themselves another spot here.
There's that ripple effect from losing that first round advantage fist fight out in top mid at Live Fire. That ended up being what sent them on their heels for the majority of that best of 7. But today, we got the Wonder Twins using, seeing what they can do to at least begin anew, trying to get some points accrued here for Clutch. Well, Clutch Academy now running it down against them, but they're actually the ones scoring it out. Got the new combo, seeing what they can do with it, and Yuzi has fantastic defensive positioning right now from this top window, as they're just able to hold it down, and it looks like they're going to take over batteries because of it.
Yeah, like really good patience there, waiting for their opportunity to get in. get those points. And now Uzi deciding on whether he wants to try to be aggressive towards that long haul. That grapple giving him an effort to get away if he needed to. That noob combo trying to find anyone unsuspecting, but it is a tough moment here. It looks like one that's not going to go his way. Just a little bit too much for him to handle as two players were wrapping around that corner, and they eventually get those kills, and with it are going to start scoring out of BC hold.
With the way the triangular setup is for AB, for basically strongholds overall on recharge, you get a lot of that 50-50. All right, do we want to B? Do we want to not be B? And the hyper attention to it has been because of the timer coming up for that camo. Uzi trying to get away with their life, not going to happen. Ghost busting by Stefano as they clear out what could be an omnipotent threat, and that allows Clutch Academy now to have full map pressure. They're already leaning into this C plat. It's a tough spawn position because either are down in that blue pipe or you're back in of Whirlpool, but you just basically get trounced upon. And so Legion Gaming is stuck over to C as well as that control room, and it's giving Clutch Academy a whole wealth of points to go flying in to finally finish off Stefano.
Yeah, with ooh, that's a 4 that go down. Legion Gaming not going to have much presence on the map, allowing Clutch Academy to maintain their AB hold. And Shock Rifle was going to be the prize, but I think a little caught by surprise and not quite able to get away with that. As you know, Clutch Academy still scoring, but Legion Gaming getting those few players down should have a little bit more spacing to work with now.
Expectant that someone would come up from that top window, and they've got that grapple to be able to get up there. So now Legion Gaming will start their point scoring run, but it's because Clutch Academy just ended up kind of back to the wall and then getting plastered there as they try to play defense on too many fronts. Chasing another man down. They get rid of Stefano yet again as he was trying to be a harasser from that upper level of gold and red pipes. So as they move right along, Legion Gaming continues to now lay down their own momentum. See if they can get rid of some of these Clutch Academy grads. Stefano, the only one left, should be able to clear up the rest of them. And in fact, Uzi and Zuzi, Wonder Twins, will stay up, and their prize will be A and a trip cap on the way.
I really like those plays by Morgan. He's being really aggressive with his life whenever he can, and he's getting right off spawn. He's trying to put the pressure on to C, looking to maintain that trip cap, gets him down to one shot, and although he doesn't stop the hill from being captured, you can see what the idea for Legion Gaming is. The second they have an opportunity to play it for more, to play for that trip cap, it doesn't seem like they're going to waste those spots.
As soon as they've been able to at least separate from their initial, basically consolidated spawn, they make good work of at least skirmishing against Clutch Academy, who is folded into these 1vx situations. No stick this time around. Able to at least dodge away from that. Morgan is going to be underneath this other side, but Shock Rifle could be landing, and it does. So they are taken out by Kruvu, who maybe doing the same thing to help out their teammate, but you don't want to get caught chasing in that pit, and that's exactly why you have so much of that cross-map just conversion from off the other side of glass, but they were not prepared for that one to also come in from that top side of gold. So B again will be under duress. Zuzi making sure of that. Z will protect their teammate and making fantastic use of this camo. They can basically rotate at will, but in the meantime, C has been taken away, and that's giving Clutch Academy now a collective to continue stacking up against Legion.
Legion, though, it seems like they're starting to make up a little bit of this time. They're starting to get themselves into a flow. Problem that arises that they're not able to win out some of these perimeters without heavy losses. And Slavonic able to be last alive there. That's a trip cap for Clutch Academy. So Legion Gaming suddenly finding themselves in trouble. C gonna be their only option right now.
They take away what would have been maybe some off the rack remote deaths on those plazas, and then winning straight up. Morgan takes him down. Twins fall out, and Lido from behind is at least going to steal his position from Clutch, but still, every time, because of a trip cap, it basically gives you a full telegraph position of where that next rotation is going to come from. So even though they got that first kill, all the extra damage, but make it 2 for Lido, as they have only 1 man left to get rid of, and he's right above him. So he's going to be able to take this narrow gap. They get that kill. Kruvu falls out. So it's a 1 for 3 trade. Clutch Academy off of their spawns are now being zapped out of existence. And Legion Gaming is trying to catch up, but they are in a 60-point pit.
this is such a tough spot to be fighting from. And Joe still has that shock rifle, so Clutch Academy with the power weapon control, but Legion Gaming with total control of those hills. They never went out towards B, instead tried to put their efforts at A. That wasn't successful, and they might have given a little bit too much room for Legion Gaming. It shows has a lot of work to do ahead of him. He's getting a ton of damage in, but they still finished his capture at B and just took too much of that damage. This trip cap is closing the gap at an exponential pace. This is just already they've taken the lead. I'm shocked at how quickly this has changed.
Remember, I was talking about it being a 60-point gap, and that was, what, 30 seconds ago? And how quickly does the world change when you don't have control of it? Trying for the insta off of that Plaz. Can't quite find him in the corner, but they do at least get rid of him now. Legion Gaming has been able to gain ground. They're holding ground, and they're just not allowing these scholars from the academy to do much. 4 fall. They're going to do it all over again on A. Here's another trip cap, and that might be able to sign the rest of this game off. They can be able to sprint forward.
The big thing is Legion got their win condition in, right? You want that trip cap, and you want to be spawning them in those pipes while you control B. That's such a perfect bait, right? You never go out right for B. You need some kills, and it significantly slows down the other side on breaking that control, allowing you to get a massive swath of points to go your way. Look, they're already at 245, and it looks likely that they'll close out game 1. Legion Gaming is just so potent.
Fantastic work. A great recovery for them. They're going to make sure that B is not stolen, hoping to be able to flip this one around. Points continue again, and that will do it. Game 1, good recovery by Legion Gaming. They did not allow a single point to be scored after that 168 mark by Clutch Academy. It was 150 straight points for Legion. Wonderful way for them to end out that game 1, and you're hoping recoil for Clutch Academy, they're going to be able to get back into that series. And as you guys can see, we are building out the lobby for Majin and FaZe, so we're going to have ourselves a little international going on over there with, well, I think it's like 5 different countries all at the same time, but showcase by Legion and their resiliency here, tools.
Yeah, Legion, look, if you were to follow the logic, right, they're the first team not to make it into the Pro League by last week's competitions and the show match. You think on paper that they would be the top team for this bracket, right? That they would be the anticipated team to get out. But the reality is that they still have probably an uphill climb, and I don't think many probably have them in the top 4 right now. It's going to be up to them to change that destiny, and I did like a lot of what I saw in that game 1. I think the only concern that I had was that they were a little bit slow at the beginning of that game. And I don't know if you can afford to necessarily be slow if, let's say, you're playing against a FaZe or an SSG later on in the bracket.
Yeah, early rounders, we already witnessed some great starts, bad finishes from some squads, but if you're going to be taking on the higher caliber as you go along, and you still have the talent spread that happened because of roster mania from Qual 1 to Qual 2, yeah, you got to be ready off rip to be able to get some guys out of your way. So we're going to stick around as we're still prepping from one lobby to the next one. Maybe a hot swap just as we're in the midst of it, but we do have a game number 2 for Clutch Academy and Legion Gaming just around the corner for you guys. So that's going to be over onto some streets, get some slaying happening. So we'll stick with these guys for the imminent future as we get Clutch Academy trying to bounce back.
Already, I mean, look how passive Legion Gaming is off their start. They're letting Clutch Academy have a lot of spacing up on this map. Their priority being controlling B and having angles onto that camo, but so far that strategy has not worked out for that go down, and that's going to be an early camouflage that should go to Slavonic, but the spawns actually come back to bite them. Legion having that immediate angle on the spawn, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this is over yet. They're still feeling a lot of pressure from Clutch Academy.
They had their stopwatch. They saw point 1. They thought there's no way I'm missing this, and then they end up jumping from it just a little too soon. Just a micro measure of mismanagement. So for Legion Gaming, I feel like this one got a little bit better for him. Morgan ends up just being bopped and bullied into a corner, but a good follow-up. And again, the first, 15 kills Clutch Academy will hold strong for the time being as we cycle with Yuzi. When we saw the beginning of that recharge, Yuzi was really giving his team a good position to play from defensively, be able to kind of cycle around good comms and information for them. Hasn't been able to collect a kill as of yet until now. They do throw at least Kruvu away, and so Legion is looking to at least trail on the heels of Clutch.
This Uzi lurking below, not quite able to find his spot yet, but tries to close that one down. Not gonna find that win. And Stefano, it's another kill. And Stefano, I think, was a big breakout player from last week's competition. Look, we know how good he's been throughout the years, but it felt like he took himself to that next level. If Clutch Academy is gonna find a win in this series, I think Stefano's gonna have to lead that way. So far, doing so, 7 kills to his name.
Kind of a top-heavy stack, and they definitely showed up in that previous matchup onto that stronghold. Oh my goodness, Kruvu turned into just Ghost and Echoes as they will take away that red gun. Trying to do the same thing here as they will chase them down. Assist to the column. In fact, 6 assists by Morgan right now as they're 2 and 5. So they're laying out the damage and letting their team get the credit. But it's 18 all between both these squads as there's a column that falls on the midpoint here of Streets.
We also see our other match about to start, FaZe versus Majin. Looks like they're going to find a little reset there, so we get a little bit more time in this Slayer as Uzi tries to get away with the camo, not quite able to, but the help from Lido there is going to keep it up on the ground. It's an all-out fight. I think Clutch Academy is going to be the one that gets away with camo.
Just when they were hoping to be able to get to that window side, can't quite do so. And look how everyone is just basically bundled up together. They have a game plan. They're rushing 3-man down straight over to Pink Street. You get rid of one, can't find another, but it's the numbers game. Legion really rocking and stopping with the full Legion of them. And Chills is hoping to not expose their plans as they were looking for a flank from behind. Uzi was the backdoor man, defending their back line. Now, what was it, 0 and 2? Since then, Uzi's gone 8 and 4. So really has stepped up to the plate to help out Lido for Legion to take over this lead.
Good try on the damage there, though. Too many players to deal with. This is a tough moment in the game. 27 to 25. Clutch Academy have lots of weak players, but they've been able to stay alive as Uzi's going on this hunt. He cannot find these players. How are they getting away from Zuzi? Could not find those kills in time, and by the time they get there, he just cannot find that finish, and that might be the moment where this Legion Gaming squad could be losing the recipe here. Clutch Academy having a big sprint from that Lido, trying to hold this down for his team, though.
Points left behind, scores that should have been seen, but instead the scoreboard is going to show something different. Lido is going to drop out. They're 11 and 6, trying to keep this team afloat, but Clutch Academy is just yards ahead. They still see him in the rear view, and that's going to be a third that puts them up over him. Legion is in chase, and they want to be able to take over. Remember, late game, Legion was able to clutch up. Clutch Academy, that's exactly what they learn all the time. So, just up by 2. Online with Sylvanic, not exactly having their best game, but they got 10 assists, so they've been a great wingman. Maybe able to do it again. They get the backslap, looking for a triple kill. Can't quite get it, but they get 1 for 2.
Oh, I love that from Sylvanic. I mean, look, he's in a pure 1v3 there. He's still coming out, doing max damage, getting those kills, and more importantly, getting space for his team on that side. Of camouflage coming up, it's important for them to get there, but in the same vein, Lido pushed them right back, was able to push out this lane, and that should give them enough space to get camo. But it's a triple kill, and no one actually went for the camo during that play, so Legion goes down, Kruvu gets away with the camo, and as we approach the end game, it's Clutch Academy that has a large advantage.
Looking for a team wipe to be able to catch up, and they at least get a trade, Stefano and Morgan, but they do catch them lacking, and this is where the camo really could end up sealing the game away. Teammate will clean that one. Kruvu knows that he can just continue to cycle from this outside angle of Arcade, but they end up getting sightlined, so got the camo eyes on. Legion Gaming, don't want to give it up too soon. The way they played slow in the beginning of this game, they may end up playing to those exact same positions, but look how they're going a 3-1 split. They want someone to drag behind them while the other 3 push forward. They've got Sylvanic on their heels. hoping to play defense, but that's another one acquired as Lido goes down.
This is such a tough moment for Legion Gaming. They don't have a lot that they can make a mistake here. Morgan goes down to one shot. They have one shot to the left, to the right, but still being able to stay alive. It is so much tension, and it's Legion Gaming that actually gets the first blood into this engagement. There's no trade outs to be found yet. Morgan gets the second, and the third might go down. Savonic doesn't get a trade out either. It's just Stefano left. It was a 4-on-4, and Legion Gaming not only gets the kills to tie up the game, but they didn't lose a player in the process. They have a huge advantage coming into the late game now. Look at Clutch Academy. They are trapped in the back of their spawn. There's not many places for them to go, and Legion Gaming is battering down the doors as Morgan finds another 46 all, but it's Clutch Academy that suddenly find themselves on the back foot.
The 2-for-7 trade. Legion Gaming trying to apply that boot to the neck. Put the rest of Clutch Academy down to an 0-2 hole, but suddenly the entire script has shifted. Just as soon as it was looking dire for Clutch Academy, they go up by 1. They are hunting. They're not allowing Legion Gaming any kind of respite. It goes even all, 48, 2 points left, and all of Legion Gaming is on the retreat.
And Legion Gaming knew where the final two players, Clutch Academy knew where the final two players of Legion were, but didn't have the time to clean that up. Instead, it's going to be a full reset. 48 all. Camouflage is up in the middle of the map. Now, Clutch Academy have a good angle to deny camo, but Legion Gaming has a better angle to try to get away. What they need is some ability to get this away, and that's going to be the Shroud screen that comes in. Lido gets out with the camo and gets the pop. No trade outs in the process. Lido going to be walking around with that camo. Zuzi keeping himself in order, and here goes Lido through the middle of the map. They don't see him. Oh, this is his game to win.
Got to lead off with the damage that Lido is able to find. Can't quite see him. They've got those camo eyes, but he's going to take advantage of the moment. They go down. Oh my goodness. Legion Gaming just barely getting away with it. That Shroud play to get the camo, follow up off of that kill. Fantastic work by Legion, and yet again, stealing the late game away from the clutches of Clutch Academy.
An incredible resilient effort from Legion Gaming at the end there. I mean, that looked like it was going to be Clutch Academy's game to win, but Legion Gaming being able to find their way back, and it comes off their play of not trading out, getting that game tied up, and slowly crawling their way back. And that's why, you know, I think as we look at this squad and see them perform, it seems like this is going to be a team that has taken their next level, that looks to be closer to a professional team than, you know, a team on the outside looking in, which is, I think, such an incredible improvement. I'm really hoping that the next matchmaking game comes out soon for Halo, because players like Uzi and Zuzi, it feels like they're starting to reach their next level. We have players like Lido, Morgan, even when you look at the other side, Stefano has been making his next big wave. Chills has been getting so much better at the game as well. So we have players that are starting to make that next step, and right now this is one of the most important tournaments for these players in particular to try to close down that distance and get this and to get themselves to that next level. But that requires them getting top 4 today, and more importantly, getting past this round.
Next generation of Halo is looking pretty darn bright. We've got 2 separate lobbies up and online. Game number 3 will be on the way. It's actually a 0-2 in favor of Legion Gaming on the other one, so they're going to try and play for their match point. But we do go live and online this time around with FaZe and Majin. So this one is an international affair all its own, from what? The Netherlands, Ireland, France, England, and good old America. We're going to be probably playing across the Ethernet cord on the side of Europe for at the Atlantic Ocean. So we'll see how this one ends up going. But FaZe has a lot to prove, and this is their first big obstacle to have to tackle in the European sphere.
We'll see what this looks like. This is gonna be a really difficult game, I think, from both sides, right? I think Majin and FaZe, I don't think either of them are super comfortable coming into this game. This first game gonna be one where they feel out how this is gonna feel for both sides, and For the most part, I think we're looking at a legend, right? Because obviously we have 5 European players in this lobby. Legend, the only one on the FaZe squad to be in Europe. So if this is a European server, you expect him to be the one that needs to carry out here. But there is also, the possibility that we also are on the NA server. It's always crazy, between these 2 regions. You never know what really is going to happen. Oh my God, Mighties hitting the crazy shot with the shock rifle, and here we go. Majin coming out strong as they've been able to get 3 down. It might just be the 4th as Glory hunts down his final kill.
I got to talk to Glory at that North Carolina major, and honestly, he was again since a year ago, looking for continued improvement in performances, and unfortunately for him, he ends up falling backwards. But early points scored by Majin, who continues to reconstruct themselves. Snipe Drone coming into this match into this roster rather, as a replacement for Break and Shot, who they had in qualifier number 1. Feels like this is the magic man that could give them a lot of momentum and a lot of slays here for Majin early, keeping FaZe at least a little bit lopsided, but they do capture A and B, so they add something to their side of the scoreboard.
That we see Mighties being able to at least stay alive for a little bit longer. The problem is that more and more pressure is starting to get built over in that long haul side, and although he stayed alive, FaZe continue to bring up their numbers, but as they go 3 down, Mighties did a great job to stay alive but always maintain his pressure. He swings his way right back into C, and total control's back in favor of Majin right away.
Mighties is the Flying Dutchman. Dude will just jump up over the monitor and point at you and tell you are dog something. Just continues to make sure that his presence is known out onto the map. Backing on up is Snipe Drone. Can't really get too much going, at least at the time being, as they're trying to get that shield back up, and that slight little delay creates just this havoc for Renegade. Still at 5-5 though, and Stellar, who we saw be monstrous in that previous matchup. A little bit of copium might be the Ethernet cord, but for right now, they're still looking for their way into this matchup, and Majin is up, what, 75-6. That's a heck of a way to kick this off in game 1.
All right, look, a large part of that is just they've been able to shut down Stellar, not yet having a kill to his name. FaZe looking for one of their main slayers to start joining the fray here, but right now Mighties is just creating all sorts of chaos. Stellar finally on the board, but comes at the cost of all his shields, and that's another 3 down. Legend, the only player alive for FaZe.
Just get up together, and SLG, I haven't even mentioned him, but continues to be kind of that workhorse that really applies even more of that extra damage to just kind of get good info for his squad. Always does that no matter who he's playing alongside. This side of Majin doing exactly that. Can't quite win the peak battle, but at least slowing them down for the moment, as everyone's just applying from out of Whirlpool. But as much as I'm saying they're slowing down, FaZe is already rocketing forward 90 miles per hour. So they do swarm both into A, and now they're fist fighting here on B. Looks like they might not be able to win this trade. That one does reset B. They try to go for it again. That long rotation from out of Majin, as they basically seceded, giving up elevator. So they went to C plat. So they're in a difficult position, but because of that crossfire position, they denied FaZe from taking batteries, so they continue to score.
Yeah, FaZe, we're trying to have both A and B at the same time, right? Being aggressive on both. Took them a long time to try to get B, and this is going to be their second chance at it, as Legend eventually gets back up and plays for it. But you can see that they're trying to go for everything they can at once. They're not trying to do this one piece at a time, but rather giving a lot of double dilemmas, trying to spread themselves out on the map. So far, because of Majin slays, that hasn't worked out for them, but if FaZe can change that part of the game, that's when everything else will start to follow. And Stellar hitting snipe shots is a good start to that, as we see kill after kill start to come in. And it's finally FaZe that, for the first time in this game, are in the driver's seat.
Took a while. I think we were up to what, 130 plus versus a single digit. Now FaZe is finally in some general control. Confidence back into the hands of Stellar as they're hitting some of these shock rifle shots. They have to back on up of the G slide, and following up, they do get blasted by a nade, so that's going to be their end and presence outside of Hydro, and now that's going to be SLG 8s across his scoreline to play defense against batteries. So as soon as they kill him off over in red pipes as well, that's just going to create a stagnation that FaZe cannot handle. They're going to be on this other side of control room. Majin waiting to collect them. They did go half strength, so SLG is going to have to play this kind of conservative.
And so far, he's let players try to get in, but not able to get that trade out. His teammates are there, and they will get the burn. Mighty's has been impressive so far this game. 14 kills to his name, but I love how he's maintaining tension. You know, he'll be right in the middle of the map trying to get damage on the players, but he's not necessarily trying to finish each fight right away. Rather, is waiting until it's guaranteed to be in his advantage, and then tries to maximize value. And so far, I think that's the best way to put it for Majin, is they've really done a fantastic job of maximizing their value in this game. They haven't let a lot of opportunities slip. When they've gotten the chance for the trip cap, they've gone for it. When they have the chance of getting the defend, they get it. This has been a really impressive performance for Majin thus far.
Yeah, Mighty's and Glory, two guys that you really need to kind of pop off in a big way for Majin, and they're absolutely doing so. We're online with Renegade, who is trying to catch up to his cohort Frenchman of Legend, and everyone, well, now you got a triple kit of players on phase that are finding double digits, which is really where you need them to exist. 200 points have been crossed, that threshold being held by Majin. They got A and B, so tough spawn position, and they're already infiltrating from behind. Legend will be crushed under the weight of that column, but he does at least find one kill because of it, and so Majin is going to be slowed down, pushing out.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, I think Legend doing his job. You know, he gets those kills, he plays for the trip cap. If he doesn't, he's slowed them down significantly and has allowed this phase squad to get set up, which gives easy snipe shots to Stellar, which is allowing them to do all this damage to these players as they move forward on the map. Majin, I think their attack's starting to be a little bit more disjointed, and Stellar gets away with one. The nade gets the second, and here comes the pressure. Look at Renegade and Bound flying through the bottom of the map. They want to go for the trip cap, and they aren't going to stop. Legend gets the first. The cross is being watched by Stellar. The snipe shot hits. This is overwhelming pressure against Majin. The only reprieve that's really come here is the fact that Glory gets this kill, and that they got some split spawns at the pipes that allowed them to get B. But it might, you know, even though FaZe got all that damage and was doing all these kills, it's actually Majin that's in a pretty decent spot to try to break this.
Especially with, if they were only stuck to C, this one might have been a completely different narrative. But the fact that they were able to grab that in the midst of the chaos, allowing FaZe, maybe not allowing, but dealing with the fact that FaZe was crush rushing them to C, they knew that their next objective had to go to mid-map. Otherwise, they were just going to be consistently spawn trashed. Majin now only into this 2v2. Bound is trying to at least find where the next spawn is going to come from. He's going to have even more availability to do so with that camo coming up. Looking for a 1v1 win against SLG. Some team shots behind him. He wants to walk away from this. He hasn't gone exactly full transparent, so now he has to cycle back around. Giving some comms over his teammates that there's one over into control room. And there's a slow grind of catch-up that's coming up here for FaZe. They've been able to narrow this gap consistently.
Very few players can play in chaos the way that Bound does. I mean, look, he's surrounded by players. And although he only really gets one kill at the end of the day, he did a lot of damage and was able to build some time for his team to move up and get up on the map. I don't hate that camo life from him, and I think he's one of the few players that can actually thrive in the mid-map like that. You know, camo obviously helps, but impressive display from him. Majin trying to get themselves back into control. A 2-cap will do that at AC hold here, but FaZe, I wouldn't necessarily count them out here yet. Looks like A is going to be their next point of attack. Critical fight's going to be going down right now.
Nice big team fight. FaZe is able to at least hold on. They do take over that elevator side. Majin knows that they cannot lose presence onto the midpoint of this map. Shock Rifle will be coming up. Legend is going to run by that, as they were getting told that SLG is hiding at the bottom of the stairs, so they need to clear Harry Potter from out of there, so they end up doing so. Send him on a broom, and he is sent to be rushed. 2 kills, good for his life. Legend gets rid of a couple. Majin just down to nothing. Everyone is gone, so they're aiming to flip. C is going to be objective.
They're going to consistently try for this. If they get an opportunity for a trip cap, they'll go for it. Bound baits that player in. Although he doesn't get the trip cap, he at least pulled one away, was able to stay alive, get that kill, and he is hunting for the rest. It's Mighty's, and they know where he's at. Bound's not going to waste any time. He gets in. Now, they did flip open spawns by doing that, but they're aware of it, and so they're not necessarily concerned, especially the grapple up into play. They can try to collapse in on A before these spawners come up, and it's a split and stagger trip cap. This is where things can get dangerous. Here comes Bound from the top rope. Cannot get the kill, but did get the finish with the nade from across the map was stellar. B gets help, but for the first time in this game, FaZe has found their way back. It's just a 1 point difference, but here we go. Camo for FaZe. It's gonna come down to this.
160-point differential narrowed to basically nothing. That's going to be a fantastic stick to get rid of the Ghost Man. Snipe Drone is going to have to come up large and play some defense from this other side of C because FaZe needs to embark on a quest to invade, take over B and C. Nice shock rifle there for SLG, trying to defend the homeland side of the Ethernet cord. Looks like they might be able to do it, especially off of that shock and awe. As they take them down, they're going to go back to batteries. That's their final point of at least denial. That's not going to happen this time. Majin, just on the ropes, will at least be able to drag it kicking and screaming over the finish line. And they take game number 1.
But didn't it feel more that the Majin survived than that's necessarily feels that they won? And a huge start to the game for Majin. Great job getting that big lead. FaZe looked like they were 100% going to come back. SLG, talk about coming up big for the team. Might not have the greatest stats at the end of the game, but gets that shock rifle and hits critical shots to win that game. He doesn't win that fight at Pipes, this thing is over. So although, you know, hey, look, 16-23, not the greatest stat line, but those last couple kills that he got were some of the most important in the games.
Fantastic work. Also, for those of you that were with us for what, about 15 minutes ago, the other side of Legion, they ended up winning over Clutch Academy 3-0 in that series. So able to come back into that game number 3. But looking at what we got in front of us, Majin, 7k damage from Out of Glory. Dude was looking like he was going to lay down the law of the land, same side of with Mighties and company, but Legend doing what he can as well. So that's going to be basically the base race of damage between those two guys. So game 1 is in the books. We go to Streets, about as even collectively as you can probably get, and we know as well that Majin did not have an easy time when it came to their Slayer in the previous round when they were facing, I think it was on a boat. So see if maybe FaZe can take advantage of that fact.
Yeah, and look, I like how fast they're getting in the game too, not wasting any time to get themselves back up and started. I think both teams going to have at least a little bit of momentum to speak of. From there, for those that were interested in what was happening in our previous series, Legion did end up finishing that series 3-0, taking down Clutch Academy, so they'll continue on in this bracket. FaZe going to try to figure out what they can do to get this reset, but looks like the game having some problems on the start. They're going to get themselves back into the lobby. We'll get ourselves back up and started as soon as we can.
Across this bracket overall. Let's see. Top side, Mercenaries have been able to catch up with the rest of them, so they're going to be facing off against Little Gup. That's fantastic. We got Noobs and Timps Gaming. They'll be facing off with one another, and they'll eventually have to run into Legion, who I think you and I have seen now, not just the resiliency, but the ability for them to really cross greater thresholds, may even get themselves a top 4, which is what is necessary for all these squads to join the Pro League through this qualifier number 2 this weekend. That'll be happening tomorrow. So everything that happens today, I think we go like top 12-ish. So find out who's going to make those final tickets and final breaths. SSG has the Predators in this round, and Bittersweet is still waiting on a game 5 to be done between Reversal Perfy and Defy the Odds. So someone will come out feeling exhausted and then have to face off against Mayski and company with Bittersweet. So a lot of great competition overall, as first rounders are also kind of going down. But some love over to Shopify Rebellion as well as LV Team. You guys have been doing the entire time, so make sure you continue to give them some love for the entirety of this weekend, as starting from after this Sunday, next Sunday, it's big beef every single week, as we'll be seeing League play for basically, what, like 2.5 months up until they go to that big land in LA, which will be a banger.
Yeah, I can't wait for the land LA. That'll be a lot of fun to be had. We see already, you know, looks like these players trying to figure out something in the game too. For those, dude, we're on a level 8 hype train right now between you know, everyone. So if you guys want to get involved, please, it's a good time to do so. Everything that we do here at LVT Halo largely funded by you guys in the community. And we appreciate everyone that's been able to help and continue on. Pro League's going to be really exciting. Want to give a big shout out to Shopify Rebellion for putting up such a large prize pool, $128,000 on the line these next couple months, and we get to watch all that action here on LVT Halo. 48 teams signed up in today's tournament. Only 4 spots going to be going to those that are left behind. And, we got some really interesting teams. Obviously this one that we're seeing on screen, FaZe, coming out of nowhere when Renegade decided to come back to Halo after not qualifying for for the Esports World Cup over in Call of Duty. So SSG had given up their spot. They split their ways. Stellar, Bound joining with Renegade. Stellar and Legend joining with Renegade and Bound as Bound comes back. SSG is on the other side of the bracket. That's where Penguin ended up. He's teaming up with Collect, Falcated, and Lucid. And then we also have Eco that decided to still compete with some players. I believe he's playing with Descendant over on, man, what's their team name for today?
It's a Vitality. They're
Vitality.
with
Dude, Vitality's a good name. So that's going to be Descendant, Yaxon, and Acid going on over there. So we got some crazy matches going on throughout this bracket. We see, actually, we know who our next opponent against FaZe or Majin is going to be. It looks like Mercenaries just won their match 3-0. It's going to be Mr. Soul Snipe, Druck, Suppressed, and Sab that are awaiting the winners of this series. So we got some really, really big matches still to happen here today.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised at all that Mercenaries group is doing as well as they are, considering that they were a cohesion between what was in the previous qualifier, Doomsday, that was Suppressed, Sab, Eco, and Yaxon. So then they split ways 2-2, and then it was Soul Snipe and Druck that was on Team LEDs when they were with Lethal and Envor. So a lot of all right, didn't quite work out. Let's find your battle buddy. Let's reconvene. And Mercenaries, this particular side, this upper end of the bracket is actually so top heavy when you look at FaZe, Majin, and Mercenaries in this little grouping. So tough run for literally anybody trying to make it just over into the semifinals for tomorrow, because you're gonna have that collision course, and then someone from Legion, Noobs, and Temps will be trying to find their way through. And Noobs also with Noble, Rorsch, Lior, and Striking. That'll be a neat one to find if they can be able to kind of walk their way through Legion. It's a long march here, Tools. Everyone has tried to do it on paper. Who has better vibes? Who doesn't hate the other guy just enough so they can be able to get into this top 8? And it feels like they've maybe done just enough to masterclass into some of this roster mania.
See, looks like some conversation going down in chat. These players having some discussion about how host is going to be determined throughout this game. That sounds like a complicated process for everyone. So, hey, let's give a shout out to everyone that's been gifted to the channel, like Terrible Trio Herb. Terrible Trio Herb. Herb? Or do you say herb or herb? Or
I go with herb.
Herb.
It's like a silent H.
Herb.
I don't know.
I add an H, but like a herb. Herb.
Okay, so wait, so when you say hib, actually, well, I guess it's just. Actually, wait.
It's like Herbie.
Silent W.
You ever watch Herbie the car?
Yeah.
Beep, beep.
Wait.
DW.
With an H? Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably an H.
Herbert.
Herb?
Yeah.
Like Justin. Herb is like an old person name, right?
Give me your oldest old person name. Your
Gertrude.
most iconic. Gertrude. Dang.
Yeah, Gertrude.
I was gonna go with Margaret.
I thought you were gonna say Mark. I was like, that's not an old person name.
Well, wait, wasn't there like a
Herbert Hoover? Ooh, Herbert Hoover is a good call out, chat.
That's
Herbert Hoover.
Or Woodrow Wilson?
Yeah, there's like
Woodrow.
the 1910s to like the 1940s have some like pretty iconic names, right? Like the people, whatever, but like the names that they had were Woodrow Wilson, crazy one.
Woodrow Wilson. Oh, Mildred? Okay. Mildred, Margaret. What's with all the M's? A lot of M-based names. Yeah. All right. Some of these are probably like our grandparents, maybe even great-grandparents. I don't know. Spitting, trying to see if these guys will find one way or the other for hosting. And so it looks like they're going to aim to try and flip back and forth if possible. But it's kind of tough to do that. And obviously they're feeling the pressure of what that ping kind of feels like. And obviously, if you're trying to stay on this upper side of the bracket, I mean, as fair and as patient as they can be between both these teams, at least they're kind of hashing it out as best they can.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely understand the frustrations from Majin because, like, they're saying, well, look, there's 8 players, 5 of them are in EU. Like, we should be pulling an EU host. I mean, both teams are obviously going to be going out of their way to try to maximize their advantages wherever they can. So I understand, you know, why both teams posture the way they do. I'm glad I don't have to, you know, be the one that determines how how all that's gonna get resolved here, because it sounds like a complicated process. That's why we have some great admins. I'm sure they'll figure it out and get things going.
Let's get a sacrificial lamb.
Yeah,
maybe get one guy like a 5v4, and then they drop out.
I think they did like knife rounds yesterday. I was like watching the qualifier. I was like, dude, let's just do more knife rounds. Let's get everyone in the middle where we're punching each other's lights out.
Okay.
Whoever gets it, that's it.
Turn off your monitor. Just Beyblade around as best you can.
Anyone watch? Anyone here watch the qualifier yesterday? Like, what did you guys think of the knife round? I thought the knife round was really fun. It was funny because like I had to something popped up on my screen. Like I hit a notification on accident, so like I got taken off the Twitch, and then by the time I came back, it was over. So I had to go back and rewatch it because the knife round ended up being so quick. But it looks like game 2 going to be on its way soon. Streets Slayer up next.
I hope actually we do that more often. I feel like that's a really fun way to just be able to kind of get all
Yeah,
this
it's like
going.
something we don't get to do too often, right? Because there's like not a lot of like reason to like. Usually we have like a set way to determine. Like one of the few times that we had to like figure out who gets to pick a side. So maybe that's something that we could start implementing in the future a little bit more. It was a lot of fun to watch, at least, to get the people in and over. Shout out to everyone that's been keeping things going on this hype train. Shout out, we're at level 11. Those that want to try to get it. Looks like the solution, we're going to add a second observer to the game. Adding another player to the hosting tree, and we'll see if we can get the second game going.
All right, fingers crossed, everyone. They're trying to get it onto at least the NA side, and I think they're trying to flippy between every game. I think that's design, the mojo to go with. It's obviously like, you know, you want to be able to have at least an opportunity to share ping one way or the other. Also, some love over to the EU gang. They've had to do this a lot.
Yeah, I feel bad
seen
because like the EU is just like, they're just like, hey, you know, we deal with this on a week to week in to week out basis. You know, it's definitely like a frustrating situation for those that play over in Europe.
Yeah.
If
at this point, they've learned that like 110 ping is like, okay, that's fine.
Well, it's like, how do we solve? Like, is there ever like a world where Europe and NA can just play and it won't be like, you know, can internet get faster? I guess is the big question.
It can, but we're gonna have to look at a lot of like neutral VPNs as well as just a huge pipe. Like just either that or we're all just gonna go satellite connections.
But what I mean is like, can it not just get fast enough where we don't need to have like the VPNs? We're just like, we're like playing on land.
I mean, we could. I look, either take away the data centers or add more, you know, wherever.
Yeah, we're adding, like, let's say like we are adding a bunch of data centers. Eventually, like the gamers will rise up and they'll take over the data center. That's the funniest situation, is like that's what causes the rise up, is like the gamers come up and they say these data centers need to be used for servers, and we get because wow.
Just get a floating one. Just put a data center on a barge in the middle of the Atlantic, right between America and Europe. And then that's your neutral site connection. Boom. Or just bury in the ocean, like wherever it's got to be. I don't know, I'm not a technician. We're trying to see if this works. Okay, it looks like that we have our 2. All right, we're attempting.
Oh, this is unhinged, actually. So I think what's happening, they're going to start the game. Legends now going to try to join it after the server's been selected. So you see that now Legend rejoins. So they're really trying to stack this into an NA host.
Okay.
We'll see what happens here as we get ourselves ready to game 2.
Write this down. If this works, all of you, please screenshot it. Help us figure out if this actually was awesome. All right.
Hey, 343 add server select. Like, let's or Halo Studios. Next game better have server select in it. Holy
Yes. Just
yeah,
Okay.
they added. Okay, so it turns out that didn't work. Yes, Dream. The server. I'll say. I mean, they should just play it. But I get. Look. The reality is there's 5 to 8 teams that can get top 4 today.
Yeah.
And there's only 4 spots, and if you don't make it into the top 4, like that's it for you. So, but all these teams are gonna do what they can to try to get whatever advantages they can. And looks like we're still having conversations here. So.
All right, so since we basically have that range, because there's been a lot of re-rack and stack of these rosters, give me your first 2 out. Like if we got like, yeah, we got projections of like teams in, like SSG, FaZe. Who's your first 2 out? Who's sitting in that 5-6? Who suffers right there?
I feel like it's such a BM thing for me to do, to be like,
I mean,
it's
okay,
like,
well then,
I think
you
like
know the easier
Legion is
route.
gonna have a struggle here. I think they just like things are matched up against them. I think the other team I'm a little concerned about, like Best of Friends is probably gonna have a struggle, and then obviously I think the international teams are playing against an uphill battle. I think one team that should probably make it, that is at risk of not making it, is Mercenaries. I think their bracket's just a little bit tough. Obviously, they have to play the winner of this match, and then right after that, I think whoever wins in that match has a good chance of getting through, but that's going to be a very, very tough matchup for both sides.
See, I live in the whenever I'm able to see kind of the EHL side and like the European Halo side, we live in the cycle of suffering and just I feel like first 5 and 6 are actually going to be 2 EU teams. I feel like that's going to be where that peak is. They have the potential. Obviously, Majin is showing that they can do it, but something just tells me that it ends up like that door will just get shut in their face, right in that bottom side of the bracket. I don't know. I want to believe and I want to feel good, but it just never happens. So it's like it's gonna be like Majin and like Feliz Gato Banda. They'll be right there at 5-6, and they're just kind of, or Luminon rather. Which also Vitality's up 2-0 on Luminon, so they have the chance to go against Defy the Odds or Bittersweet. Defy the Odds end up winning that game 5 between Reversal and Perfy. So they're now matched up into that round number 3. SSG got past Predators. You guys can also see this exclamation point bracket. So the fact that we've actually been chilling here for long enough that Mercenaries got through Low Gup, and we've seen them now surpass that position, kind of tells the tale of the tape.
These guys, they're going at it. They're fighting in the chats. Let's see. Best of Friends versus Phalanx. Phalanx is Xavier's. There's some really good EU teams that I just think can't quite, like, it's just the connection's gonna make a big difference.
Yeah,
which is unfortunate. Like, I really like that Luminon EU team. I think Cammy's really, really good. I think Cammy will be a top European player in the next game. Similar to, he reminds me a lot of like what Legend was like back in Halo 5. Before he got his big chance. So I'm big on Cammy. Bastos is really good. Some really good players over in Europe. Obviously the Australians. Man, it'd be cool if we like had a way to have more LAN tournaments and get more people in, because there's so many just good teams internationally that unfortunately with like how online works, it just makes it a little bit tougher to compete.
Dude, the Australians popped off at that Charlotte LAN. That was fantastic.
They beat Optic Gaming. It's crazy to think about, right? They beat Optic Gaming on LAN. Like, talk about a performance. Shout out to everyone that's keeping the hype trains going, like Jackal giving that sub to Super CC of A's. We're a minute away from our level 12 hype train. So come on, guys, let's try to keep this thing going into a level 13. If you're trying to support the channel, here's a good chance to come and do so. The other thing that you can do is we actually have a newsletter, !newsletter. If you sign up for it, you can find yourself, we're at 99%. 99%? Someone looks like, I think so. There we go. Hey, shout out. People giving up the cheers, giving it going. Let's go get ourselves to that next level, into level 13. Hey, shout out Slunty, 5 gifted subs. Looks like players have joined. Now, you want to make odds? Like, what's the chance that they just end the game right away?
You know what? I think it's like 75% odds that maybe. We'll find out. SLG left the lobby, came in post lobby, and they're trying to see if that was enough.
Here we go. Game number 2. They haven't ended the game. It's time, folks. We're going to the streets of New Mombasa. Maj and FaZe, I think they got some frustrations to unleash in the lobby.
Finally getting it going. The numbers are on the right sides. Hopefully for one of these squads, everyone's happy, but FaZe, they wanted to guarantee some evenness across the Ethernet cord. We're gonna go to Slayer, so kill the man in front of you and make sure they lay down for long. And Majin wants to try and get this one up to a 2-0. We got first seconds as they pressure on into Tramp.
Yeah, that we see a couple kills going down over by that Tramp. Snipe Drone found his way over towards that red room, but is immediately cut down, and Legend was just trying to continue on that trend, not quite able to continue with that gun, and unfortunately will go down. He did buy time for Bound to get away with that camouflage, but can he get away with life?
Solid pressure by Bound. Basically just fist fighting and shooting anyone that wants them out in yard. It's just the man yelling outside of your house to come out and fight him. He ends up being slapped away, and Majin has a narrow lead here in the first 11 kills share between both squads in the first 60 seconds. It'd be hilarious. FaZe wanted to make sure that this would be in a ping. They end up faltering. But right now they do hold a thin lead as they take it away from Majin, 4 down.
Yeah, with that, Majin's going to be in danger here. All these players going to be spawning inside the PD. Now, they did have spacing to get out towards A, so they have a little bit on the map to work with. It looks like some players did split out, and Glory getting caught as Bound goes onto the hunt, trying to find where Glory went, and he will be able to eventually catch Glory off guard. That's another 3 down for Majin, and you can see how well spread out on the map FaZe is. It's going to make it really difficult for these Majin players not to be in engagements right off their spawn.
Bound is just continuing to just sprint around the perimeter. Went up into Tram, came out, continuing to flank where Majin just does not have their periphery set up and ready to see them. And that is definitely to their major advantage. Now up only by 2. So as much as Bound was kind of screaming around the map, still has been a solid trading between at least these 2v2s. Now they have at least a 2v1 who's calling for reinforcements. It looks like they're going to get it into a 3v2 to back him up into PD, and Mighty's at 7-3, trying to maintain his life as he cycles into up and mid, but they become open targets. You don't want to have to bounce out that far. They're trying to set up again for 10 seconds coming up on that camo. FaZe goes down 3. Majin within that 1 to try and tie it all up.
We can see Legend trying his hardest just to bait a player into that fight. Snipe Drone, though, not going to fall for the trap. Stays up high, but no one's looking at camo. A Legend gets away with camo, and no one's going to be able to get an eyesight on him. Mighty's the only player alive, gets tagged up on his way back. That gives FaZe complete knowledge of what should be happening on the map.
Ooh, blocked him out and then just hit with a salvo of a barrage of nades. Renegade will have to escape with their life as Legend and Stellar were sacrificed there on Cafe. They end up getting an assist and a 3-kill lead now established by FaZe. Just when Majin looked like they at least were able to plus up the numbers, they immediately were caught from mid. So good looks by FaZe, and now they're trying to corral the cattle. Majin under duress as they're just losing the 1vx, and they're getting caught in that kind of trap over and again.
We see Mighty stuck in isolation on the other side of the map. He's trying his best to get at least back somewhere towards his team, hiding into the corner, not able to get the trade out. The nade, Snipe Drone does get there in time to get the kill, and then I like that he got away trying to keep his life. But the problem is Majin, it feels like, yeah, they've been successful at getting some of these trades, but they haven't been the one getting the first blood too often in this game. That is going to need to change, or else we're going to eventually see this lead balloon for FaZe as we see Renegade get another first blood.
9 and 5 online with Renegade trying to get the double digits to join Bound, and we got one guy stuck in the middle of them all, and Snipe Drone will come up to try and get everyone into proper source, but they are stuck in that back end of PD corner. They don't exactly have a great look to try and take on FaZe, but Bound is just heedless and relentless and also taking a grenade to the face. But it is an 8-kill lead for FaZe, systematically cutting down Majin, who have been separated end over end. They are just continuously dissecting them at the point of entry. You get a little pop, you get a little shot, but FaZe is already putting more damage into you. Mighty's at 12 and 6, trying to keep this team band-aided together, and SLG hoping to at least come back to it. Still, FaZe is in chase.
2 players are stuck behind that canister, and look, that's gonna be a huge swing for FaZe. That's a 3-to-1 kill swing, and with it camouflage coming up here soon, FaZe is gonna have better position to get up onto the map and try to get away with this camouflage. You see the flank come in from Renegade, and Renegade's job here isn't even necessarily to get the kills. He's doing a great job of getting damage and staying alive, but their main responsibility was to pull players back, not let them look at the camouflage, make them deal with damage on the other end, and they did that perfectly. That's going to allow Camo to get into the hands of Legend. That distraction that Renegade puts out is top tier, and right now FaZe is rolling, and they have almost a 10-kill lead, one away from double digits as Legend goes freely with this camouflage.
Fantastic comms by FaZe, not allowing themselves to be isolated for too long. You have Red Gun in the hands of Mighties. If there's going to be a plus up to try and at least make a comeback possible, it could be in the hands of this man right now, who is just sub 1 kill from 2.0. Still, Majin looks like they're receiving more than they're giving out. They can afford the trades on the other end of FaZe. 3 kills before this one's signed, sealed, delivered. Majin cannot allow this one to become just one after another. They do find one. They're playing some solid defense, but there's just too many guys to have to deal with underneath this A-plat. And this one's all but done before we're tied up in the series.
Oh, but a couple kills that don't get traded out. So just like what we saw with Legion before, you can try to make your way back, but at 49 kills, it might be a little bit too much to ask. SLG does get that kill and gets away with his life. Mighty spotted on the cross, but no damage done. Players of Majin staying alive. This one, although unlikely, isn't impossible for Majin to try to steal away this Slayer.
Trying to zone him out with a huge amount of nades just dropping up into window. They don't want to invade there, because then they just get stuck in a trade situation off of the 50-50. They have to be able to slide on back. SLG, as soon as they peeked around the front door, they were just having the door slammed in their face. So, we're all tied up. Going to game number 3. FaZe, they were squirrely at the end, but they end up able to seal out Numabasa in streets.
Yeah, but you look, we obviously have the games that happen in game 1 and game 2, but it's really game 1.5 and game 2.5 that's going to matter the most, because I imagine there's going to be something that's going to happen with with the host situation. So Legends claiming they get host for next match, so they're going to try the same process again. I tried to take a look at the situation over on Renegade stream. That was an NA host. So what they're trying to do is they're going to try to host game 3, and then after that they're going to give it back to the EU players in game 4 and game 5 to pull EU servers for the finish of the series.
I wonder how that was agreed upon, doing like a 1-2-2 kind of thing, instead of like a back and forth the whole time. I guess it makes it easier if you're like, all right, let's have a couple.
Sorry,
that's actually no, you're crazy. Good. 75 and 71 between Renegade and Bound. Wow. Okay. Oh, high seed. Thank you so much, LBT. All right, cool. So, see how this one then ends up being pumped out by both Bound and Renegade, applying the law of the land and giving us your a straight in your poker games 11, 12, 13, 14.
So they're saying EU, NA, NA, EU, NA. So game 1, game 4 EU host.
Okay.
Not sure. Hey, look, they got it figured out. They're doing what they need to do, I suppose. we get to watch some entertaining Halo. Game 1, Game 2, all pretty close. We'll see how Game 3. This is one of my favorite additions to Pro League, is that the flag on Origin going to change from 3 flag to 5 flag, and I gotta say, I think this plays much better as we get back into our series here. We'll see how this Majin team can try to bounce back.
They're going to be just a little bit behind and feel like maybe they were able to catch up if there was another minute or so, maybe another kill or couple that were still down on the scoreboard. But hey, we're back to even Stevens. Regardless of how we have to flip the servers, these guys have to be able to flip the script. It's expected for FaZe to do pretty decently. A lot of folks were like, well, this is like 3 big Slayers. Can they play the objective? So far, they've seen that they can win Slayer. Previous objective came awful close. Now how does CTF rock and roll with FaZe as they try to take control?
See players playing through the middle of the map. Legend going to be able to find some timing onto the player there, and with that, gets that kill, but not quite able to get away with his life. SLG and Glory going to be the ones that take the remaining space for their team, but Renegade got away with the rockets at the end, and well, that could be a disaster for Majin if Renegade gets a little bit too much value here as he takes down the sniper with those rockets.
And they still have to go and get it, so they do have that in the back Mauler corner. They have SLG on their heels, and so they do in fact acquire the S7 in the hands of Renegade. Dangerous dude to have to deal with, and that's gonna be a flag pull. Maybe a bank shot to try and ricochet out, but it's gonna be both flags being pulled at the exact same time. Renegade does not want to give up their position. They know they at least had one man that's out towards the other side of Pyramid. They do not recognize that Renegade is just off of their periphery, so that's gonna be at least one man down. Maybe a free run up, try and not only get their flag back, but be able to get that cap, and they do so basically without any effort.
Glory SLG playing through the middle of the map, trying to get through, but oh no, SLG's caught. Renegade snipe shot not gonna come true, and ooh, snipe throws nade gets the kill. That's gonna let Mighties have a lane open to get his way back home. Only one player can stop this on the other side, and the nade was perfect. Bound gets the kill. Is there anyone to stop him from getting the return? They got it to the 90% way there, and they will not be able to get it back home. Bound with a clutch play, with the nade hitting at the feet and his shot getting the finishing blow.
Absolute gut moment. You just feel that fist straight to the soft point of the armor, and then you just find them flying away. Double kill. Stellar looking for a triple, but there's too many players to have to deal with. But all of them are at home. Majin having to play much more defense than want to apply outward onto Origin. Now FaZe is continuing to corral them in. They're stuck in the corner. I think all of Snipe Drone left there, and a sniper is hunting him as Renegade continues to have favor with the power weapons. Looking to give someone a haircut. Can't quite land on the target yet.
I see players pushing through the middle of the map. Renegade not going to be able to take advantage of that. In the back range gets taken down, and that's 4 that go down for FaZe. Majin looking for another opportunity here, and they are going to be able to actually tie this game up. SLG puts home that flag, and look, they're well positioned not only to get rockets, but potentially have another flag pull here. So this is a huge moment for Majin. The first rocket not going to get a kill, but the second does onto that one-shot player. We'll see if they can continue this collapse, and Glory gets into the damage as well. So Mighties and Glory still alive on their side, but there is one player of FaZe that might be lurking behind them.
Ooh. Find them from backside table. They know they're being clambered after. Mighty's trying to take on a target. They can't quite figure out where they are. Unfortunately for them, they can't hold their position, so Majin will have to at least secede some extra space. SLG caught from just off of their angle, so again, more power weapons in the hands of FaZe. Renegade has been gifted rockets, they've been gifted S7s, they continue to have all the toys, but that one finally falls out of their hands. You've got 7 bullets, that one over to Glory. He's gonna rid the world of too many 50 cals, so he's gonna run with this second mag, see what they can do to try and take him out from outside of Cade.
I don't blame him for wasting all that ammo. You look at the other side, you have Stellar, you have Legend and Renegade, some of the best snipers in Halo's history, so limiting access might just be a crucial play here for Majin, as we saw a lot of their success actually come up in the 4v4, neutral game with the bandits up. So I like the strategy right now. The problem though, FaZe is knocking on the door of Majin's base. Can they handle this pressure?
taking a baseball bat to it, trying to see if they can just knock them out straight up. But now they're going to have some thievery, bound straight up, throwing this one as far as they can. It doesn't make it over that top bridge, so still in a recoverable, safe spot for Majin, but they can't go to it at least right now. So they're going to have to play with open air and open space as Renegade continues to just be a phantom menace. Now they get turned into a ghost, and they're going to have to go and respawn 10 seconds later. Majin is going to return that flag. Now they return back to the middle of the map. See if they can start applying some of their own. Glory was done as soon as they went for that flag on back end red table. So at least a couple stagnated. You see this slow invasion. Majin gets there, but they only have one guy, and there's a lot of reliance as someone has a big sight line over top mid to help him out.
I think Majin's playing theoretically right. You know, they're setting the players over to the elbow consistently. They're getting through. I think their timings on finishing their plays have been a little bit off, where we see players maybe pushing in a little bit too quickly here and there. If they're able to solve that, I think they could be finding themselves getting multiple flag caps in quick succession. Right now, it looks like Stellar is just sprinting at Majin as they have them 3 down and they know where Snipe Drone's at. So this is an opportunity for FaZe to keep this flag rolling, and they're doing just that. I love the strategy of these two players sweeping through. They're trying to pull that flag and keep it going, and once Stellar notices that, you saw him turn around trying to deal with what the next spawners would potentially be. So FaZe, I mean, a little bit of a complicated flag run, but they've been doing step by step what's necessary for this to get back home.
Recognizing that someone who's over that other end of the rocket spawn, taking their time to try and hide that flag in a weird spot. Just like you said, it's been a kind of a zigzag motion to get this one all the way to back base. They might be able to do so. And FaZe feels like they've just been running head first into Majin. They've been looking for the old spear tackle to try and take care of business. And then they are left with an open back fort over and again. Now they're going to bring it to an opposite side. They haven't tried this lane as of yet. They mostly go to mid ditch. They went to the other one, low side of rocks. This one is heading towards pyramid. Majin, everyone up. Renegade continues to be in a nefarious situation. Bound goes down, but this is another cap ready to go as they're getting splash-nated. He's in a duel with Mighty's. He at least stops him. He has to play some defense to get the flag off his table.
Now Mighty's just, he's calling a game there. I mean, with how he's playing. I mean, honestly, he has been fantastic for them all series long, but unfortunately, I just think there's a little bit too much to handle here. Too many players of FaZe. Once you get that flag back to the 50-yard line, from there, any battle of attrition always favors the spawning team, right? So the longer it takes you to get that return, the longer it takes you to stop that flag run, the more likely it is to go back in for FaZe, and eventually all that debt accumulates and they are able to cash in and get that flag capture.
Renegade lone man left. That means 3 will be spawning here in about 3 seconds or so. This other side of FaZe. So it allows Majin to gain some ground. They've got 1 sniper bullet. That's going to have to be a big payoff for Mighty's as they're trying to cross map with it. And they find one guy. They'll stop the initial counter push as they're making this long lane. This is basically where they've lived. Another rocket spawn set to be picked up. He knows he's got at least one guy topside bridge. They're going to make him waste one of those rocks. The next one is in tow. They get rid of him. If they're able to win this fight, that's a nice double. Mighty's has cleared the lane for the next 5 seconds to try and get Majin out of there, but this flag again has been pulled from behind him.
Unfortunately, not able to win that fight against Ledge, and that's going to make it a lot more difficult. And Renegade has been an absolute pain in Majin's side. So far, I think when we look at the macro elements of the game, as a team, 4-on-4, who's been playing better, it's been Majin. They have better opportunities for flag pulls. What's been making the difference is some crucial individual plays, in particularly from Renegade. A couple times he's hit a long overextend to cut off their routes, and has been successful at getting the kills to stop those runs. And eventually that leads to counter opportunities like the one that we're seeing and the one that goes in by just a hair. Glory not quite there soon enough, and they need to find a counter here, or else I think it's going to be a little bit too much of an advantage for FaZe. And it looks like FaZe was able to successfully stop those 2 players in FaZe.
15 seconds coming up for that next S7, and yeah, that off of life and spawn from that cave side felt like they should have been able to at least put one guy down, but Majin is coming away empty-handed, and wanting, because with the next 3 minutes approaching, even with 5 cap, that's just giving FaZe even more time to basically sequester them and force them to be unwanted hermits this other side of blue. Back table, SLG, that's a miss off the melee. Well, you got a second shot at it. Majin will come up at least to 3 men, but they're having to act in retreat. And FaZe, it has been downhill running the entire time. It's that one kid on a snow day, and they're just going face first, and they're laughing the whole time, having a great time. Majin, Glory be able to find at least some punctuation and a punction through a helmet with this sniper. Unfortunately for him, they are down and dead.
Yeah, that's one where Glory definitely wants that back. I think Glory's playing that perfectly. He just gets a little too aggressive in the cave. From macro element, right? You get in the cave, you get that sniper there. He has help coming in from the elbow. They're going to collapse in on everyone. But he's the most important player on the map because that sniper in his hands, right? He's going to be the one that guarantees easy kills. When he goes down early, that takes all the teeth out of that push from Majin. And, well, consistently FaZe has done this where they send a player on the overextend while they deal with pressure from Majin. It's led to 2 counter caps, and it might just lead to a 3rd as a flag is out. Glory trying to keep this run going, and they wow. Hey, big plays by Majin. That's going to get this within 1. A 3-2 game as soon as this one comes back home. This one not over yet.
3-2, 100 seconds left to go. Rockets have been the dominant pickup by Majin. They've not been able to really own the S7. Doesn't really matter, but this next Rocket has to really have a payoff spot. They get it onto Stellar. If there was anyone that you want to get rid of, it's that man. They have someone directly in front of their flag runner, and that's Legend. He's trying to play subterfuge, the spy behind enemy lines. He's going to jump up, but he's going to be defended as SLG will be able to get rid of him. We're suddenly tied at 3-all.
Yeah, I think Legend there, sometimes it's okay to give up the flag. He just didn't have the help necessary to get that return. If he waited a little bit longer, I think he might have gotten the help necessary for them to play for a counter opportunity, but a minute on the clock. Just Renegade that's alive. SLG has positioning towards Snipe. Snipe drone's coming up that rock side. Great positioning from Hushin, but Renegade's done this time and time again. He has gotten behind enemy ranks again, but this time they find him, and Majin is starting to break the door open. A second chance in this game with just 35 seconds on the clock. They are now in position to pull a flag and potentially win this in the final moments.
They know where they've squared off the spawns for FaZe. They're stuck on the other side of cave. They're going to try and force the issue to be able to get this pull, but they know they need to at least get one pick. They send Mighties to the top side of Pyramid to try and at least have a counter flank when that's going on. That's going to be the sidekick. Doesn't really pay off. The superhero is going to have to fall for the time being. Mighties will be staggered. That means Glory's all alone. No. In the meantime, Legend doing the same thing he did before, creating a little bit of havoc to the back line. Pie chart will come up in the next few seconds if this doesn't immediately go back to base. Should be able to get that reset, and that will send us to OT. Someone's gonna have match point, and someone's gonna have to be chasing.
Well, it feels like Majin started figuring out a little bit. Oh, the nade that came back to Sniper. You see him trying to bounce it off the flagpole there. It actually went back to, and that potentially stopped a flag run there. But one thing to note is FaZe, so often we're saying that overextend player, a player in isolation to go into the back base of Majin to make something happen. It feels like Majin figured that out, and we're starting to figure out how they were going to play this game. And Corey not only stayed alive, the Rockets are still in play, and he is flying forward. This is danger for FaZe. The Rocket hits Legend. It's up to Renegade and bound. They're getting sniped off spawn. The flag's out in the window.
That Rocket's red glare was bursting straight into FaZe's flare as they're trying to be able to get rid of him. Flying on by. Mighties is trying to clear the salvo, not allow them to have a tool to at least use in defense as Majin continues to move forward. Double kill by Stellar. Man has the S7. He's got 2 bullets to work with in combination with his teammate Renegade right underneath the boots of Majin as they pass from over top again continuously onto that rock side spawn. They feel like this is the place they want to be to cycle the entirety of this map, and they've pushed out Renegade, the only one left, and again they're trying to trap them over to cave and just give themselves a thoroughfare for success out to mid-map.
Mice and SLG are playing this so well. They're playing as a battery throughout that Rocket side consistently throughout this game, and it's led to results for them. This time though, Legend shutting it down. Mighties is still alive in their base though. They need to clear out their elbow, and Mighties is winning another fight. I swear Mighties has been such an important player this game for Majin. Has not been an easy player to take down, but here comes the counter attack. FaZe is starting to route their players through the Rocket side. A couple kills trying to slow them down. It's 4 that go down for FaZe, and SLG is in the base and pulling. He's blocking out the spawns before they get there. He has the best timing you can ask for in the game.
They're gonna be on the other corner of their map. They have to be able to get to the top bridge. If they cannot see him there, it's gonna be over. Just one clamber and it's done. They should be able to throw it over to the table. They're playing for their life, making sure they can be able to get to the last little cap, and they get it just before FaZe can catch them lacking. 4-3 in OT. Majin will have match point.
And that game doesn't happen if we don't have a 5 flag CTF. That would have been over 3-1, but with the extra time, the extra opportunity, Majin make the most. Big shout outs to SLG and Mighties for their play in overtime and how they clutched this game for their team. 2 big opportunities throughout that game. It's SLG and Mighties pushing out through the Rockets, trying to push and get that flag opportunity. When they get there, it doesn't quite work out, but they bought time, they made it mixy, and SLG starts to fly through the sniper side. He notices the timing. He says, I've got this. Not only do they get the 4 down, SLG pulls the flag while they're 4 down and perfectly blocks the spawn at the elbow side to give them perfect timing to that flag to go home. And what we saw was at the very last second, they're able to get that capture. There was a player from FaZe there. They needed 1 second more, but it was the perfect timing of SLG to get that flagpole, to get that flag back home and captured a perfect game.
That 2-2 separation by FaZe, when they were attacking that same corner that the flag eventually was clambered over, I thought for all of a moment that FaZe had themselves the winning faculty, but Majin was able to win out from a defensive standpoint and then aggressively by SLG into that cave. Beautiful stuff. It was high risk, high reward on either side of the fence, and then it just came down to absolute superb timing. So now, some of you maybe accounted with, Majin who? Well, we're Majin EU on this side of the Ethernet cord. We're going back to that side of the server. So for all the coordination, this has got to be FaZe that finds and fights their way through this server, because if they do not, they're going to the lower side of the bracket. And for Majin, take advantage of the moment. Absolutely stellar stuff as they're taking over this entire matchup. So gotta run with it as much as they can. This settling of I guess the overall server to make sure it goes onto the EU side will actually give everyone a breath, because if anyone needs it, it's FaZe. They feel like they were just an inch away from being able to at least have a chance against Majin.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, we've been having a fantastic series. The through plot of these guys figuring out how to create a server select mid-series is also like this secondary subplot that's come into play, and looks like we are going to guarantee ourselves an EU host into this game. So buckle on in, Majin. Look, they have an incredible opportunity here to take down FaZe in the winner's side. They have a European host coming up into game 4 Oddball. This is incredible. Let's see. They just said they're joining too fast. This is crazy stuff, by the way.
Winner of this matchup goes into Mercenaries to try and have this done all over again. See what a day 2 top 4 berth for anybody's gonna be. Right now into your winners round 4, you've got Mercenaries, Legion, Vitality, who took it against Luminon EU, and SSG is facing off against Best of Friends. So everyone's still trying to find their seat at the table, and apparently there's a lot to eat today here, Tools, because everyone has been giving us some great snacks here for this wonderful Saturday.
Looks like they're gonna try again. This has been one of the interesting subplots for sure, as we see players leaving. Wait, are they doing another NA host? Who knows?
You're doing 3 in a row?
They're having 2 players leave. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it up to them. They're figuring it out. It seems like they have something that's working for them. They'll do it.
That's what SFG had to I guess, join the lobby late to get the NA host when it was in that previous game. So I don't know. They've got it down to a science, I guess. I just want a server flip switch. Little setting on the right side would be kind of cool. See it in the next game. Fingers crossed, hopefully. Hopefully you guys will be sticking with us for the next game as well. We're running through basically to our top 12 today, and we're going to see what ends up being our remainder for who wants to qual into top 4 for this entire qualifier. It's such a narrow margin of error that any of these teams can have tools. I feel like you're playing your sweatiest, and obviously that's why these guys are taking great care for what the server advantage is going to be in this matchup.
Yeah, obviously there is going to be a lot of emphasis placed because look, only top 4 get through. There are plenty of teams that could make it through that aren't in the top, that aren't going to get top 4 that could. I see what Mighty's is saying. It's fine. We'll figure out what happens after this. But this is a really, really important tournament, right? This is your last chance to get into the Pro League, to play for $1,000 in those show matches every week, to get to that $100,000 LAN in Los Angeles in November. So these guys gonna try to do everything they can to get there. And a lot of teams took risks. I mean, you think about it, Stellar took a huge risk with Legend to make a team change. They were guaranteed a spot. Although this is such a a fantastic team, they're now 1-2 down in a series in winners round 3. Like, that was a risk that they decided to take, and it could be one that ends up biting them if they do not find their way qualified. They'll be on the outside looking in, and it looks like we're gonna have ourselves a reset in this game as well.
I mean, regardless of what ends up being, like, we have like 3 separate plots: the rosters, the gameplay, and then of course us just trying to connect with one another regardless. But can we give the love that there is for this matchup? A completely restructured phase, a near comeback in that first game 1, Majin trading out, they get snipe drone, they have streets, the cuts incredibly close near the end, an absolute banger OT for that capture the flag, which shout out to that, now going 5 cap to give us that love. And I feel like we're seeing just the most magical moments, especially even just for a round 3 matchup. So far, I mean, everything is just running so smooth, except for obviously pings. But love the flavor of things that we've been able to at least find today. And of course, all of you that have been with us over the last 3 hours or so, being given kind of a gift of a feast for what we find for this. Now, for FaZe, obviously, Tools, they're like on their heels. This has got to feel like a mental boom. Some of that might be erased with just the logistical position that we're trying to structure with this right now. So these guys have also been there, done that, got a t-shirt or a trophy. Doesn't feel like it should phase them too much. But I mean, how do you just kind of get yourself into proper sorts before you go into game 4?
I mean, I think these guys, I don't think they're just getting yourself ready. Like with all the Mighty's that have been getting played in between games, I think luckily for both teams, we're going to oddball, so they have a little time to get themselves situated, because this is almost like LAN, where on LAN it's like you don't get to have the experience of game 1 going into game 2 right away. It's like there's always something that has to happen beforehand. So these players, they're all LAN players, they're all used to it, they have their own things, but definitely has been an interesting series to say the least so far, as these teams are trying to get in. But I think for the most part, because they're all LAN players that have that experience, I'd hope that they have the systems in place that they don't necessarily need to think too hard about getting themselves in tip-top shape in between these games.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything you don't want an athlete to have to do, regardless if it's an e-sport, traditional sport, don't get them thinking. My coach told me, hey, stupid, quit thinking. I'm like, what? What do you mean? He's like, just do the thing. And that's exactly what these guys do. Just do. Be the demons that we've seen them be over the last several years. And FaZe has a chance to, make Majin rue success. Maybe they're exhausted from having to do that the last second, but honestly, I feel like it's all high intentions and big vibes for them. Let's see if maybe this next lobby works out. You guys start letting us know one way or another if you think that this one's gonna find its way. Last time I doubted it, it worked. So I'm gonna doubt it for right now and see if we stay into this oddball, which oddball is already a difficult mistress on live fire, but it looks like we have settled in. So game 4, can Majin settle the score and get this one done with to go face against Mercenaries, or does FaZe clutch up and come back?
We go into game 4, and looks like this one is not going to be starting once again. So They'll figure it out. I liked what Barcode had to say in chat. He said, well, why aren't the players wanting the high ping advantage, you know? Because I mean, every time they play the match, it's like they're like everyone talks about how hard it is to kill the high ping players. It's like why not, you know? Get it in.
I need to know what's the average like high ping from on the
Can we
Australian
get a
side?
write-in
Is it, like,
campaign? Can we harass West Clutch? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I love you, Clutch. Can we get server select, please? Server select would be such an incredible addition to the game.
Soon. It's gotta be in the next one, right?
Yeah, it just makes it. I mean, dude, it's like, imagine how great a series would be if you were just like, okay, our game, we get to choose the server. We want this server. Boom.
Yeah.
Go in. Easy peasy.
It should be. Look, I've seen too many cloud networks.
Can you
not
mod this game?
next game?
Is it possible to like mod Halo Infinite? Can we just play like a modded version of Halo Infinite?
I think there's. I don't think you can. It's like locked.
I think MCC is moddable, right?
Yes.
Yo, dude, I was talking to some guys that do Halo 2 tournaments yesterday.
Okay.
This is so sick. They created a program that reads the live data of the game, and they have created an observer mode inside Halo 2 on the original Xbox. They're gonna be having
like
a
API
tournament.
calls.
Yeah, it has like, so like, you know how like we have the stats that are on screen, you know, in Halo Infinite.
Yeah.
That now exists in Halo 2 Xbox, like original Xbox.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, how
Okay.
cool
You
is
can do a
that?
lot with
It's like
that.
it's like a true observer mode, and then they made a program that reads the data, and then it'll like auto switch to like if there's a power weapon on the map, it'll auto switch to the player that has like the sniper, and then if there's no power weapons, it'll switch to like players that are in gunfights and stuff. It's really really cool.
That's awesome. See, technology, the way that it advances with that, because you have so many things from the LVT side, by the way, for the production that our guys are able to run, that just expands the flavor that you're able to find from a community and a competition standpoint, and just makes it you can just do cool random stuff. Like you'll be able to call up like incredible stats, both live and historical. So yeah, give me that all day. I am an absolute stats nerd. So give me spreadsheets of that. I want to find it. Also for like replays, which we're already getting some great stuff from out of our observer and Callus. Shout out over to them as they keep us looking at all the best things all the time. So this matchup though is definitely taking its tolls and its time for us to be able to finally find a skull in hand and maybe some oddball on its way. What's our new paradigm? I thought we were getting into EU servers easily. What's up?
Yeah, looks like they're figuring it out. We'll let them figure it out.
Yeah, they're
not our spot to speculate or whatever. They'll figure it out. I'm just like, it's fun. You know, they're getting through this series. It is like, you know, they did all this work for NA servers just to go down 2-1. It's pretty funny.
That's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah, it's like, you know.
Like these guys are some of the best in the world, but also when you work so hard.
I gotta say, yo, I Majin, bro, Stella, you cannot do that.
Oh no.
Yo, dude. Yeah. Yeah, but I think Mighty's have a point here, bro. I don't think FaZe is making any fans in the chat right now. I gotta say, like y'all created an issue that look, I won't crash out on stream about it, but it is crazy to say we'll just play it now when you did all that work to get NA servers. Oh, that is crazy, bro.
There's something to be said about being the best at what you do, and trying to prove you are the best at what you do. Sometimes take a step back, cool, and let someone else talk for you. If it's just not working out, that's all it's gonna be. We don't want to spin a narrative that you guys are against one way or the other, but you have your own evidence on screen. Hopefully, we start this server, and hopefully we just get to see some oddball as well. That's all I want to see, man.
Oh man, here we go.
Wait patiently.
into game 4. Majin up 2-1 after a huge comeback in the CTF game. Live Fire Oddball going to be our next map, and one that's going to be, a battle of attrition between these two teams.
From what we've seen so far, obviously, like, even whichever server, doesn't matter, that we've been on, we've seen incredible adaptability, I'd have to say, from every single part of this. And just hearkening back to that Origin CTF, Renegade was let loose off the leash to just kind of do whatever, like find an opening to get FaZe to kind of operate from a forward lean. And they absolutely like do not have amnesia here, folks. They were 3-1, and I think it was Mighties and Glory that subverted the expectations after that, because I think FaZe started to turtle up. And so when we go over to kind of an oddball that structurally could be somewhat similar, Majin's going to be that team that, especially if their side of the Ethernet cord, their ability to really kind of not get too down on themselves, and obviously like a lot of wave of momentum, which has kind of been erased from the win now that we've taken time to do this server swapping. This is still a team that's going to be really cool-headed, I think, when having to deal with FaZe and them trying to just dominate Live Fire. So they're going to be, I think, really on the ball about getting not just to where they have the position for that defensively, but also utility-wise. They're going to steal the S7 away from them.
Yeah, it's I think right now the S7, we saw such a priority for Majin on getting that S7 burned, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if that's going to be in the mind of Majin once again, that they burn those snipers once again, or if it's going to be any different than that. As a Live Fire oddball, it is the sniper makes such an impact on the map, and it is interesting that Majin consistently was like trying to go for the burns on those pyro weapons, because there's always the argument that, like, look, just because the other team has players that can pop off with the sniper doesn't mean that you can just give it to the other. Like you have to give the other team that respect. Like a lot of times it's play for yourself, not like against the other team. Have confidence in your own ability and what's going to happen there. But it was very interesting. It just shows you how much respect there is for the snipers on the FaZe squad, how good those snipers are.
Yeah, and if they were going to even the playing field, since they were playing from opposite side ping, like, get rid of it. They went for the one thing that wouldn't, I guess, betray them, the rockets, which I think that Stellar is also still kind of recoiling from receiving a rocket directly to the old noodle off of that would-be cap thereafter. So they were like, all right, we're going to simplify the game, know where we got to operate from, and that the S7 is just really something that if we hit it, cool, but we're not going to let them have it. So if it's a matter of denial, then Majin is, I mean, it's a river in Egypt. They're going to play denial all the time, so they're going to make sure to have that happen.
Shout out Denial Esports. Yeah. I don't know if shout out's the right word, but remember back in the day, Denial Esports?
Yep.
They won COD champs, bro. Like way back. What's chat? What was the first competitive esport that you watched, and then what year? When did you get into esports?
I think mine was 2005. MLG was happening in 2005,
bro. I wasn't even born.
Yeah. Oh God. Well, welcome. Yeah, they had, because I remember the Ogre Twins from back then, and there was not like a set place that you could really watch it consistently. You had to find like random clips like all over the place, and that was actually like a few years then before I was getting into Gears of War 1, and then I went to the World Series of Video Games over in Grapevine, Texas. I got to see a lot of that happening. That was like the Turtle Crew and stuff. That was my entry point.
Interesting. I saw someone say League of Legends in 2013. Brood War, dude. Someone was watching. Brood War is that game from it's popular in South Korea. StarCraft. Brood War.
Okay.
They have like the actual Flash. You know Flash from Brood War. He's crazy.
Yep.
Crazy.
It was actually at that same place over in Grapevine. That's when they had Fight Night Round 3, and they had them come in to an actual boxing ring where they'd set up the consoles for it. So they like had them in robes, and then they like took off the boxing gloves and all that, and then they like a stage right across from them. They had Guitar Hero, regional championships. I mean, this is great. that was a fun time, early 2000s. Hour waiting. Well,
getting them in. We got I think Chad's got their opinions on this.
that's not the kind of spam that you want.
Yeah, it's definitely been an interesting one between these two teams.
All right, in a vacuum. You've proven it didn't matter which way. Put FaZe and Majin against each other in form right now. Still just throwing your V-Bucks on the FaZe? Or
yeah, I think it's hard not to, right? Like it's FaZe, but I will say, Majin, they've been playing great. I'll say the player I think that's had probably the biggest offsides impact has been Mighty's. Mighty's has been incredible this series. From game 1 to game 3, I really like the way that if you want to go back in theaters and try to learn how to play a little bit of Origin Flag, I feel like there wasn't really a moment where Mighty's was making a bad play on the Origin game. He was playing really well on the Rocket side. He took that responsibility. Reminded me a little bit of like how Royal 2 likes to play, but way more aggressive and forward on the map. Was really a fun player to watch in the last game.
And it was not like with too much great risk. He was definitely kind of a harasser on that corner, because like some of it, like half his lives, I think, ended up just being kind of 50-50 and he'd fall out. But he knew that just consistently stagnating that push out from FaZe, which they were benefiting so much from, he basically put a thumb on that. It's like, nope, you're not going to get through this for free, because they'd be exposed through that from that cross map right outside of their base. And so they just did the same thing basically that happens on Aquarius, where you kind of trap them fridge, and it was like, you're going to stay over to that corner. It is not going to be a fun time for you. So he's always been smart. That's exactly what Majin kind of has built around. Like they made sure that Mighty's has always been basically with them, and he is definitely a dog. Dude will get up and bark and yell and will just be in the face and allowing the rest of his team to operate while he's just taking all the flack, which has always been great to watch. And he's a hell of a sniper too. Dude can be nuts with it all the time.
I love it. I love when players get hype on LAN. It's like, to me, it's a player after my heart. There is something to be said about the players that are just like stoic and, like, this is business, get the job done. Yeah. But there's also like, hey, look, it is entertainment at the end of the day. Like, get up, get loud, do your thing. I just think the hard part, I think, for those players that do that is like, how do you go from, because it always feels like an adrenaline dump. Like, you got to keep yourself, I think, at least a little bit calm until the very, very end. Like, you can't like pop off until game 5, or else I think it's like you give too much of your adrenaline drop and you lose some of your edge, I feel.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. It's like you don't want to have to give it up, but there's been some rare moments as well. They go to that game 5 and some of them bark, but you can also see teams that are just exhausted. They're like, all right, let me walk away, please. I'll do the fist bump and I'll just leave. The guys that can maintain that energy the whole time is McNuts. It's crazy. Also, for all of you who are saying just play it, look, we're trying to
we're just gassing here.
Yeah. We're waiting.
They'll figure it out.
Got nothing. Oh. Also has some. Do you think that next game evolution for Halo, we'll see shotties? Do we get a shotty?
The next game evolution for Halo that I want is a server select.
Okay, yes.
I don't think I do, bro. We could be playing with full autos, 2-second kill time. Like at this point, I'm just good. I'm just good with the servers.
All right, gang. You guys can see it in front of you. They're trying. So are we. I'm not gonna hype this up. We may go back to the lobby, but there is a chance out there that oddball live fire could be played in the next 5 to 10 seconds. Do we get on the right side of history and servers, or Or do we do it all over again and have to wait? FaZe trying to play from a deficit. And Majin trying to just subvert all expectations. Qualifier might be where that happens. And Oddball might see them clutching up, taking down the would-be God squad, quote unquote.
Here.
To find out here in a few seconds.
God, I think we are finding out. Let's go.
Oh.
We are in, baby. Glory up on the nest, pushing forward, and this is it. Majin, look, we got Oddball. This could be a battle of attrition between these two teams, but you got to figure Majin has a ton of momentum behind them, and right now they've done a great job. I think step one, denying that sniper from FaZe. SLG not only denying it, but being creative, trying to get angles. Oh, I cannot hit the head. Stellar gets the kill, and although I like the angles from SLG, it's going to be Stellar that ends up getting that kill and getting away with that sniper.
Not quite the same game plan as well. SLG maybe not given the horoscope of how they need to be able to approach that, but they decided to just keep the full salvo ready to go. Still, this on their side of the Atlantic, so maybe they feel like they can play with it. Bound is not going to have just sniper, he's going to have the camo, so the Ghost Man is going to be lethal as he walks around this map, and he's going to cut one man down as he gets rid of Snipe Drone and continues to defend this side of the turbine.
Mighty's under a lot of pressure. He'll be able to, that nade that he threw behind Bound actually hits him for a lot. He'll go down, and it's Legend and Renegade last alive for FaZe are trying to build out this rotation, and Renegade playing this pretty well, understanding that his team's under pressure. I thought was playing it really well, but Mighty's getting that cutoff, and Renegade getting caught in a movement rotation does not get that play ball. So Majin should be able to get a good chunk of time here as Snipe Drone gets that ball.
Enemy has the ball.
Seeing 3 down, and just a little bit behind the ripcord is Majin in terms of slaying. They're trying to establish spawners initially, but they do go to that back end of tower, and we haven't even traded Renegade and company to make it 2v2 with this ball on the reset. Mighty's will be giving chase. That one goes out to Sandside. You know that as they rotate scoreboard, they have to kind of bring the numbers again, and they cut them down. So this is going to go right back towards A, and we've seen teams do this decidedly, either have that reset backside tower or play ultra defense from behind the scoreboard and force players to have to chase it out into open air.
Right now, Snipe Drone takes a ton of damage from Stellar coming off that sandbags, but no kill there yet. Majin been able to be comfortable so far. Well, I think comfortable until Legend found his way, and Legend is not going to stop at 2. That's number 3. They break the setup, and he's not done yet. He's flying to this camouflage. Legend is leading the charge, and he looks invincible right now. 8-4 to start this game. He has been a terror for Majin.
Nice QT to get in and get out and get on with their continued life, and they're going to have another camo coming up, and so the points continue to accrue. FaZe in a wonderful setup. Now Legend has been given a longer leash to go and get some information. Where's Majin coming from? I already saw early sightlines from that C-plat, and look how FaZe is actually posturing for a possible rotation as they've sequestered Majin to that B and corner side off to green. They go for that sniper, and then they take him down off of a snipe melee.
Oh, SLG. Oh, SLG finds the foot for the triple kill. SLG blowing the doors open with that sniper play.
Fantastic, right off of the old calf. There was a Spartan like you, and then they just quickly took that 50 cal to the leg. That's gonna still have FaZe with a collective possession. This other side of A, less than 3 minutes to go onto the neutral clock. So nothing guaranteed, and there's the rope-a-dope. They don't get him on a stick, but they do at least separate to try and survive.
See players spawning out into the dummy side. Renegade able to grab that ball, and Legend having position with that sniper. 4 bullets still left in this S7 to work with as well. Majin having those green spawns will have to fight through these angles, and they've been a bit slow and cautious about how they enter. I don't necessarily mind it, but if they don't win these fights, you're giving a lot of time for FaZe on the other side to accumulate time and then potentially set themselves up for a better hold on the next rotation. And so far, these fights have been won by FaZe until guess who? Mighty's found the break at the back of the ball, but FaZe is still winning these fights. Hey, Legend has been unbelievable thus far at 13-6.
Can't be forgotten that even though we're fighting on EU servers, Legend literally is having a good time over in France. So dude is trying to even things up, and this is what happened the last time when we were in game number 1 when Majin ended up having that server advantage. He definitely was the one that kind of held this team together, but Majin finally gets themselves over to green, gets themselves the ball. So FaZe is going to allow some of that to accumulate because they're fighting for camo early on. Mighty's understands that, and so they're trying to get rid of at least a few FaZe players. They knock one down. Legend and Bound out. Renegade and Stellar trying to play defense. They're catching up inch by inch, but it's now mile by mile as Majin loses half strength, and they're probably about to play this one out.
That's Stellar, camo, and repos to work with. Snipe drone catches him. Rotating, that's going to be the end of the camo there. And with that, Legend, dude, that's, I think, Majin, mission number 1, stop Legend. I feel like every time he's gotten into an engagement, it looks like he's taking minimal damage and outputting 3x what he's taking. He has hit flow in this game, and it is not stopping. He's going for the fight, and he gets another kill on his way out. A double for Legend as he's 16-9.
Dude continues to lay down the law of the land. Legend using the baguette and slapping people with it. Go online with Glory as he's trying to rotate kind of lengthwise to this. But again, just no avenue for early looks to try and get all the way to backside A. And FaZe knows that they have a nice thoroughfare for escape. And shutting down the door is Legend, even off of a trade. Renegade and Stellar under fire. Snipe drone, they actually are just making an Amazon same-day delivery with that S7. They don't get to use it. And in fact, now it's just at the doorstep of where FaZe is playing defense. This ball is in open waters. And FaZe is trying to keep somebody up. They're going to have it at window. Stellar's going to accumulate more points. Might be able to sign this one off with a good rotation.
Yeah, that Snipe drone, Mighty's last 2 alive for Majin. Do have position at A to fight for this ball, but Legend standing in their way, does some damage and gets out with his life. I like the reposition, wait for his teammates to come. And Majin, they were anticipating a lot more pressure on the outside. That pressure never came. It allows FaZe to coordinate themselves, and they're looking for a clean break.
Trying to play at least with them. My goodness, Renegade at least bought some time. It's gonna be another pickup, this time by SLG. It's anything but safe. Bound knows he's got a very narrow scope to have to deal with, and both of them are hurt. SLG will cover the way in, but on the way out is at least one of his teammates. So they've just been staying here by scoreboard. There's nothing they can do to try and sequester towards a safer spot all the way into garage. Stellar has the S7. Got about 5 bullets, and that's a lot to work with, especially with a guy that's as deadly as this. Majin trying to play catch up. Less than a minute to go. They can play at least a little bit of Slayer. Oh, a back tap. They just floated at the pillar for too long. They have a chance to go and get this possession again.
Snipe drone knows there's a player around. It's just Renegade that's left alive, and this is a good position for Majin. They should be able to get camo as well. The ball does get thrown out into the open, so I think they were hoping to get a little bit more time there. They're actually still down, and the clock is playing against them. Remember, only 29 seconds of neutral clock. They need to make up the difference by that time, and Legend gets another big kill, but Glory, the camo in the back ranks, he gets the kill, but Legend got the beat down before he went down, and that leaves just Mighty soon, his lonesome. Oh no, the clock is just at 12 seconds, and they need to make up 8. Bound is keeping them away. He's hitting the shots. They have to get to this ball. Just a few seconds left.
Not gonna happen. That one's gonna be just a tail too far. Oh my goodness. FaZe was able to scramble just enough. Majin felt like that they tried to force the issue, run that one out into open turbine and maybe make it towards tower. They had no way to just settle back into A. Everything from FaZe, they kept cycling towards that green side and just never allow them an easy chance and go and get that ball. So second effort, Stellar goes and grabs the S7, but they die on that next tail. So this one's gonna go in the hands of Glory. Looking for an easy cut up. He's gonna run through some of the extra 50 cal.
Yeah, knowing that he's gonna go down, just tries to waste as much of that ammo as possible. And that first sniper seems like it's gonna be very non-consequential, at least for the moment. As camo's still up for play, Stellar not able to get that burn before the shots of Glory. We're able to get the kill. Oh no. This is worst case scenario for Majin. Legend, who's been having a phenomenal game. has just gotten a camo for free and will have max ability to just stall and wait for his spots. No one has any idea where he's at.
And they can't even tell initially that he had the first camo because he just went up for the melee. So might have been able to see it the first time. Oh, hey, okay. The sniper will, so they at least get a trade, but that's still some fantastic operation from out of Legend. Bound, there's nothing really that they have to do too heavily. They can play defense, and they don't even have to play ball. They can just leave this a backside green, and Majin is being left little brother style, the big brother just a hand on the forehead, and they cannot get beyond arm's reach.
That Bound being able to lurk at the back of green, getting this time. Majin, a 3-man strong, trying to get into this back green area, but looks like it might be a little complicated for FaZe to hold on, and SLG officially gets the break, and with that gets time. One thing I think FaZe needs to be a little bit more cautious of is just guaranteeing your play balls there. I don't think there was a reason to force a fight there when you could have just played ball easily and tried again. I think you're giving Majin a little bit too much time.
This snap fight is not where Glory wants to be. They do eventually play the ball out, so they will force the reset back to mid-map. But Glory, I think they're looking back, they should be able to come away. That bandit, rather that commando, did not pay them any favors off of the spam. A couple of assists. SLG will get away with their life. This ball still unpossessed, and we're just over a minute of neutral time here for round number 2. FaZe has had fantastic, efficient control, and Majin, different game plan. No micro meta to settle into for tower. Otherwise, they're going to settle into the back end of green. Stellar has camo again. FaZe continues to dominate in utility, and they want to use that to their advantage with Majin. But 3 go down, and Stellar's the only guy left.
That nade's potentially going to reveal his position. I mean, he is next to this ball. But this player's deal with sniper round catches him out, but gets the kill. Help starting to come in too. So Stellar, I mean, done a great job being in such a tough situation to at least get some decent value out of it, and they actually get to play the force the ball play before Majin's able to tie up this game.
Playing this one a little bit calmer with Majin. It feels like they're not panicking in the face of adversity right now, even if they're getting cut down. It's just a 4-point differential, and FaZe is waiting for their chance to burst. Right at the scenes is SLG. So they'll get rid of at least one. Now they go hunting. It's a similar situation. You have a trade. I think Renegade's the only guy up right now, so SLG is over the top of him. Doesn't decide to use what's left in the old bank, but they know that they have to just find that advantage with it. Sniping down towards Turbine. Gonna back it on up, and this has gotta feel like deja vu. Similar situation for Majin from round number 1. But this time around, FaZe looks a little bit more segmented, and they can't continue and get that kill, but their teammate was there.
Mighty trying his best to find a reposition, not going to be quite able to find that kill with the sniper. Instead, that sniper going to hit the ground. And an early rotation from FaZe to get to the back green. They've done this a couple times, but they haven't played the ball any time that they've gotten to back green, and that's going to be true once again. So FaZe, I think 3 times now have hit this rotation to green, and all 3 times they have failed to play the ball, which is, you know, the primary reason to take it to green is because of that play ball ability. And you see how that's starting to stack against them. All of FaZe is in the middle of the map. Majin's well set up.
They can play a good defensive line right over that top side of mid, and then FaZe is going to find this one very structurally different and difficult to get to. Now they are trying to invade through A, and so thinking about rotating up, maybe either playing that ball out or going towards that bridge. They decide to go the former, and they're already rotating because they're towards that C plat to go back to getting that ball. Legend is backed up. You hit the 30 bomb. You may have to hit a 40 or 50 bomb, depending on if this goes to round number 3, but everyone's sliding and dying to go and try and pry open that camo. That one's found for Stellar yet again. I think this is his second camo this round.
It's back-to-back as well, so Stellar and FaZe, I mean, have done a great job of getting this power-up control. Now, they have put a lot of emphasis on making sure they get these camouflages. They have given up ball time to make sure they get camouflages. And right now, they're just trying to maximize their value. And I think Stellar's done a great job of just getting guaranteed kills when he does get this camouflage and trying to translate it to getting those points and making it worth giving up what they have to secure these camos.
think what Stellar has decided to do, they recognize the regular pattern of what Majin was doing when it came to possession. They've taken away this bridge side from green to C, so making sure that they cannot rotate the way they want to. Now, that camo has gone away. As soon as it has, they are exploded. Legend doing what they can now. Ball time wise, they have the lowest on their team, but they have the best when it comes to kills, so trying to really carry the load. 10 points left between us and a game 5. FaZe took their time trying to make sure that this one would work out, and it may actually pay out for them, but Majin has control for the moment.
Glory needs to stay alive though, and he's under pressure from Legend over in that doorway. He's done a great job not only staying alive, but also maximizing his ball time at the same moment. They're only 15 seconds away from taking this round. It's going to be an all-out fight for FaZe, and they'll have to come into the bandits of awaiting Majin.
Got the crossfire, the QT set up. They're very low, but they do get to survive. One man goes down. They have the lead for the time being, and they need to just run deep into a great reposition. 3 out for FaZe, and us prepped for round number 3. Settle the score they will, and it's going to be full time as they're going to have to go to 1 extra round. Oddball and Livefire giving us some cinema. Majin has a chance now to complete match point.
Yeah, that QT was extremely well played, able to get out of 2 close fights, staying alive, keeping that life in such an important moment where you just need a few more seconds of ball time, and your life is more valuable than it's ever been. Able to stay alive and use that QT to its full effect.
Getting slammed down. That sniper never really rests in the hands of FaZe for too long, and I think they're starting to understand that. Majin have found it a prerogative, even if they can't get rid of Legend specifically, they take the sniper away. Oh, that's a new belly button. That's a double kill, and Mighty's is starting to really be a monster out here.
I'll say, I understand SLG has the camo, and you want to give him sniper. You hit 2 shots like that, I think it's your prerogative to keep that sniper in your hands with how well you've been playing with it. But Majin, a great start to round 3. Something that's been a little bit lacking for them in this oddball so far is just the starting. They've come and made great ends to these couple rounds. This time they're looking to come off with a strong lead.
Trying to spread the damage as well. SLG hasn't exactly operated on the positive side of the KD, but when the dude is laying out some damage, it is in multiples. And Majin knows that they can be able to retrieve and receive a lot more of FaZe than they can of them. It's a 2v2, and I think both the EU gang are about to drop out. Yes, SLG and Snipedome will die in the sewers. They join the turtles, and FaZe will now turtle up here on this side of A.
Nice, trying to get some damage across the map, though. Caught out. SLG able to finish off down there, but with that, FaZe has some great presence over at A, and although Majin has a numbers advantage for now, by the time they get to the ball, it should be enough for FaZe to at least make this a lot more difficult than they want it to be, and you see that with Renegade able to stay alive, make some damage, Bound coming off spawn, the spawner starting to refill those positions, so Majin not able to quite get the ball time that they'd want off a break-in. In fact, it looks like FaZe might even still secure this setup.
At least we're able to kind of steal it away because FaZe was at least positioned and postured from that front side of scoreboard. And it looks like they had initial control, but Majin was able to be thieves in the night and just kind of come from behind and make sure that they took that out. This ball, though, is beginning to rotate. Camo is going to be at least the next priority for both these guys, and they are throwing repulses quickly out there. 2 hurt players rotating in from Spike Grenade's side and make it all 4. All of FaZe saw 1 guy and just continue to be offended by it, so they're coming back to tower. It's been a while since we've seen an oddball defense on this side of the map.
Mighty's got Bound off spawn, and not much Bound could do there. So far, FaZe been very loose with their setups. This might be another situation where we see if they play the ball or not. Looks like it's another situation where the ball does not get played, despite being over at the tower side. Renegade plays himself off the map. He has been on Call of Duty for a little bit, and we'll give him a little grace on making a mistake here and there, but that might be a costly one, as that's going to let ball go into the hands of Majin.
Dude looked like he was playing Skate 3 and trying for a 50-50 just board slide. Didn't quite work out. Got an S7 in QT now for SLG. He will back up as he's on the low end of tower. Doesn't exactly have the same sightline he wants to. Might be able to get rid of him. Connects. Stellar drops back, so he forces him at least on the retreat. But this is points. Majin is going to be over the 50 mark. And all of FaZe is now going to spread into a 2-2 lane. They're going to try and challenge up top mid, but Majin has a great info grab when it comes to that green side. They love sitting there, and that was a weird no shot on that scope. That sniper changes hands.
Majin goes 4 down. They did get the play ball, but because they go 4 down, it should be relatively easy for FaZe to get there, grab that ball, and bring it back to safety. Stellar trying to be the outsplit player over at green. 2 players to deal with, not able to get a trade on either, slowing them down, but looks like FaZe not getting much in the favor of these kills. Will be forced to play the ball early, and honestly, for the first time we actually get to see them play the ball, it's been kind of a struggle for them to get it off the map.
It always just seems a little bit of extra greediness. They want to maintain possession. They feel like they can force the fight to be just an absolute win against Majin wherever they're going. Oh, trade in hands. Mighty's is juggling both rifle and oddball. It doesn't matter what he's doing. The dude is a mobile circus, and he's making sure that FaZe are the clowns. Majin, as they rotate back and out, they're trying to steal this ball directly away from Mighty's, and he ends up falling out. I think that's going to be a trade as SLG takes the wide side of the map.
Renegade, huge fight over at the camo. Not only is that going to put them 3 down, and then 4 as Glory goes down as the spawners come up. That's going to secure camo once again for FaZe. So a big position where they should be able to maximize some ball time here. A critical moment. Does SLG spawn? No. That's their first kill. That's the second for Renegade. The camo paying off dividends.
Continue to find insane impact from off of this camo as well, and Renegade did this in the previous CTF. There's just one last team fight before this all goes sideways for Majin. We see ourselves in a game 5 back tap on its way. There goes one, a killing spree on this life, and this might be able to seal it off. A 2v2 that's taking sweet time. They're playing from off of that other camo. Looks like everyone is gone, and that ball has been stolen. So Majin is going to retreat and play off of this defense. They're able to at least give themselves another spark of life.
Renegade just able to stay alive, and you know, Renegade had one on the right side. The rest of his team had lost on the left, and it's starting to pay, like really cost them here, as Glory's taking the lead before he throws that ball off. But this next fight on the reset is going to be so important. Stellar wins for the sniper, so all the goodies are in the hands of FaZe, but Majin, they've been playing with the goodies in FaZe's hands all game long, and have still been this resilient. This isn't guaranteed by any means.
Nice shot, good connection. They don't get onto Snipe Drone yet. They're hitting more of this turbine than they can. The repulse is going to send them sideways, and now they're just going to play right off the geometry. Renegade is playing full turtle. He knows someone's coming up. He gets rid of them. There goes SLG, and that might have sealed it up. Game 5 just nearby. They have one man to connect with. He's actually taking too much damage. Knowing they're just off angle, they're going to try and play it close. 4 points left. Another play ball. I think that's the only play ball that FaZe has seen this entire game. It might be the only one that they need.
But it was just a one-shot snipe drone. He went for the play ball instead, and Majin was there early. They have the crossouts. This isn't guaranteed for FaZe to get there in time. They need to win some big gunfights, and so far, it's snipe drone and Majin that's winning them. They are 91 seconds in climbing. The last 2 players are at the tower. The SLG's getting the damage. The kills are going Majin's way. They're stealing game 3. They stole round 3, and that's it. 100 points on the board. FaZe are going down to the lower side.
Goodness gracious. Just as we saw FaZe trying to bleed extra time, get every single bit of blood from that rock, as soon as it was reset, Majin was prepared to go and take that from mid-map, and then rocked it on back to the tower from whence it started in round number 1. 2-1 in live fire. There was not a single game in this only 4-game series that wasn't close, and Majin is able to take it away from FaZe at the last possible second.
Yeah, they had to fight an uphill climb to do so. They played 2 NA hosts, were able to take one of those games, and they played so well in this oddball to not let it get away from them, especially at the end there. I think when we go back, one of the crucial moments was that fight, or I should say a non-fight, between Snipe Drone and the ball player. Snipe Drone was one shot with Sniper, and instead of trying to get the kill and then pick up ball, they went for the ball and to get to the play spot. Although they were successful at playing, it didn't actually end up being successful for them. I thought this was a really smart play by Renegade to get in. And look, this fight is going to be a 1v2, I believe, for Snipe Drone. He's able to find the kill onto Renegade. It's just Stellar. It's alive. He's going for the play ball. And he eventually does play that ball, but at the cost of his life, and letting Snipe Drone stay alive with that sniper. And, you know, that's not a small part of it. Now, I will say there's 2 other players alive for Majin, so it's not guaranteed, you know, if Stellar does get that kill that it's going to be successful. But you have to imagine the sniper staying in play, getting this damage, might have been one of the big difference makers at the end of this round.
They both go for the clamber onto that top roost of tower. Both backed off, and they were surrounded on every single side. Majin just holding their nerve and just taking a sigh of relief. What an exhausting series that they just went through. And they qualify at least into the top 8 right now, as they'll be facing off against Mercenaries. They're gonna have to do it all over again. There's still so much they have left to play. And FaZe, they're kind of left scratching their heads. There's some swear words that's being said, but there's a lot that they're gonna have to bounce back with. And look at our top 8 right now.
Yeah, I mean, we got some really good teams still here to play. Vitality going up against Defy the Odds, which is one of the best teams from Mexico. SSG going up against Best of Friends. I believe that series might have just ended in a 3-0 as SSG was able to take down Envor and the crew. Legion is going up against Noobs. That Noobs roster going to be another squad from Mexico. So we got 2 teams from Mexico in the top 8. And then we still have yet to see Mercenaries going up against Majin in our winner's side.
What a great day of Halo it's been so far, folks. Love, give some love over to LVT as well as the Shopify Rebellion, of course, for this qualifier number 2. We're gonna be taking a short break. I think we have a changing of the guard, so I appreciate you guys hanging out with me and Tools today. But we've got some more action just around the corner, as we'll be coming in just another moment.
everyone, and welcome back to LVT Halo. It's the LCQ, the last chance to qualify for the $128,000 Pro League in partnership with Shopify Rebellion. My name is Mikowski. Joining alongside me on the mic is my teammate from 0809, Hunter JJX. Hunter, welcome back to the street.
Bro, we got Hunter x Hunter back in the mix. It's been a long time coming. Glad to be here. Glad to jump in on some of this insane Halo action. And Hunter, with the way this format is, you know, no Shopify this weekend means this weekend's pretty much wide open for the taking. Who wants it the most?
It's the last chance qualifier, and right now it's the chance to make it to Championship Sunday. This is your winner's quarterfinal, so to advance here puts you into the winner's semis, which would be a qualification match. We just witnessed Majin in an incredible series takedown phase in just 4 games. Now they're going up against Mercenaries, which is a lot of familiar friends. You got Sab, Soul Snipe, Druck, and Suppressed off the start. It's Majin, though, winning the opening break.
And you got to imagine, get it? You got to imagine that they're playing with a ton of confidence right now after just sending FaZe down to the lower bracket. Not a lot of folks, I think, would have predicted that FaZe would get sent down by them, but you know, this team, the continuity, they're playing, they're rolling, they're flowing at the moment, and you got to figure, right? Like, you've taken down FaZe, you got that monkey off your back. They're playing with house money now.
22 and rolling for the boys in red, and I entirely agree, Hunter. I talk all the time about seeing is believing, and that was one of those types of series where you maybe believe or think you can beat FaZe, the likes of 3 out of 4 MVPs on one squad, and then you do, and you kind of look across the room or across the Discord channel for now and say and just look with those confident, definitive eyes. You don't have to say a word to your teammates. Everybody just now knows we can do this. And the momentum seemingly rolling from that previous series as Majin put 38 on the board before Mercenaries can even touch it. And they finally do that with 1 on the board.
Yeah, Mercenaries finally able to break in through that C setup. Now jumping on board with Suppressed. Takes down 1, not able to take down the second. 2 going down there for Mercenaries. 3 up for Majin as they now make a counter push of their own. The ball still down at C. You notice these players heads up play there to drop the ball, kind of baited in by Soul Snipe to even the odds a little bit there, getting another kill, sitting at 4 and 3. Make that 4 and 4 to start this match. Neither of these teams wanting to get time on the board yet. Is so mixy over at the C base. You want to maintain that full, you know, some sort of control before you start putting points on the board.
Soul Snipe went for the turn 180, trades Sticky on a snipe drone, but he prevails with his life and the stalker rifle intact. Now looking towards Club Nairobi, takes down Druck with the headshot, now moving in towards the cuts, but gets taken down by Suppressed, who soars out towards the middle of the map. Can do so freely because there's 3 down, so he's going to work through his process, grab the camo, now work his way back to the oddball. Still got a little bit of work left to do. Maintains his life for now with the camo. You have to imagine the shots and the attention now on him, and they are. So the camo gets burned, and what looked like a decent setup for Mercenaries might just flip into favor for Majin.
What a shot there by Glory to take down the fully camoed player. Just kind of, I guess, predicted, hey, he's got to be hiding in this corner. Boom, hits the shot, knocks that camo out of play. And honestly, that's a little bit of a wasted camo there, right, Hunter? You want to see more than just a little bit of 1 assist with the camo there. I want to see 2, 3 kills stacked together, but no, camo taken out of play, and now Majin continuing to sort of, you know, make their presence on the map. They are 2 down at the moment. Make that 3 down, 4 up for Mercenaries. Now would be an opportunity to get scoring.
Yeah, this is potentially an elongated cause and effect of grabbing that camo. You would have loved to have turned the tides there. You had 3 down, you grabbed the camo. That was your chance to bounce back, but it looks like Mercenaries have stayed enough in the mix to now hold on to the on-ball at the back of C. Druck defending the B stairs, just looking to stay alive. He's down to 1 HP, 2 in front of him. He'll go down. As Sab recognizes what just happened there with his teammate Druck going down on the stairs. Sab with a brilliant rotation to PD, and Mercenaries still have the oddball.
And I want to point out Druck's play there. It might have, you know, just to the casual eye, it might look like he just got pinned in the trash and just died, but his stalling there, his delaying his death in that sort of trash area caused 2 players to focus in on him. And while that was happening on the other side of the map, Mercenaries were picking up 2 kills and making a ball rotation. So great play out of Druck there. Another one. Here we go. We're rotating back the other way. And so you see the value in milking your life, making yourself as hard a kill as humanly possible opens the door for your teammates to make plays and make rotations.
2 phenomenal rotations from Mercenaries. have them now in the lead, but it's only by one. Mighty's with one shot takes down Sab, now looking across towards the staircase to potentially turn 2 on Suppress, but both are going to vie for time and the opportunity to re-shield. Nice trade there on the stairs. Mighty's taking on 2. 1-for-1 trade, you'll take that. But 3 go down for Majin, so again, a little bit more map time and space for Mercenaries. This lead was once a massive one for Majin, but now it's back and forth.
Yeah, what once was a lead for Majin. Mercenaries closing the gap by turning the B Street into the B Highway, going back and forth, up and down. Now finally, the ball back in C. It looks like this, you know, it ends up sort of being a bottleneck sort of situation. The ball, once it gets brought in there, because it's so hard to transition out of C. So once again, the battle is going down here at the Ivy side. Suppress takes down 2, double kill there, 2v2 scenario. Mercenary, 2 Mercenary, no, but Suppress goes down as well. 3 going down for Mercenaries. Now spawners coming up. If you're Majin, you're sort of trying to set up your defenses here, right? You know, you don't quite have the timing to get ball time, and those spawners and Mercenaries, they're coming in fast.
Both teams have gotten to the 50-second mark on the scoreboard, and both teams have exchanged a plethora of slays throughout the last minute or so. Because of that, we're down to about 60 or so seconds left in regulation, as Majin looking to provide themselves a little bit more cushion here in round number 1. Mighty's just looking to stay alive and clear the runway for a push and a tram, but the frag from Truck takes him down, and here comes the push.
Battle's going down at C. 3 are going to go down for Majin here. Nobody going down for Mercenaries. No trades there. 4 go down for Majin. 2 now finally coming up spawn. I love this play by Suppressed here to push the advantage here. Add some steps to the Majin push. Make them have to clear you before they can make their way to the ball. You see Suppressed wasting so much time pinning that player in PD, but there is a purple push. We'll see here if those other 3 players are able to make a move. He is going to go down. So first pick going in the favor there of Majin. They're now on the move.
I did not think Glory even had the visual to even spot Suppress, but he sneaks in the point of his elbow and takes him down. But Sab's still on the oddball, just trying to buy time right now. He does not have the numbers and the support over here to get much time. Only thing he can do is gather more time to just stay alive. Ultimately goes down. Soul Snipe, the back of Commando, goes down to Snipe Drone. Drunk now fighting in front of A. He'll go down as well. 3 go down for Mercenaries. Can Snipe Drone get into C safely? He does, but he goes down shortly after. 64-71, just 30 seconds left.
Sab with another kill there. 3 go down now for Majin. Is the 4th. The 4th will drop, but he gets a trade, and look at the timing of that. It is now a 2v2 scenario. What looked like it was going to be a 4-down situation ends up being a 2v2. Once again, C wide open. Druck is going to opt to take this ball, rotate it towards Ivy. You know he wants to get it out. They have the lead. They're playing with the clock. The clock is their advantage. 2 go down for Mercenaries. Majin able to get the ball. No, they're going to go down. A double comes in for Soul Snipe. All 4 are going to drop for Majin. Round 1 going to Mercenaries. I feel like they stole that one away, Hunter.
Yeah, absolutely. It was all Majin until it was all back and forth, and then in the end game, Soul Snipe and the rest of Mercenaries ice up to steal round number 1.
And this is where, Hunter, I do believe the quality of your opponent matters in those earlier rounds, right? We saw Majin coming in off of a big win against FaZe, so they came in sort of hot, and, you know, Mercenaries took them a little while to get the engine kind of rolling there in that round 1, but they're found their footing certainly in this game number 1, and they look like a different team from when this started.
Yeah, they are full pedal to the metal right now, mashed down on the gas as Mercenaries much faster to gain control of the oddball than we saw in round number 1. Sab looking to maintain control of the camo. You have to imagine he's been called out. They know he's one shot. They're searching for him. They finally get him, and with that, the stalker rifle will go down too. But Snipe Drone is so pressed to push through the map. He didn't even pick up the stalker, but he does burn the camo.
Snipe Drone was one of the best shots in the history of EU Halo. I won't be convinced otherwise. Showing you exactly why. Takes down 2 now. Pretty much single-handedly has opened the door here for the rest of his teammates to work their way into C. Ball time now happening. That's 3 kills. Make that 5 kills in a row to Snipe Drone on a killing spree. Spots Soul Snipe. Soul Snipe will get away there, but the damage is done. And notice now that his player, SLG, has fallen over there at A, that now he's going to back up and sort of set up defenses here for the setup. 2 players going to push down the middle for Mercenaries, though. 2 players pushing purple. The nades are coming in. The bodies are dropping. 2 go down for Majin. 3 go down for Majin. 1 player left alive. Glory in a tricky situation.
Glory just trying to hold the line of scrimmage. Did he land that? No, he did not. Misses the second attempt with the sticky as well. Is suppressed. Stays alive, earns the assist, but goes down shortly after. Truck all the while inside of C with control of the oddball. And it looks like Mercenaries should have the opportunity to flip this lead as they just about will now.
Here we go once again. Druck making a rotation up the B street from the driveway. Spots a player in front of him at B stairs. Does he know that it's 2 players? I'm not sure, but the damage is done. 2 players, no shields below him. Gets the first, not able to pick up the second. Wisely opts to maintain his life here, but no, he will be dropped. Snipe drone putting an end to that life, and now working his way into the tires, but getting absolutely melted in the back. Soul Snipe punches him out of the sky. 3 more going down for Majin. And one thing I've noticed so far, Hunter, is when it seems like when Majin are going down, they're going down in bunches. 4 dead, now 4 dead. First spawner finally coming up, suppressed with the stalker in hand.
And they do get cafe spawns instead of the C spawn across the map. They do split, however, as SLG stuck on his lonesome. Now, if he can draw the attention of multiple players, that might bode well for him. But no, he goes down shortly after to the frag from Suppress. Suppress turns 2 with the use of the stalker. Still 13%, so 3 perfect shots. Could net him another one as he works his way down the B stairs. Goes down ultimately, but all the while, it's been an absolute brawl. But in that, Mercenaries have doubled up on the advantage.
This is a bloodbath, if we're being honest about it. Look at the shots coming in here from Sab. He is going to take down Slapdown. That is such a frustrating situation to be in. You're trying to scurry your way back, and he just, threads the needle to take you down before you're able to escape into Ivy. Now 4 up for Mercenaries here. You can see them, kind of flowing around each other in the B side. Damage getting cleaned up, being extremely efficient. 2 down on each side, though. 2v2 situation. Call It does come in. Suppress now using the Shroud to get the ball out of harm's way. But he knows the push is on. He can't get any more ball time here. 2 push him down at B. Make that 3. All-out collapser on Majin to make sure Sab goes down. 3 go down for Mercenary. Is this an opportunity for Majin now to retake the lead?
A collective, collaborative push down red has Majin back in control of the oddball and back in control of the lead. But here comes Suppressed through to the middle of the arcade system. Couple of missed shots, but he is able to clean up on SLG. Down to 1 HP is Suppressed. Just a body shot at this point. He's absolute. But 4 go down for Majin. Suppressed gonna maintain his life, and look how quickly he gets back on the ball.
Yeah, and way to trust his teammate there, Suppress, running around, doing a little ring around the rosy, knowing Sab was coming to save the day, which he ends up doing. And now ball time once again in the hands of Mercenaries. But wow, insane shots there from Suppress to immediately pick SLG out of the sky there. Still last player alive, hits another perfect 3 shot there. Will he get the last? No, he does not. He will finally be dropped, but an insane individual play there, display from Suppress to delay that push to take down 2 players in what seemed like a hopeless situation and open the map back up for his teammates.
And Suppress stayed alive 2 or 3 times with no shields, half a bar of health, but he does ultimately go down 56 to 49. It's just a 7-second difference with about 2 minutes left in regulation.
Camo coming up in 10 seconds. This camo could determine the way the rest of this game flows. These pro players are so efficient with the power-ups and power weapons. Druck now staying alive using the Shroud. Camo is coming up. It looks like we have a play down towards bottom middle. SLG is going to be taken down, but the camo is still down. Glory gets taken out as well. It's back and forth. Damage being traded for both teams. 3 going down, though, for Majin, and that looks like it may secure that camo grab. I believe it went into the hands of one of the players over there on Mercenaries. Can't quite find him at the moment. Oh, no, it just picked it up, and it's burned again. Still down on the ground there. It looked like Sab with a perfect 5 shot, trying to find it blindly. Maybe it was popped into that player and burned. I'm not quite sure. But man, camo leading to chaos, and no one really able to get out ahead with that power up in hand.
Sab and Suppressed are, I mean, everybody's been playing at the top of their game, but I feel like Sab and Suppressed, when we switch to their POV, are just not missing and always making the right decision. Druck now on the pillars. He'll go down, but not before earning 2 to his name. Sab now back off of the respawn, working into the tires, wrapping around to the front of A, and there you go. 5 more perfect shots. If it weren't for the micro delay before the 5th, he would have maintained his life, but ultimately trades out, but not before Mercenaries do grow on that lead. 120 left in regulation, 74-59. Mercenaries on top and in control.
Ball getting rotated back into C. 15-second advantage here for Mercenaries. Another double kill here SLG staying alive, working his way back in towards C here, knows that they've got a little bit of time they need to make up here. There's only 1 minute left on the clock. This is where the clock begins to work against you. I love this play from Glory here, though, to push the B Street all the way down. Does he know that Sab got the split spot behind? He does. He calls him out, plays the shots down. Sab is going to be dropped as well. Killing spree for SLG here. 2 down for Mercenaries. Now the lead going back in the favor of Majin. They know where the last 2 players are. They take down 1. Druk goes down, and the lead now being extended by Majin at the best possible moment. They have come through here, broke into C, took the ball, and now they are 12 seconds away from forcing a round 3.
SLG with the aerial pancake. You hardly see a pancake occur with the player above your head, like a French baker cooking it up in the kitchen, flipping the pancake high as Majin have 98 seconds to their need just 2 more, and they will secure it. Hunter, we're going to a round 3.
I mean, I think we're just blessed to be able to witness good Halo, right, Hunter? We hop on the mic, first match together, first game of the match, and we're going to round 3. I don't even know who's going to take this, but one thing I do know is control of the power-ups and power-ups. Get that stalker, get the camo, can really tilt the game in your favor. Druk now, we see him posted up here, top C, Overwatch position. Kills start going in, 3 going down for Mercenaries, but trades are going to be there as well, so it's a 2v1 situation here. Druk fighting for his life, able to take down Sniped on there with the crisp VR shots. Camo now about to finally pop in. It looks like we're going to basically have a full reset of the scenario here. Glory with Stalker in hand, working his way down purple. You don't want to be the first guy to drop in this sort of standoff situation, especially with a camo on the map.
Yeah, man, what a play there by Glory, though. He was the last Spartan standing for his team, and it looked like Druk was going to get away with the oddball, but he took him down, and we're going to see just about a full minute of regulation eclipse off the clock before someone finally gets control. It's Mercenaries in the early lead.
Now we're seeing Mercenaries looking like they want to make a rotation towards A. I love this play here from Soulslime, baiting the purple corner, but he will lay down some shots here across to the B stairs. I wonder if this will pay off. He gets one more player. They're not able to drop him, but the damage is done. 3 go down. Here's the 4th player here. Will be dropped momentarily. There it is. 4 go down for Majin. Now Suppressed taking an advanced position here up towards C. Knows that those players are spawning over towards the PD side. The pings are in. We'll have to wait and see if Suppressed is able to rotate back. Savage is going to drop first, though. 2 going down now for Majin. Lead in the favor of Mercenaries. And I mean, in a round 3 scenario, Hunter, you want to be first on the board, right? Like, you want to play from ahead. You want to make sure that the other team is having to catch you, not the other way around.
Yeah, there really is something to be said in all of these objective game modes in Halo to force the other team to chase. You start to earn the opportunity to make much easier predictive pushes towards what the other team is looking to do. And right now, Majin have to really get on their high horse, and they're going to have to now, at this stage of the game, potentially even overextend with 50 seconds to 0 as Mercenaries come out swinging in round number 3. Mighty's once again the last player alive, and he'll fall too. It's a team wipe, and Mercenaries are in full control.
Full control for Mercenaries, looking so good here in this round 3. And not saying it's impossible for Majin, but they have certainly not done themselves any favors with the way this round has gone early on. 2nd camo about to pop here in about 5 seconds. Slays are going to go in their favor a little bit, though. Some trades coming in. 3 going down for Mercenaries. Suppressed, last player alive, camo on the board. Suppressed does take down 1, takes down 2 potentially there with those nades. And it seems like every time Majin have an opportunity to sort of, take some momentum on the map, someone's making a play on Mercenaries and making things just that much harder. Ball going to reset now. 55 seconds on the clock. At this point, Mercenaries will be content to play Slayer as much as possible to sort of deny Majin any opportunity to close the gap.
You read my mind, Hunter. I was just about to talk about how the complexion of this game has totally shifted. Now, we do have 3 down on each side, but right there was a great example. Snipe Drone, Soul Snipe would have typically grabbed onto that oddball. He was right there, had it right to his name, but when you're up 1 minute to 0, you can play for that next slay as opposed to playing for the oddball. So while you might expect the other team to start to overextend, you now don't have to overextend on your side. So the advantage is much bigger than 55-5 here. There's a mental positioning component that comes into play as well now.
100%, and being the team in the lead, you can control the gravity of the map with the ball and where you choose to hold the ball and how you move the ball back and forth. So right now we see the ball is over at A. If Sab were to rotate the ball towards PD side, then the other team, you know, they naturally want to make a push towards B. He's now moved the ball away from the B push towards the purple side, controlling that gravity, and now it's caught Majin in a tricky situation, right? Because you want to battle the players that are defending the ball, but now the ball has moved further away from you, and in your psyche you want to take that ball down. They're scoring, right? You want to close the gap, and so Mercenaries doing a masterful job there of using the ball to their advantage as well to dictate the pushes that Majin makes.
Yeah, the invisible hand element of Halo is now really at play here in favor of Mercenaries. Too many no-shows for now on the side of Majin, but as I say that, they do have control of the oddball, and with a good 30-second hold here, could bring it back to within 20, and on Streets, a good hold on live fire is probably 20 seconds. On Streets, it's really more like 10, so they have a lot of work left to do just because of the truncated nature of this map. Can they bring it back? They're still on the oddball for now, so a much better performance in the last 60 seconds from Majin has this lead cut in half.
Absolutely, and one of the things you notice, Suppress obviously hitting a nice perfect onto Snipe Drone, but what I noticed there was Snipe Drone was on a killing spree at the time and is sitting at 43 and 35, so Majin showing some signs of life now, have cut the lead. What was a 70-point lead is now only a 20-point lead, and they're getting some slays to boot, so advantage now, man advantage towards Majin. 3v2 situation, ball has been played. Glory also with camo in hand, so this is a huge moment for the Majin squad, and whether or not they're able to secure these slays, get a setup going, and close the gap.
This could play out like a mirror of round number 1, where Mercenaries stole it from Majin despite their hot start, while Majin have a little bit of larceny in mind as well, as Glory utilizing that camo already had one backstack, now to the front side, to the face, earns the killing spree, and 44 slays for Snipe Drone. I think that's impressive. I look across the screen, Suppressed has 44, and Sab on the precipice of 40 as well. It's been an all-out slay fest.
What a trade there, though, from Mighty. Sab looked like he had him dead to rights. Mighty's getting a kill that maybe he shouldn't have gotten, and off of the back of that, the ball now moving towards the purple side. As I say, that player's flying in left, right, and center. Kills going in both directions. Neither team wanting to make a mistake at this moment in the game because it could cost you the whole game.
Enemy has the ball.
Crunch time. 60 seconds left. Just about 20 separating these two teams. It is Mercenaries with the advantage, though, and they do have possession of the PD side of the map, A as well, the oddball as well. So it's on Majin right now to find the break, but Suppressed is breaking hearts, takes down one. I feel like he's had the Stalker in his hands as much as the Bandit.
Yeah, the Stalker, if you're someone with a steady shot like Suppressed, you do maximum damage, right? One shot takes out half your shield. It's such a good weapon to use, but no, 2 going down there. Mighty's with a big double kill as well. The push is on. The miss sticky from Soul Snipe, double miss sticky there. Snipe Down bouncing in and out, bouncing Bunny Rabbit over here, going to be rewarded with a Stalker as well. Now working with his teammate there to prevent this push towards PD. Third player comes in, takes 2 shots to the dome. Suppressed goes down. That was 3 down momentarily. Shrouding now over towards the ball. Sab is going to drop as well. Ball in the hands of Majin. 22 seconds on the clock. This is their moment to steal the game.
I thought maybe Majin waited a little too long to grab the oddball, though. So long, in fact, that the oddball reset, but they've got a chance here, down by 17. With 18 seconds left on the clock, here comes Suppressed, paired with Soul Snipe in the cafe. Soul Snipe goes down. Suppressed trying to jiggle peek his way to safety and an elongated life. And he finds the back of one, but he goes down eventually. Oh, four go down. 5 seconds left. You gotta grab the oddball.
Ball's been grabbed now. 3 seconds left. This is the last hold of the game. Camo up. No one is playing for this camo at the moment. No, it's gonna be grabbed. Druk is able to steal that camo away, but he pushes too fast. They've spotted him now. Bottom A. Ball has been rotated into PD. It's gonna get dropped here, Hunter. Ball gets dropped. They pick it up in 1 second. Oh my God! Mercenaries!
Absolutely improbable steal! We thought Majin was going to be the thief in the night, but instead, Mercenaries find it in the final second!
Insane physical awareness there to be able to grab that ball here. Suppressed, as you see, he gets the kill. He's holding the button right here, knows he needs to get the ball, grabs the ball between 1 and 0 seconds left on the clock for the final 2 seconds to seal the deal and take game number 1. Hunter, if every game is going to be like this, we're in for a treat.
Oh my God. That was one of the filthiest oddballs you will ever witness. Just as it looked like Majin had done the improbable and came from behind. Mercenaries steal it with 1 second left to win by a second. I mean, that is you couldn't script it any better.
And Mercenaries taking that game with less overall ball time and being slightly outslayed there in that game number 1. Pretty insane, but suppressed. I mean, my goodness, 14,000 damage on the map, an absolute turret. We see here on the series layout, game 1 by, a needle eye, basically going to Mercenaries. Could not have a closer margin. Gonna hop here into Recharge Slayer, game number 2. And Hunter, I want to ask you about something, man. For me, personally, I would almost rather get blown out game 1 and then have a full reset going into game 2. But to lose a heartbreaker, how do you bounce back from that if you're Majin?
Man, the mental resolve right now, and I'd make a case for both teams, is going to be one of the discussions that we're going to have as casters and just as a community watching. How do you bounce back from the adrenaline dump on both sides, having won it in the final second and then also losing in the final second? But you're right, I'd much rather take the L and not even have anything to discuss. You could be going into this game too, still wondering what you need to do if you're Majin, and we're already 5 kills into this Slayer game too, so you got to put the past in the past, and you got to really find a way to compartmentalize that faster than most humans can.
And here we have Snipe Drone with camo and shock in hand. And there's an unspoken rule about Halo. If you're going to put Snipe in your name, you better be nice with it. And I'll tell you right now, having experience being on the receiving end of this guy's sniper many times, he deserves the name. He's earned the name. And so we'll see if he's able to close the gap here. They are down by 1 currently. Camo's going to run out. Shock still in hand. Lands a shot on player's pin here on long haul side. Is going to be able to finally take it down. Sab there, 5 all now, and players on Mercenaries pinned into long haul. Here comes the push from Majin.
Dirty snapshot there from Snipe Drone, but you're right. He needs to do even more work with the snipe to his name and in his hands as he earns 1 more. Not able to land the headshot there onto Druck, as 3 will go down for Majin, and Mercenaries go up by 2.
Oh, that was a good first life for Snipe Drone, though. Let's say 4-1 to start things off. Was there in the mix. Now we see this play come in. That's a great kill there from SLG onto Druck, now closing the gap to within 1. And if we learn anything from game 1, it's that both these teams like to play high octane fast. They want to take advantage of all damage. Del, you see Glory diving into the top of the tower, taking down Soul Snipe there. Suppressed, though, answering back with a kill of his own.
Yeah, the pace has just been absolutely relentless. Sometimes you get a second to breathe. Callus has maybe a few seconds on a death cam. I mean, we have hardly seen that. It has just been shots, elbows, and grenade explosions throughout the first 25-30 minutes of this series, as Mercenaries and Majin are still close. 12-14 here as Druck has some support. 3 to the back of Blue, and that numbers advantage will swarm the turbine. But now here comes Majin. They might not have the numbers, but they have the strategy, they have the entry, but it's not good enough. They do earn themselves a trade to keep it within 3, but great offense to defense there from the Mercenaries.
Yeah, unfortunately, Druck having to use his Shroud to escape with his life, so not able to use that towards the camo either. It looks like camo is going to be burned. They're hopping back on board with Snipe Drone now, who started off 4-1, is now 5-3, so slowed down a little bit there since the initial, but props to Majin for sort of keeping this close, right? It seemed like they got completely pinned on the back of the silo and punished for it, but it's still only a 1-kill game.
Yeah, keeping it close. Just like we saw in game number 1, which came down to the final second. This one feels like it could come down to the final slay as Druck entry frags his way, throws high, goes low. Love that decision there. Doesn't earn the slay for it, but does get the assist. Now earns himself the rightful slay. Has the opportunity now to take down Snipe Drone, but he's going to escape with his life. He's eyeing this sniper. Does he know the flank is coming? Yet he must have had comms or great game sense, because he knows where Druck is.
Yeah, you could sense that Druck was lurking there. 2 more kills going in the favor of Majin, though, so now would be the opportunity for Snipe Drone to go for that shock, but no, Sab holding him from the C-plat, not gonna let him get there. Druck with a cheeky play there from completely below him to clean up that damage. And this is all 4 going down here for Majin. This is one of the things I was going to point out, Hunter, to our viewers at home. When you're watching professional play, especially in a Slayer, these players want to take advantage of every ounce of damage, every shot dealt. They know that, you know, if you let someone get away and recharge their shields, that's an opportunity wasted, right? So we see so much aggression when it comes to following up on the damage. Hey, I've got this guy weak over here. We need to push him. And these players are so fast to make their way across the map to take advantage.
Yeah, an advantage is what Mercenaries have taken as they've widened the gap a little bit. The largest lead of the game, up by 5, looking to extend it to 6 with suppressed. 2 shots left with that shock rifle. There goes one. The second one does not quite connect, but he'll maintain his life all the while. Druck doing a great job. Look at how he engages to stay alive, do enough damage to earn the assist, maintains his life, make sure it turns into a +1 net outcome. And you don't need many +1s at this point. You're up by 9, so a trade could have benefited Druck there, but he's playing such smart heads-up Halo. It's damn near flawless.
I do still feel like maybe Majin are holding for each other a little bit too close in proximity, because when they're going down, they've gone down 2 or 3 times in this game already, all 4 dead. And in a Slayer, that's just such a huge blow to drop 4 kills like that. As I say that, though, they do take down 2. They've spotted the last 2 remaining players here running away towards A. We'll see if they're able to pick them off. It looks like maybe the game plan is shifting now. They're playing towards the spawners and the camo. Pressure comes in, though, not going to be able to secure that camo, and instead turn 2 deaths. Majin now kind of in the danger zone, right? Sab with camo here, and they're up by 8 at 36 kills. This camo could potentially, you know, be the death knell for Majin. If they're going to make a move, they need to do it now.
Yeah, it's a 2 team wipe deficiency right now for Majin, and I always say once you get into the 40s, especially the mid to late 40s, you got to bring it back to within 1 team wipe. If you're within 1 team wipe, hey, 49-45, a flawless push, and you're right back in the mix. But as I say that, the lead has only continued to grow and extend for Mercenaries. Sab with a great use of the camo continues to find foes, earns another one. 10 in a row. Sab with the frenzy. He's fried.
Yeah, when you see players dropping frenzies, it means they're just styling, right? There goes another full wipe there for Majin. Everything going in the favor of Mercenaries and Sab at the moment. Sab with not only 14 kills, but 10 assists as well to his name. So 24 of his team's 48 kills he's been in the mix for. 50% participation there perfectly. 25 kill participation from Sab as Mercenaries close out game 2 in a convincing fashion. And that sort of answers the question we started that game with, right, Hunter? Like, would Majin be able to bounce back after that heartbreaker in game 1? And the answer, unfortunately, this time was no.
Man, you have Sab playing like that, and it's no wonder they won by the score differential that we see there on your screen. But Druck was just about right there with him. Yeah, they both had 15 slays, a difference of 3 on the assist and death count. So I really wanted to lament Sab as the MVP of that game, but you could probably hand the trophy in the micro to both of them. They were both playing out of their mind, and just what an incredible job by both of those 2 players to earn that many slays and still find time and damage to help out your teammates with the assist, playing smart Halo all the while keeping that death count low. Sab and Druck pop off.
Yeah, and how nice it's supposed to be Soul Snipe, right? To be like, I mean, guys, I had less than 3,000 damage because I couldn't even find anyone on the map to shoot. Everyone was dead. As we also have our picture-in-picture on the bottom of the screen. FaZe up 1-0 currently over Reversal Perfy, which is another great squad. I mean, Ice Kid, Common, Gators, Luini, these are some of the, you know, upcomers from Infinite that have made a splash in the scene. But for a team like FaZe, Hunter, I was saying on my stream, I was like, you know, you can't really sweat that loss to Majin because these 4 players have never competed together with that exact lineup before. They're only going to get better as every series goes on. And I mean, if I'm being honest, I think the losers bracket is one of the scariest things for the rest of the scene for that FaZe team, right? They're going to get so many reps in, so much practice, and they're only going to get better every series.
Yeah, it could be a blessing in disguise for a team like that, like you mentioned, that just needs a little bit more reps, some more game speed opportunities to develop that sixth sense understanding of what the other players on the squad want to do without necessarily having to communicate it. That's what these 8 players have. All 4 of these guys have plenty of experience with each other, and you see that level of cohesion when watching a series like this. A little out of sorts for FaZe. That's why they lost 3-1 to Majin. As we rotate back now to Majin versus Mercenaries, King of the Hill, as it looks like SLG is going to grab the first snipe.
And it took my brain a second to register that, yes, this is a 2-0 series in favor of Mercenaries. The way that first game went, I honestly couldn't even remember who won it. It was such a close margin. But now Mercenaries looking to close out the series. And it doesn't really matter the margin that you win by, right? As long as you get the dub. So, you know, a close 3-0 is still a 3-0. And I'm sure Mercenaries wanting to close out strong so they can get prepped for the next series.
SLG, wow, still in possession of that snipe, rotates, and when you rotate the snipe all the way to the other side of the map, you're gonna pick off an unsuspecting foe. That's exactly what we saw there. His opponent had no idea where SLG was positioned with the snipe. Now he's playing objectively. He's gonna wait for a teammate, I would imagine, to jump into the hill, and then he's gonna work his way back to red. But SLG, with a great start with this snipe and a great start overall for Majin. Body shot turns into a headshot cleanup. SLG, and he maintained his life. He still has 5 shots left.
I love watching SLG snipe. One of my favorite players to watch from the EU region. I mean, he plays on such a high sense that it's just such a whippy sort of aimer, and he's able to check so many of the lanes and be really versatile with it. On a killing spree now, puts the body shot into the hill guy. He's going to be cleaned up as well. Looking to play his life, not able to take down that player, but in the process of them taking him down, 3 players do drop for Mercenaries. This hill now about 75% of the way capped here for Majin, only needing about 12 to 15 seconds left to close out this hill. And it looks like they're now swarming towards the hill. Sniper in the hands of Druck. You see Mercenaries kind of opting to play for more of that sleigh control first, not diving straight into the hill. Want to make sure they have the sleighs in their favor. They take down 2, but they will also be traded out. So 2v2 now as Mercenaries will drop 3 down. Last player alive, suppressed coming off spawn. Sniper in the hands of Glory. Looking like Majin's going to take this first hill here pretty handedly.
Yeah, and it looked like Glory worked out of the hill to allow his teammate into the hill to maybe give that false sense of hope to the Mercenaries that they could push through and still steal this hill. And oh my God, this all seems like premeditated murder. Maybe I'm right. Glory with the quick scope double kill. So right now what you're doing is you're burning time off the clock. Granted, it's too early to be that consequential, but you've now made the rotation a little bit more difficult for Mercenaries, so much so that they're all dead. So Majin absolutely had the Ryu strat cooking right there, and it pays off in droves.
Yeah, that was a great way to, you know, I don't even necessarily think it was about the burning the clock as much as it was about making sure they were in the right spots for the next hill, right? So make sure that they're going to be able to seamlessly transition. And so far, we see them about 33% capped on hill number 2, using that strategy to make sure they had control of the red base for the rotation. Now Sniper going to be dropped, Mr. Soul Snipe, burning some of the rounds as he was going down. You know, that's got to hurt his soul, you know, as someone named Snipe to have to waste away his precious. But big heads up play there to make sure that Majin didn't have that ammo to work with. 2 going down though. Now is the opportunity for Mercenaries to make their counter push. 3, make that 3 drop in, all 4 dropping SLG first off spawn. And this is Mercenaries' sort of first opportunity here in this red base hill to set up their line of defenses and see how much they can put on the board.
Yeah, this is Mercenaries' first good look at hill time, and it's going to challenge Majin to see, okay, you've been playing on the front foot, been playing offensively this entire time. How good are your breaks? So we're going to put them to the test right here, and they seem to be passing it pretty well. Unfortunately, though, they were not able to take down Sab, and Sab with a little bit of a hero play stays alive, but is it long enough to prevent them from scoring? Does Majin, as we take a look at our picture-in-picture, 49-40 as FaZe just 1 slay away from going up 2-0 on Reversal Perfy. Hunter, I looked at the teams involved in the LCQ this weekend. There's about 8 teams that realistically, if they're playing at their best, could make it to the LA Finals and the, 8-week plus gauntlet we have of online Halo competition to look forward to. So there's going to be a good 4 or 5 teams that are pretty upset after this weekend. We're going to find out exactly who that's going to be throughout the next couple of hours of broadcast here, and then tomorrow we'll have the quals.
Yeah, and can you imagine the FOMO of not making it into the league and having to watch every week, and especially if you're like that 5th, 6th sort of placing, right, where you were that close. No
especially
one wants
if you're
to
SSG,
be,
right?
Exactly. No one wants to be on the outside looking in. Everybody wants those spots, but unfortunately, there's only 4 up for grabs. And so, yeah, I mean, I looked at the team list and the players coming back, and you know, it seemed like the FOMO already set in when you see players like Bound and Lucid and Renegade and everyone coming back wanting to get in the mix for the Pro League, realizing that there was something to play for. And so this is probably the most exciting weekend of Halo that I can remember in recent memory.
Absolutely. This somewhat the LVT Pro League somewhat reminds me of the MLG Golden era. Just full on community focused and community driven, and for the community by the community. I guess that's the best way to put it. As Majin have a 2-0 lead with 2 minutes left in regulation, and through all that yapping and a little bit of nostalgia from us, they are in the present moment. They are in the here and now. They have 90% on the board. Soul Snipe, though, with a nice double to clear the middle of the map. Now making his way towards the hill. A last-second chance to dethrone it, but it might not be enough. Here comes one more. Snipe Drone looking to defend his crown. And he does not, but his teammate comes through. Oh my God, Mighty zipping and sliding his way into the hill. Makes it 3-0 Majin.
Yeah, and so even though Snipe Drone didn't win that fight there, Snipe Drone made the fight take long enough to where he had help come in to clean up after him. These players so good at maxing out their lives. Even in a 1v1 battle, they're using cover. I'm not making it just a straight 50-50, but yeah, you're going to fight me and you're going to fight the environment around me, and it's going to cost you your time if you are going to kill me. And so great plays there. And I mean, Majin looking very commanding in this game, up 3-0 now. With only a minute and a half left on the clock, I mean, they can basically play Slayer and do whatever they want to do here for the rest of the game and close this thing out. They've got a 3-hill cushion, and that's a great position to be in.
Yeah, this is definitely Slayer territory for Majin, as they do occupy the hill at the very beginning of Hill 4, but then they get out, looking to maybe play that Team Slayer strat you are referencing, Hunter, as Mighty's going to go to work with the sniper. A nice use of the thrust, though, from Soul Snipe. Does it again for the double kill. He'll take the sniper to his name, and you need a spark. You need something here, and you need a lot. With just 1:18 on the clock, you really cannot step foot out of the hill. So it's not quite 3v4 like in an oddball, but maybe 3.5v4, because one of these 4 players for Mercenaries is going to have a predictive position in the hill at all times, and Sab's not going to be able to get there. He's the last Spartan standing, and all of his teammates are dead.
Yeah, he does get a trade, which is, you know, probably the best case scenario there, being the last player alive, being able to take down Mighty's. But clock is being burned now, and we see Majin content to stay just outside that hill and lay shots down range, right? So Snipe Drone now with a upper position, looking over the middle map. You see how he is purposely not touching the hill, burning that clock, and just keeping that, you know, Mercenaries at that arm's length, you know, just playing keep away, right? And is going to be taken down here, but look at how much time has already gone off the clock in this last cycle. 30 seconds now gone by, only 30 seconds remain now. Glory in a perfect position to force that player to leave hill as well. And you know, if you're Mercenaries, you kind of at this point in your head know, like, hey, this is probably chalk. Let's make sure we're communicating well and keeping our shots warmed up and keeping our energy up, but it's definitely a mountain to climb.
Yeah, 24 seconds left on the clock. Maybe Mercenaries can get that one hill to just, you know, have the idea of, well, we didn't get shut out, we didn't get skunked, we didn't get staked. So at least there's going to be that for Mercenaries. They do finally put one on the board. They are back in the hill for now, but again, we were saying this with a little over a minute left. They could not leave the hill. 24 seconds left. You can't afford to lose a single second, and that's exactly what's happening on your screen right now.
Snipe Drone with the perfect flank comes in from, wraps all the way through blue base and comes in for the perfect double kill cleanup there. Great shots out of him. Now, you know, setting up that perimeter again. Spots Druck in front of him. Will take Druck down. 10 seconds left in the game. Last 2 players from Mercenaries now pushing the hill, and they are not able to leave this hill. It is Colonel Custard's last stand here for Mercenaries. As Sab, you know, dipsy doodling around the boxes, doing everything he can, and gets repulsed out. Well, 3 go down though for Majin, so we do still have some signs of life here, Hunter. I mean, crazier things have happened, right? I mean, 5 seconds left in the game. They score this, gets suppressed with sniper. Hill's moving back to bottom middle. Oh, nice little quick scope there on the SLG, but I mean, could you imagine holding? You got to be perfect hold on the middle.
Oh my God!
3 going down.
Oh my God! They have a chance.
If there's ever a time to do it, this is the time to do it. If there was ever a time.
Suppress is now staggering it with the snipe, but he has got to stay on his steez. Has to take down probably all 3 pushing his way, but all the while, Mercenaries get to the 25% mark. Suppress lands the frag, staying alive with his killing spree, cannot go down, lands the body shot, has his opponent at a 1 HP, but Suppressed finally goes down eventually. And Sab, though, still in the hill with 4 alive for Majin. This is an improbable hold. Soul Snipe going to give his last muster to stay in it, but he will go down. But man, Mercenaries kind of had me PTSD into game number 1 where they stole that too.
Yeah, at that point, you just got to hang it up and uninstall, right? If you get 2 games like that in one series, just robbed from you. But, I mean, I got to give mad props to Mercenaries. I mean, they were not going to go down without a fight. And, boy, what an effort they did put into make that game look a little nicer there on the recap, being 3-2. Hopping into the stats, though, we have Glory, 21 and 16 with 14 assists, kind of leading the charge for his team in the Slays category. On the other side of things, not a single member of Mercenaries going positive. Closest thing would be Soul Snipe going even. So a little bit of a Slays advantage there for Majin. Some life, right? So now at this point, you're down 2-1 in the series, and you're telling your boys, guys, we should have been up 2-1 because of that first game. And so, you know, one game at a time, one game mentality, on to pit CTF, an old head game type, Hunter, a game type that we played together back in 2009. And if you look at these two teams on paper, do you see an advantage either way?
I kind of feel like the stage has been reset a little bit. Now, Majin did have to sweat in that game 3 victory. It kind of felt like they were about to just cakewalk their way to that win, but I don't know, man. You get one on the board, and with how close game number 1 is, I feel like for Majin, from a mental state perspective, you could easily be making a case why you should be up 2-1. Now, we don't play with ifs and buts. We play with the actual series and score result, but now you get a chance to turn it into the 2-2 or the 2 wins that you thought you should have had already. So I think despite the 2-1 advantage for Mercenaries, this series feels pretty even to me going into this game for Pit CTF.
And speak for yourself, Hunter. I love playing with butts. But let's jump into game number 4 now as they load in. Also on the bottom right, we do see phases up 2-0 over Reversal Perfy starting to flow. We see that kill feed just being flooded with red here. Renegade grabbing camo now. Ball in the favor of FaZe. They're looking to clean sweep their way through Reversal Perfy. And unfortunate, right, for Reversal Perfy, a great team, lots of talent over there. You just happen to run into the blender that is FaZe. They're in the lower bracket, but it's not over yet. We'll check back in on that series, but let's jump into this series, right? We've got some action back and forth. Majin versus Mercenaries. Mercenaries currently leading the series 2-1. Majin, though, taking that game number 3 and now heading into game 4 with a bit of momentum. You know the vibes. It's Empyrean, aka the Pit. You've got the rockets, you've got the overshield, you've got the sniper rifle, you've got all the toys to play with. Got to bring that flag back home to your base. Hunter, keys to victory. Walk the people through it.
Opening break snipe is going to be huge, and I always think that if you're able to not only take down the other team's snipe, but maybe take it for yourself and to have 2 in your hand, I think that's pretty huge. Especially, like, for example, if Mercenaries could work a suppress sab combo with the snipe, that could be deadly. And on the other side, snipe drone SLG would be 2 players I'd like to see with a snipe, but they're not going to worry about grabbing snipe. They're already on the flag, already on the run, and with Mercenaries still on the respawn screen, staggering out their snipe drone with the snipe, going for the triple kill off of the spawn kill, and in 30 seconds, Mercenaries are going to take an early 1-0 lead.
Yeah, Snipe Drone. I might as well just rename him Old Man Europe, because I've seen him in the sword with the sniper on this map for so long, putting in work, doing exactly that, playing it perfect. And I love that call there, Hunter, right? It was like, yeah, we could play for our snipe, or we could play for yours. You know what I mean? They get the perfect control off the rip. Now, finally, Mercenaries able to breathe and spawn into the map. Sniper in the hands of Suppress. The only problem is they're already down 1-0.
Yeah, I just really, sniper sets the tone on any map, but especially on a map that's symmetrical and has dueling snipes on both sides, the sniper, even with OS and rockets on that map, Hunter, I think is the name of the game and the key to winning the game. As Suppress gets stuck in the lift a little bit, he'll go down. Not before depleting the sniper resource. SLG has to worry about the run on the other side as he's advanced over to the blue side of the map, but on the red side, it's Mercenaries on the run, so they have to find a way to play a little topsy-turvy Halo here. They do have the numbers advantage for now, but can Mercenaries tie it up?
It looks like both teams there were more focused on protecting their base, so no flag actually being moved anywhere significant. Now Suppressed in the 1v1 there. SLG going to put an end to that with the perfect 5-shot. Get that sprint strafe out of my face. Now 1 going down for Mercenaries, 3v4 situation here. As the push is being set back up. I love this positioning here from Snipe Drone, kind of getting intel on the other base. playing his life. We do have rockets and OS coming up. So the power-ups and power weapons on this map are staggered, as most of you know. Sniper comes up separate from the rockets OS, and so we'll see here what these teams prioritize. Do they want the OS? Do they want the rockets more? Are they going to try to split for one, or sort of, we can see it now as Majin sending, it looks like 1 or 2 players down towards OS. They were set up for rockets, and now they've rotated over for OS, but Sab in the OS spawn, taking down multiple players, and Soulsnipe will be able to drop in and get that OS. 3 going down for Majin there. A great push, as well as the rockets. So Majin, in splitting their attention there, end up with nothing. All the advantage in the favor of Mercenaries.
Yeah, there's the answer to the question you posed. Majin, you get nothing. And Soulsnipe gets an OS, and I love how they use Soulsnipe to batter his way through to the flag. Look at, he's got no more OS left. So theoretically, if they didn't grab that OS in that scenario, Soulsnipe's not still on the run, and Mercenaries aren't tied 1-all. So flawless sandbox control. Druck grabs the rockets. Soulsnipe grabs the OS, and the tied game here at 1.
There's a little bit of panic there for Majin, right? We saw them sort of on the player outlines rotating over from green towards OS to try to help. Oh my goodness, Sab with 2 nasty shots. Now sitting at 6 and 6. SLG not able to hit the head. He's last player alive there. Will drop Druck, so buying his team just a little bit of time there by getting 1 kill to his name, and lands the body on suppress. So some great shots there out of SLG. As we say out though, Sab now pushing his way through the room. Gets another pick, gets 2. Oh, he has double stack snipes now. 10 shots to work with. The last person on the other team. He will throw it off the map. That's a great play there from Sab. Well, playing denial there, knows that more than like he could hit that shot, but the chances are he may miss. So not even taking the risk, throwing the snipe off, full reset, playing it safe.
I love that play there from Sab. You give yourself, and you have to set all this up before it happens. You have to kind of see the situation before it even presents itself. But he knew, I'm going to give myself 1 chance, 1 shot at the no-scope, and if I don't land it, I'm dropping off the resources. 10 shots in total off the map. So sometimes you see Sab fry and slay out and not miss a shot, but even when he does miss a shot, Hunter, he's still playing heady Halo at the peak of his game.
Yeah, great heads up plays there. Big brain plays. And now we have a tied game here, Hunter. 1-1. The pressure is on. If you're Majin, are you going to push this to a game 5? Or are you going down to the lower bracket, right? And we know now there's some sharks waiting down there. You know, you may have beaten FaZe 1 time, but you don't want to play with fire more than once, right? You want to win this. Yeah. You want to keep pushing in the winners bracket. Flag though on the move for Mercenaries after a perfect push from them. They dropped 3 or 4 players there without even turning out. Mighties will take down Druck there. Last player that can make any sort of stop is not going to happen. This flag is going in, and unfortunately for Mighties, he may have left the OS as well. Suppress will thankfully be taken down. OS now in the hands of Majin. Takes some punches there though. Soulsnipe swinging, is able to burn pretty much all at OS. Sab now with rockets, misses 1 rocket left. Looks like he used them both actually. 2 going down for Majin now. Momentum once again in the favor of Mercenaries as 3 make that 4 going down for Majin. Sab now on the move towards the flag.
Majin were sprinting off the starting blocks, but they've seemed to have stumbled halfway through as FaZe will secure the 3-0 sweep over Reversal Perfy. Their hopes and dreams of making it to Los Angeles for the LVT Shopify Pro League have just gone by the wayside, as still have several teams vying for that $128,000 prize pool, as SLG trying to work his way towards this fresh snipe. Needs to earn it though with a few more slays. Predictive nade out to the left, but that's not where his opponent is pushing, and now he might have just worked himself into a 1v2, and he did just that. Now Sab has the chance to steal the snipe.
He gets hunted down. The Glory knows that Sab wants to play for that weapon. Now Sniper will be in the hands of Glory. Looks like maybe Suppressed or Soulsnipe on the other side with their Sniper. Got some Sniper on Sniper action. This is a tale as old as time. Grab the Sniper and run into Sword, but no! Sniper was completely on the other side of the map. Druck dropping Glory there. Sniper now last player alive on this side of the map, doing everything he can, but he will get dropped by the nade. We see now a lot of pressure on the high side of the map. Some great shots there out of Mighty Sab with another Sniper in hands. This has just been a bit of a team snipers match for Sab here, huh? As he takes down Glory there with the cleanup shot. And funny enough, if you look at the slays, it's pretty even across the board. Snipe Drone, though, having a little bit of a rough match after that initial dominance with the Sniper that we saw here. Hopefully he's able to step his game back up. Soulsnipe dropping some shields here now, making his way towards the bridge, grabs a repulse as some extra equipment. Gonna land this shot there, easy on the snipe drone. The second shot there, soul snipe. Once again, if you have snipe in your name, you better hit some shots, and he's doing just that, putting on a show for us. Now working his way onto the spawners. The no-scope comes in onto the court. Mighty's back in the respawn screen, and that shot opens the play now. We rarely see a flag going through runway, but this one is moving. One player left to stop. It looks like that is Snipe Drone, who did go down. SLG, though, did make his way to the other side of the map. He is the last line of defense. He is the last hope here to stop this flag. Slay's not going in the favor of Majin. Two go down. The lift has now kidnapped SLG. He's going to die from it, Hunter. The lift kidnapped him. It cost him his life. Snipe Drone desperately trying to return the flag. It's not going to be able to. Three go down. Druk now moving the final flag of the series.
Wow, wow, wow. 30 seconds was all it took for Majin to score first, but Mercenaries learned from their mistakes and just put together an absolute clinic afterwards. Unbelievable plays with the snipe. We saw a ton of multis, some filthy no-scopes, 4 multis. That game delivered everything you could have asked for outside of a 3-2 finish. But my God, my eyes, as I look back at the series layout, go back to that Streets oddball where the Mercenaries took it in the final second. And yeah, just, again, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but had Majin won a game that they arguably rightfully should have, you'd be going to a game 5. This series would not be over. And sometimes, Hunter, that's all it comes down to is a single second.
Yeah, and also on the side of Mercenaries, when you've won a game like that, when you've stolen a game away in the series, you are constantly in the back of your mind reminding yourself of that when you are down, saying, we could do that again. We could do that again. So even there in that game number 4, they go down early, you know, quick flag cap, looks like everything going in the favor of Majin, and they just slowly, one play at a time, one kill at a time, cap the flag here, take the lead, close it out, right? And so they were playing with ultimate confidence and poise more than anything else, and they're now going to be moving on to face off against Noobs, which I believe are LatAm's best, who have taken down Legion with a 3-0 series there. So both of these teams hot at the moment. Cannot wait for that matchup. On the other side of the bracket for tomorrow, we will see Vitality and SSG, who have both been dominating the lower side of this winners bracket. So here are your winners matchups for tomorrow, chat. Your teams currently sitting in the top 4: winners side, Mercenaries and Noobs, Vitality and SSG. Hunter, were any of these, you know, for out of these teams, which are the ones that you sort of had circled, underlined, highlighted moving into this weekend?
Well, I'm really excited for this set of winner semis tomorrow. These will both be qualification matches, but I think if my eyes go to one squad on this bracket, like yes, Hunter, I think it's Legion Gaming, because I just think back to the Uzi Zuzi twins, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, right? That's sort of been the narrative around these guys throughout the entirety of Halo Infinite. They seemingly placed top 17, or I guess 24 really, but 17th at every single LAN tournament until Charlotte, the final LAN before the last Halo World Championship we may have ever had for Halo Infinite, and they got it done. They got that top 16 with I believe it was a ridiculous 3-0 sweep. And I just look at that team and I wonder, will that be the case? Will that narrative stick for them? Or have they rewritten their legacy and the lore around the Uzi Zuzi twins in somehow finding a way to just improbably get it done against all odds? So while Legion Gaming will not go on to the winner's semis, they will still have a chance to qualify and make it to the LVT Shopify Pro League. Try not to be biased, but there's not a better set of twins in the league. I'll say they're my favorite twins that play Halo still. I can be biased for that, right? Because I think they're the only ones. But Uzi Zuzi, 2 top-class, top-notch individuals, both in and out of the game. I look forward to seeing where their story ends or continues on.
Yeah, I'm looking at that SSG team there on the bottom, right? They find themselves in the winners semis. And FaZe in the losers, right? That's the matchup that we were hoping. I know everyone wants to see this weekend, but SSG looks like they have been cruising thus far. Vitality as well, you know, 3-0s across the board here. And I mean, I can't even imagine the pressure, right? None of these teams want to be left out. And so when you mention Legion Gaming, they have those twins have been through so much in Halo Infinite at this point. Pretty much grown up on this game, and so you know, obviously hoping that tomorrow they're able to have a little bit more success there in the lower bracket. But man, this mercenary squad, man, they're a squad to look out for, genuinely.
Yeah,
we saw Majin have a great series against FaZe and then basically get swept aside by mercenaries, and the poise and the composure there were incredible. But we're gonna take a short break here on this Shopify Rebellion Halo Pro League last chance qualifier. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're gonna jump into some lower bracket matches. It's do or die time. We'll see you on the other side.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to LVT Halo for the LCQ, the last chance to qualify for the Pro League. We're still waiting on 100 GX to return, so we'll solo this one for as long as we could. I could have waited, but I didn't want to wait a second longer because we've got Eli the Ninja, my usual casting duo. It's going to be really hard for me not to be biased in this one. Eli, you suck. Anyways, Eli goes down, but they are making a run, anti-gravity, and I'm really excited for this match. Leaderness, Agency, Collective, and Eli the Ninja. If you go back on my Twitter a couple of days, might have had a little bit of a hand in putting this team together, but going to be as neutral as I can. They're going up against Luminon EU, which is Finners, Brainiac, TK2, and Basto. So they're going to have their work cut out for them. Those are 4 phenomenal players from across the pond, but it's 5 phenomenal shots from Eli the Ninja. Eli, you're supposed to be in the caster's booth. You're nearly 40 years old. This is insane. What an incredible story this would be if Eli qualifies for the Pro League. Even just to make it this far, I'm so proud of him. As Luminon ultimately take a 7-10 lead here. Eli starting off 4-1-2. A little bit of a caster observer curse, though, because it does feel like we're only catching his deaths as Brainiac earns the shot caller medal in a little bit more time.
Great plays here off the rip by Anti-Gravity to sort of prevent Luminon from immediately just kind of steamrolling the scenario, right? And awesome to see Eli, I mean, back-to-back weekends putting together some squads that can hit, right? The boy still got the shot as he sitting at 5 and 4 currently, one of the top Slayers on his squad. Slay's pretty even across the board. Nice double kill coming in there from Leaderness. Now Ball at red, spots the spawn there from Eli across at blue, trying to work his way towards him, takes down a 3rd player, all while moving OBJ. Is he gonna get the final, the unofficial wipe here? Does exactly that. So great life out of Leaderness. 4 down for Luminon EU. First spawner now up, and ball time ticking for Anti-Gravity.
Exactly what you needed, as Luminon were able to get out to the first 30-second check mark. But then Anti-Gravity earned a all 4 down team wipe, and now we're just within 10 seconds. Agency trying to stay alive. Eli there on the periphery, trying to do a little bit of work here to push in through. Good shots, but oh, TK2 turns on him. That looked like perfect 5.
Yeah, great shots there out of TK2. 2 now down for both teams. Leaderness rotating the ball back towards the red base. Look like the spawns do come in there at red, so a little bit of a natural backup there for the ball guy. Now Collective and Leaderness trying to play together. Ball in the far back of base. Finners, sniper, top red, working his way in. We'll see if he's able to land some shots. Don't snipe your teammate in the back of the head. 1 down for both teams. Nice little no scope going in there, preventing the rotation of the ball temporarily there, but here comes the push. Will he be taken down? You know you want to get the sniper out of their hands if you are Anti-Gravity. Eli searching for Finners, not able to pick him up just yet. Leaderness, though, grabbing another double. It seems like Leaderness clutching up this Anti-Gravity squad, but the double kill coming in. Nasty snipes, completely nullifying any and all plays just made by Leaderness there in a moment.
Finners, filthy with the snipe, but he does lose control of it shortly after. Lucky enough for Anti-Gravity, he doesn't continue on the run, and despite the montage play from Finners, it's Collective with a montage play of his own and a 4-second lead here in this oddball. So we're witnessing some high-level Halo on both sides, back and forth, and the score is 2.
Great plays here down the, not in that last stretch by Anti-Gravity. It seems like everything going in their favor. More slays coming their way. 3 going down for Luminon EU. No kills traded, so the perfect situation. Leaderness finally will be taken down. Hopping on board now with Eli, trying to stay alive here in the red window. Knows his player's pushing towards River. Gets a little bit of odd timing there. Lands 4 perfect shots, but not able to clean out TK2. TK2 now wisely backing up. But all the while, Hunter, ball time still kind of being chipped away here by Anti-Gravity. They're finally going to be 4 down. This is Luminon's opportunity to strike back.
Yeah, Eli's going to know to push this line of scrimmage out, push out by himself, quote unquote. But just momentary drag there to allow his teammates to spawn and now regroup with him shoulder to shoulder. Now in a 1v1 with Brainiac, just trying to stay alive. All of his teammates actually went towards the right, towards the snipe side. So Eli out on an island here, but doing a great job staying alive. 2 versus 2 split. Now he's back in the mix with Brainiac. Doesn't quite know where he is. And the oddball gets dropped. Momentary lead now for Luminon as they've regained control of it, but they're only up by 5.
Unfortunately, Eli was just a little bit too slow on pushing out from the crates, and the player that he was fighting was able to rotate and pick one of his other teammates in that fight. So just slightly slow on the step there, which allowed Luminon to maintain control, and they're continuing to add time to the board now. 70 seconds and counting, now up by 20 over Anti-Gravity. Leaderness now making this play over towards Ice. The ball still sort of stuck in that red base area. The kills are going to be cleaned up here and traded. Both sides, though, advantage towards Luminon. 3 players to 2.
90 seconds left in regulation. It's still a close game as Finner's eyes rotation to the blue side of the map. Don't know if he's going to get there, though. Oh, great defensive posturing, though, from Bastos. Leaderness was ready to shut down that rotation, but Bastos shut him down instead.
Bastos now with snipe in hand, wasting some ammo there. It burns 4 shots, but there will be 4 shots to use for A's and C here. Now Brainiac in front of him. Oh, it's so frustrating when they're just dipsy doodling like that, right? And able to finally take him down, but the time has been wasted. Mission accomplished there by Brainiac to sort of throw off the timing there and get his teammates back into the mix. We see A's and C now with sniper in hand, knows that the pressure is going to be coming from Cargo, but looks like the press is on now. 4 members up for Leaderness. 1 body shot in for A's and C. A melee in, but unfortunately, no teammates anywhere inside to clean up the damage there on those 2 shields that were broken, as Anti-Gravity been on cycle here for the last minute or so and need to take the time to regroup. They've only got 1 shot left to break the setup.
Yeah, this is it, your last chance to reset and respawn, but Bastos is going to send another one back to the respawn screen. TK2 goes down to the nice shots from A's and C, and despite being no shields, he's got to push through, seeing the situation clearly. 98 seconds on the clock does prevent the game from ending, but does not prevent the reset, and it does look like Luminon is set up close enough to get back on it, but instead it's Anti-Gravity who steal it, take it into blue, and they might have a chance now. All 4 up for Anti-Gravity, 3 go down for Luminon. This could be another final second thriller.
This is the chance here if you're Anti-Gravity, but you got to play this perfect. You have 0 margin for error. You got to know where the spawns are coming up. You cannot mess up the spawns. Nice picks here from Leaderness, though. Those are great. Any kills that you get on the far side of the map are excellent because they force Luminon to have to take more steps. But no, 1 player stuck through there. Bastos somehow getting all the way through to the ball guy and breaks that opportunity in half. Unfortunate for Anti-Gravity, but that's just round 1. Round 2 is up next.
And a really, really nice opening round there for Luminon. And if I had to pick, not necessarily 1 player, but the sniper was just Finners with a nasty double, Bastos with a couple of sick quick scopes. Really a dominant use of the sniper rifle there for Luminon in round number 1. I'd like to see Anti-Gravity get their hands on a little bit more as their path to a comeback.
You got to control that power weapon. That sniper rifle is so huge on this map, as well as the Quantum. Both items super useful. We see Eli now with Quantum in hand. Would love to see him use this Quantum to be aggressive on the map. Nice play there to pour it out of danger, but still close enough to get the job done. Takes down 1. Nice shots onto Finner as well. Eli now starting to turret a little bit on the map, is able to slightly get away with his life. Damage coming in from everywhere is finally going to be dropped there. Finners goes down with Sniper as well, but great play there from Eli to sort of waste the other team's time, to milk his life as much as he possibly could. And now, you know, Anti-Gravity with they've set the pace. They're up 28-0 here in this round, and I'm looking at the way they maintain their position in this map. And control. Ball now in the hands of Luminon, but Eli does get the first pick. It's a big first pick there that opens up the push. Ball will be dropped. 2 going down for Luminon. No kills traded. This is a perfect collapse from Anti-Gravity.
Great help there as Eli gets the opening DPS to take down 1 with the assist. More damage being dealt out towards Finners. Takes a shot in the glue teal from his teammate, but he's no worse for the wear as he gets back up to full shields, back up on top, positioning wise, drops down into the ice tunnel, takes down Finners, has to watch his right though, as he does land the melee to take his opponent down to 1 HP. Bastos has numbers and has support. 3 go down for Anti-Gravity, but not before earning 35 seconds. I will say, however, Hunter, that we saw this in round number 1 where Anti-Gravity built about a 20-30 second lead, and then Luminon EU grabbed onto the snipe. That, again, I think is going to be the difference maker here. And you got to make sure Finners or Bastos don't get it, because they seem to really excel when they have the S7 in their hand.
You know, I always talk about continuity of squads, and you don't notice it when you're ahead. Where you notice it the most is when a team is behind and needs to formulate a break, right? And needs to come back, needs to work their way off of spawn or from a disadvantageous position. And, you know, with this anti-gravity squad, this is a completely different anti-gravity squad than there was last week. And so it is a new team. So those are those tricky moments, right? But to have made it this far is already a testament to the talent of these players. And so it's going to come down to whether or not they can gel in time to sort of make this a series and cause an upset, because you know these Luminon players are very familiar with playing with one another.
Oh, fantastic bait and switch execution there from Leaderness. Maintains his life and then slides through for the slay onto another. Brainiac now spawning in the backside of the red portion of the map, looking to push out, has opponent down to 1 HP. Nice work, earns the assist, but all the while Anti-Gravity have formed a rotation inside of blue, and they're setting it up right at the angle there where they can drop it off. If they lose 3, it's exactly what happens.
Leaderness also getting a tray, or getting a kill before being traded out in that situation. 2 kills being traded out, so this is great for Anti-Gravity, even though they lost. Unfortunate that headshot doesn't connect right there, right? But they've built this 30-point lead once again, and they've sort of prevented Luminon from getting any sort of rock solid setup. Everything is mixy at the moment, and so it's going to come down to who's able to get the slays here. Snipe now going to be in the hands of Leaderness. We've seen him pop off time and time again in this game already. 2 down for both team spawners coming up. It's basically an even 4v4 at this moment. Winner will be able to acquire more ball time.
Leaderness has the sniper that Luminon used in round number 1 to flip the lead on its head. So a good job just playing some keep away. Even if you're not able to land all of these shots, you do keep it out of the hands of Luminon. You take away that factor that they were able to really dominate with, as Collective works his way towards the middle of the map. Some pop shots on to Brainiac, gets him down to 1 HP. Nice frag toss, doesn't earn the slay, does get the assist, drops down into the tunnel, and he's working a flank that I don't think they suspect. Oh, and he stays alive. Collective. I thought eventually the jump was on him, but Agency was able to stay alive. Leaderness gets a double kill all the while, and Anti-Gravity triple up on the lead.
Yeah, great teamwork there, cleaning each other's kills up. The instant deletion there of the player getting meleeed in your face. There's no better feeling than to have your teammate have your back like that. Leaderness now on a killing spree as well. Leaderness, first player in the lobby to hit 30 kills. Slays now going completely in the favor of Anti-Gravity. Another 3 going down. Quantum now in the hands of Leaderness. He's going to try to stay alive here. He does just that. Trade coming out of Collective, and when you're in the lead, trades work in your favor. Leaderness now with another cleanup. 90 seconds and counting, and just like that, Hunter, it kind of looks like Anti-Gravity has dominated this round.
And yeah, the eye test looks much better for them here in round number 2, as they will take it. And well, we have a momentary break between rounds 2 and 3. Man, can we just praise be Leaderness, because he's got to be one of the most underrated, underappreciated players in maybe all of Halo. He's in that group of maybe 4 or 5 guys that just don't really get quite the love that I think should. And I look back at Leaderness, he was one of my Trials of Osiris rivals back in 2017, 2018. It's been great to watch him perform at such a high level. A couple of top 12 finishes. He's made it out of pool play on LAN a couple of times. So I'm not surprised that this Anti-Gravity roster is potentially looking at a Champ Sunday appearance. This is sick.
Yeah, and I think the fact that he was one of your rivals over there in Trials says why. He'll be in Halo 1 second, then he's in the next game another second, and every time he is on the sticks in Halo, he makes an impact and does well. But whether or not he's around is you never know what game he's going to be playing on any given day. So, but here on this one, I mean, him and Agency at the moment both sitting at 31 kills. They came to play. Unfortunately, Luminon starting round 3 strong with a 15-point lead here. Now 2 going down. The flank does come in. Collective able to drop that 3rd player. This is Anti-Gravity's opportunity now to close the gap and potentially take the lead. The push is coming in. The spawns are over at crate side. Collective did see that, knows that the right side eyes push is coming, trying to set up his sniper rifle here to do some damage. But look at the routes being taken from Luminon here. They went far right and then cut back in towards the middle, and now Collective has seen nothing and his whole team has died. He did not see a single player on that push. And all 4 are going to drop for Anti-Gravity there. A great route taking out of Luminon, but a little bit of misinformation there on the side of Anti-Gravity.
Yeah, it looked like Collective needed a half second to collect his bearings after using the QT. That was his undoing. Otherwise, it looked like, excuse me, he was cooking. Something special there as Agency, nice shots. Takes down one, sliding into the back of the base to take down TK2, but he has other thoughts. Collective, though, has the flank. Could have the back. Oh, but TK, wow, that is a Royal 2-esque trade sticky right there. Great play.
Eli now resetting into the base, sees his teammates coming off the spawn in blue as well. It's the traditional blue to red push if they're able to pick up these kills. However, the information is already out. Luminon does know these players are pushing from that side of the map. We see the counter coming in. Brainiac gets one. Brainiac now looking for two, which he also gets two. And see, that's the problem when you get stagnant on the map, Hunter. When you're not moving enough and players are able to completely counter you, you just end up getting pinned in. And now Anti-Gravity on a bit of a cycle here at the moment, still stuck at blue. 50, make that 60 seconds on the clock for Luminon and counting, just completely suffocating any sort of push that Anti-Gravity trying to make on the map.
Yeah, Anti-Gravity have to break through that cyclical feeling that you can't break through, and that's a little bit of what we've seen over the last 60 seconds or so, and it's been 71 to the name of Luminon, and they're gonna stagger and continue this reign of terror a little bit longer here as they are in the end game of round number 3 here. 75 and rolling to 11. Anti-Gravity have to get this next stop.
Yeah, and as we saw Anti-Gravity dominate round number 2, it looks like Luminon are poised to dominate round 3. However, Sniper now in the hands of Eli. 3 go down. Last player alive is pinned in the red base. This is their opportunity here to get some scoring going, put some points on the board. Unfortunately, Eli is being hunted down in the base. Not able to get any trades, though. So now a 3v4 push coming in. Luminon now looking to break this blue setup. Body shots coming in for Bastos there. Takes down Collective, backs down Agency. Sees Eli off spawn, lands the dome onto Eli there. Great shot out of Bastos. He's sitting at 38 kills. Hunter, you know he wants to get this game over with. He's tired of playing games.
Bastos' centering is just on another level. It's why you hardly see him make any adjustments with the reticule. Once he finally scopes in for that nanosecond that he does, it's already on a body or on a head. So filthy work from Bastos with the snipe. 95 to 21 here as Luminon are right on the verge of taking this game number 1, but they do go 3 down. Leaderness low enough HP that it's going to be very difficult for him to stay alive, but he does and could call for the bait and switch here, but all the while they said Leaderness back and Bastos steals it for the win. Bastos with 39 slays, felt like 30 of them were with the snipe, and Luminon EU take game 1.
Game 1 going in the favor of Luminon EU, but that's not to say that we did not see signs of life from Anti-Gravity, because we did see them absolutely own the round number 2 as we take a look at the series layout. Game 1 obviously going in the favor of Luminon, but game 2 we've got Origin Slayer, Streets King of the Hill to follow after that. Looking at even the ball time close after those 3 rounds, but my goodness, Bastos 39 and 32, impressive showing from him. On the other side, Leaderness we saw making tons of plays, 39 and 26, a positive 13 out of him. And so, you know, both the leaders of the team sort of stepping up, no pun intended there on the leader talk, but you know, stepping up and setting the pace for their squads. Only 200 damage separating the two of them respectively as they regroup now. And you know, on the side of Anti-Gravity, Eli's in the comms, rallying the troops, setting the strategy, getting everybody on the same page, because they showed there in game number 1 that this Luminon team does bleed. And so we'll have to wait and see if they're able to bounce back in game 2, Hunter.
Yeah, you've got essentially that like player coach role for Eli the Ninja, where he can dissect and analyze things on the fly, and in particular between this game number 1 and 2. And I think it's going to be an important one for Anti-Gravity to take and steal back just some of the series momentum. And I feel like game 1 is so important to win in a best of 5. The mathematical odds really tilt in your favor when you win game 1, Hunter, but especially in an oddball, which kind of feels like going up 2-0 in the sense that you do have to win 2 rounds in a best of 3 in that game number 1 in particular. So Luminon got to be feeling pretty good about their chances here. Anti-Gravity want to win this series. I do think they must win game 2.
Yeah, I would agree with the must-win game 2 talk, especially when you look at game 3 being Streets King of the Hill. Like, that can be such a blender of a game type. You win 1 or 2-0, you know what I mean? And You want to go into that game type feeling confident. You want to go into game 3 feeling like you belong in the series. And when you go down 2-0, sometimes it's just like, man, like, are we just outmatched, you know?
Exactly.
And so we're looking at Origin, a great map with rockets and sniper and all the goodies involved. It'll be a great opportunity for Anti-Gravity to, you know, maybe you hit a highlight clip or something and you start to feel hyped and you carry that through the rest of the series, right? You build your confidence in that way. But knowing these guys, I mean, they've been around the block long enough to know that, you know, even being down 2-0, you just got to have that one game at a time mentality. And so Anti-Gravity looking to bounce back and even this series up here, that one game apiece.
Yeah, and it feels like the low-hanging fruit of Halo analysis. It kind of feels like a cheap thrill for me to say this, but I really think it comes down to the sniper here on Origin. It's like, oh, duh, of course, Mikowski, you just got to grab the power weapons. Everyone knows that. But think back to that game number 1 and the round 2 that was heavily in favor of Anti-Gravity. We hardly saw Luminon with the snipe. And then in round number 3, they got it back in their possession and looked a lot more like they did in round number 1, where, spoiler alert, they had a lot of sniper possession, and they were able to do a lot with it. It's one thing to grab the rockets, the OS, the snipe. It's another when you're able to execute with it. And that's what we saw Luminon do a lot of in rounds 1 and 3. So I think the narrative sticks as far as the keys to the game. I really think the team that possesses the sniper more in this game too is going to take home the dub.
And also the team that's the fastest to either A, force the spawns, or B, be aware of where the spawns are happening and respond appropriately, right? On a map like this where it's not like CTF where you're only going to spawn on one side, and Slayer you're going to spawn on both sides. The entire map is open. You got to be able to adjust on the fly rapidly and make moves. 2 going down now, 3 going down for each team. We're starting off 3-3. Brainiac though did get away with the rockets. It looks like Agency trying to play towards that sniper like you had mentioned, but smartly choosing to bait that sniper, and Brainiac's gonna get dropped with rockets. So 2 more going down for Luminon, 3 going down for Anti-Gravity. I have no idea how that just happened. We're all tied up now. Rockets back in the hand of Bastos, and now looking to establish control of the snipe side.
Yeah, Brainiac forced to drop with the rockets. It's always a difficult angle to work with the explosives when you're looking up, and I think that's a part of why he lost possession of it, but that's just momentarily. And here we go. We talked about the key to the game with the snipe. Eli the Ninja has it in his hands off the start. We've seen plenty of Twitter clips with this thing in his hand. Let's see if we can do it live in a tournament setting. Does trade out ultimately, but he trades out close enough to where Collective can pick it right back up.
Collective now sniper in hand, team trailing by 1. Wisely chooses to rotate back all the way across the map. Eli gonna pick up a kill there in the kill feed to tie things up. Takes that player down in BR. Great shot there from Collective. Took his time, was well composed and collected to land that shot there. And now lead in the favor of Anti-Gravity, up 13-12. And I love this old school positioning with the sniper, right? Take yourself to the back elbow, the farthest position away from the opposing team, landing some body shots there. And you notice that what we talked about before, Hunter, with Gravity, the other team acknowledging that the snipers on the elbow side sent all 4 to snipe side, but Anti-Gravity with the counter now, working their way in to collapse on these last couple players here, hiding in the fountain. 1 goes down. Where is the help though there, Hunter? I wanted to see the whole team follow each other up. Unfortunately, they go a little disjointed, and I don't know, what seemed like it could have been an easy wipe and collapse turns into a bit of a trade. 2 kills traded either way. Anti-Gravity though still up by 2.
Yeah, but look at the difference. Again, Collective with the 2 snipes. The difference was 2 momentarily. TK2 does trade out, but takes down 2 before that. So now just a 1-kill game. Anti-Gravity on top, but it's Bastos on top of the map. He's got great positioning and good enough shots to take down Leaderness. Now with an understanding that the rest of Anti-Gravity is spawning in this side of the base. He's going to work his way through. Eli in a little bit of a coffin corner. He'll go down to his grave because of it. And Luminon now have regained the lead, but just like that, we're tied 22-all.
Yeah, Collective able to get in there and clean up some of that damage that was done on a bit of a ballsy play, honestly. So great plays there to keep this game close, to also putting Luminon on a little bit of a cycle. So no one able to get full control just yet. It looks like Agency now helping take down that player there on the BR side. Eli with his 7th kill to his name. Eli having a bounce back game after what he would consider a disappointing game 1 performance here. Rockets now coming in. Leaderness takes down 1. Will get traded out as well though, and we're still knotted up here at the halfway point, 25-25.
It really feels like it's also going to come down to the bait and switch and just that collectiveness. No pun intended with collective being on the squad, but we did see just a little bit more of that, just that dive bomb halo play from Luminon, whereas Anti-Gravity weren't able to take advantage of their numbers quite as well. So that's going to be something to look out for here, as Finners has the snipe now in his hands, and that's a big reason why it's such a big difference maker. Goes down to 1 HP, but not before taking down 2 and staying alive.
I was going to say the staying alive part, though, Hunter, is huge, right? To take down 2 players in a life and trade out would be great. To take down 2 players and to get out with your life, especially in a Slayer where you are the objective, great play there from Finners. Finally will be dropped, but now we see Luminon extending their lead a little bit here, though. Now it's now a 4-kill lead, which you like to say is a 1-team wipe type game, forcing Anti-Gravity to have to play a little bit more discipline. And what was once a tie game is now a situation where you're going to have to take more risks. You're going to have to follow that damage up now, and Leadiness is trapped in the cave, getting collapsed on by 2. They're looking to continue this momentum. Luminon now running away with this map and starting to really impose their will here on Anti-Gravity.
And this is the most precarious point in the match, where it's a 6-kill difference. The next 2 slays could determine it, in that it'll be a 2-team wipe, 2-possession game, or a 1-team wipe, 1-possession game. And I really do break it down in Slayers to the possessions, Hunter, because let's say you have a flawless push through the map, you take down 4. Well, if you're down by 5 or 6, you still haven't even tied the lead. So this has gotten from bad to worse, though, as just like we said, the next 2 kills are going to either make it a 1-team wipe or 2-team wipe game, and Luminon are starting to run away with it a little bit now.
Yeah, it just looks a little bit disjointed on the side of Anti-Gravity. I'm not seeing folks quite as ready to follow up the damage situations, or you know, we saw Eli there get a lot of damage on the snipe ramp, and he basically got bait and switched on, and there was no one to follow him up to follow up his damage. And in a Slayer, in any game, but especially in a Slayer, like, every bullet needs to be capitalized on, right? Every ounce of damage. And now we see Rockets in the hand of Finners, a killing spree to his name, now sitting at 12 and 9. Spawns are being called out over here in the blue base, an 8-kill lead, make that a 7-kill lead. So a little bit of life here out of Anti-Gravity, but if you want to steal this game too, you're going to have to play just about flawless Halo here down the stretch, as Luminon looking to close things out.
48-41. Finners looking to put the finishing touches on a 2-0 series lead, as Brainiac and company drop down to the bottom of the map, but they both drop as a team of 2. Finners has the back of 2, and that will do it. Luminon take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and Finners was started that game kind of slow. He was -3 or 4 for early portions of that game, then really turned things on, turned on the jets there, closing out with, you know, killing spree, the last double kill. And we see here Luminon now firmly in control of this series, up 2-0. Streets King of the Hill is up next, but before we jump into that, let's take a look at the stats here. Finners 15 and 10, looking strong there, leading the troops. TK2 as well, 13 and 10, but honestly, well balanced effort from Luminon, right? Everyone in double digits, everyone chipping in. Bastos with 12 assists to his name, just saying, hey, recognize me as well. I'm the reason they were able to get all those kills. All right, Bastos, I see you, bro. You're doing damage on the map. Most shots hit, most damage dealt, most assists. A great game out of Bastos there. On the other side, we see A's and C with a 4,400, you know, damage to his name. A lot of damage. Look at the damage difference, though, Hunter. We're seeing multiple players on the Anti-Gravity side with 4,000 plus damage, but it just didn't look like it was being followed up on, right? Like, you don't look at these damage numbers and think that it's a dominant victory, which I would consider. You know, maybe they got a little sloppy towards the end there, Luminon did, but pretty convincing victory there. But the damage doesn't really tell that story. It looks like maybe it should have even gone the other way.
Yeah, I think damage is an important stat, but it can also be a deceptive stat, in that, like you were saying, if it's not cleaned up on, what's the point in adding 180, 190 damage to the stat sheet if it's not finalized with a kill? But before we go into this next game, number 3, I really want to talk about Finners. It wasn't the +5 top frag 15 that impressed me the most. It was towards the end of that game, number 2. He had the rockets in his hands, and I think made one of the most heady plays you can make in Halo, where you recognize that the player before you, maybe 1 or 2 shots, you put the rockets in your back pocket and take him down with the bandit to retain 1 in the tube. And then he turned, got the 1 with the bandit, turned to the left, got the second around the corner, which wouldn't have been possible with anything other than the Rockets. And in a game that ultimately only came down to 6 kills, that was very much so the difference. It kept anti-gravity at bay, and I always just gawk it. And just I'm always impressed by that type of heads-up play. You see guys like Royal 2 do that a lot, where they'll put away the Rockets knowing that they can just do it the old-fashioned way with the Bandit. We saw that there from Finners there in game number 2.
Yeah, it's kind of god tier inventory management, right? It's like we're playing an RPG and you got the right tool for the job, and you know, hey, like I can get a guaranteed kill out of this, or I can use a better tool for this kill and turn that 1 kill into potentially 2, maybe 3, and map control, right? And so great heads up play there by him, understanding the game state, understanding the state of his inventory, and making a move there. Now we go into game number 3. Looks like players had a little bit of texture glitches, so they're resetting the game here. Now jumping in. King of the Hill on Streets, a game type that we saw go away for a while, but now is back with a vengeance. My goodness, this game type is such a blender. Keys to victory here, Hunter. What are you thinking? What does anti-gravity have to do to get back in this series and take this game number 3?
Well, maybe Streets is the perfect map for anti-gravity to reset things here and get their first win of the series. No sniper to be had, whether it be of the Banished or UNSC variety. And I think the other thing too, Hunter, we talked about the speed of play and not following up on damage. I think on a map like Streets, it lends itself more to almost like having it handed to you to play a little bit faster. You're kind of like scooched up on the map by the Halo gods because it's such a truncated field to play. So maybe that benefits anti-gravity here, where they've been losing those two sides of the coin, and those two sides of the coin aren't really going to be as prevalent here for Luminon to play off of their advantage state. So let's see how the cookie crumbles here as we kick off game number 3.
Yeah, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say this first hill is absolutely crucial to this game type, because following this hill, you have bottom C and then bottom middle. 2 hills that are so easy to contest, 2 hills that can so easily turn into Slayer, so to speak. And so if I'm anti-gravity, I'm putting everything I got into trying to cap early, to cap this first hill, to sort of set the pace for the game and force Luminon to chase me on the scoreboard.
I agree. And they're doing just that. 55, now 60% on the board for anti-gravity. 3 going down, staggered out at that for Luminon. So you're going to see a full setup control. Eli going up to the heaven, but anticipating the spawn on the C side. He wants to encroach on that line of scrimmage and not let them breathe off of the C spawn. Here they come.
Interesting choice for them to sort of win that team fight though, and immediately go towards A, knowing that the hill is going to C next. I do wonder what the mindset behind that was, because now they are all 4 down and Luminon was perfectly set up for the C hill. I feel like I would have rather them take the fight to C to sort of play 1 hill ahead, because now Luminon have a full setup after a 4-man wipe, and they're looking to tie this game up.
Yeah, and C can be hard to break out of. It can be even harder to break into, in the sense that Luminon has control of the hill, but a great reset of control of the map as anti-gravity earned the team wipe, get right back in the hill. They did not let them gather as much time as I think that they were set up for, were Luminon.
They didn't know that player was hiding there in the driveway in those little cubbies that are below the commando side of the map there. So a little bit of disruption coming in from Luminon. Now back to scoring. Last player alive is Collective. He does kill the hill though, so that's a big kill. Now doing damage over towards the driveway side, buying some time for his teammates to make a move on the map, and they do just that. Eli picking up another kill of his own, and so a great play here from Collective to prevent Luminon from having what would have potentially been an easy hill cap.
John Wick-like with the sidekick. Collective though goes down shortly after we hype him up. Bastos, you're right, a lot of cheeky, sneaky positioning through the tram side of the map has allowed Luminon to take a slight edge, but anti-gravity are holding their own. It's now a virtual tie here on hill number 2 as Finners breaks through momentarily in the hill, but still has 1 player left to feel like he's got enough of a hold. But Eli with a very important slay on the map. That's 1 that counts for 2 almost, in the sense that it opens up hill time again for anti-grav.
Collective with the hip fire from that far, from Ivy all the way to the Laundry. Unfortunately going to be taken down though, and I don't like that death there, Hunter, at all. He still had camo to use, and so a little bit of a misplay there, feeling a little overconfident after picking up that first slay, and now Luminon poised to steal this hill number 2, and and tie the game up 1-1. Collective going to be dropped once again. No pressure on the hill. We've got a tie game heading into the ultimate blender, bottom middle.
And a little bit of a blender right now for Anti-Gravity. That is a team wipe for Luminon, and perfect timing as it secures that middle hill. C spawns for Anti-Gravity as TK2 resets and re-racks with the stock rifle in his hands. Has 2 split to his left and his right, able to take down 1, but not before Eli the Ninja trades him out. Can pick up the stalker to his name, and with 50% left, he's got plenty of this power weapon to take advantage of.
And I really don't like to harp on, you know, singular plays or anything like that, but man, how different of a game this is if Collective stays alive in Ivy with half of his camo left, right?
Yeah.
With his team scoring in the hill, like changes the whole game state. Now you've got TK2 landing 5-shot perfects across the map and scoring happening on what should be the hardest hill to score on. Luminon effortlessly already half capped and now taking advantage of their spawn knowledge. They've, you know, keeping Anti-Gravity as far away from this hill as humanly possible.
2-2 split. Leaderness dropping into the hill, clears it, turns it red, but he's got to survive that nade, and following shots from Bastos are enough to clean him up. Numbers advantage, still split 2-2, so anything could happen here, but there is a stark advantage on the side of Luminon. Got to make a play here if you're Agency. Last chance to break through.
And Luminon knowing exactly where they should sit in the hill so they can't be spotted from bottom C, hiding in that laundry tire sort of area and setting up traps like that one, just instantly deleting Collective. The lead is now completely flipped over to Luminon, as well as the momentum of the match. Eli now going to be sneaking in towards back A. Nose camo's coming up. Gets in the mix on this play here, though it's too late. Camo has gotten away there, so Eli now stuck behind enemy lines, gonna have to make a new play on the flank, but at the same time, TK2 now hunting for Anti-Gravity.
Yeah, and he is hitting his shots, takes down Leaderness. The tip of the spear routinely for this Anti-Gravity roster, although most are in a nice grouping, all between 9 and 11 slays, but you got 14 and 13 on the high side for TK2 and Bastos. TK2 is just really impressed me throughout the day, or throughout the series at least. He goes down there, but a player that I'm not as familiar with in this lobby, and he's arguably been the best player in the lobby, so props to TK2.
Yeah, he's been ready for the moment, and he's showing up and showing out. Now, if I'm Anti-Gravity, you can't allow yourself to go down 3-1 in this game. This is the hill that you need to cap. You need to, you know, lock it in and make your pushes together, play for your slays. They do exactly that. They get first 2 picks. Eli now heading into PD, not able to take down Finners there, as he does drop Eli Finners now in the PD side, being so annoying to kill. Is finally going to get dropped. Thank God that Collective was able to take him down. One man disrupting the entire push like that is so frustrating to deal with. Anti-Gravity now with Hill in hand and just about 60% cap, looking at about 10 to 15 seconds here left to score this hill. Another kill going in the favor of Collective. Great shots there with the stock rifle. Time ticking in their favor. And when they needed it most, it's looking like Anti-Gravity now poised to tie this game up, but no, Collective goes down the hill, still at A, not fully capped yet. The slays are coming in. Leaderness now fighting for his life here in PD. Gets the trade on the Brainiac. 3 go down there for Luminon. There should be a cap here. We've got a game, Hunter.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. We have ourselves a game, but will it be a series? 2-2. With 2 minutes left on the clock, as Collective trying to eye the spawners as they work their way out on the map. Takes a shot in the back, so he'll be 4 shots instead of 5. That could come into play here as he wraps around. Backside of A. Blue already lit up on the hill, so Luminon is not waiting to get inside of it. TK2 with great positioning, not only a momentary flank there, but has the high side, but he goes down. Great shots from Agency and company, and despite what looked like a good opportunity to hold for Luminon, Anti-Gravity take down 3, and they had the first lead of the game at 1-0, but 3-2 feels a whole lot better than that.
Now Camo in the hands of Collective, knows the spawns have come in from A, spots 1. Perfect patience, takes down 1, going for 2. Gets 2, but the third Finner's able to get out with his life. No, he will be dropped. That's 4 dead for Luminon. Huge opportunity for Anti-Gravity. They've got this hill, majority capture. They know the spawns are coming in from C. I would have loved to see Leaderness potentially cut off that middle, that long range battle with the stalker, but opts to go towards B here. Maybe he'll make me eat my words by completely nullifying this push, but there it is. Hill is capped by anti-gravity, and I'm not gonna lie, Hunter, I was not expecting this game to go to this many hills. We're now at our 6th hill on the map, and we have a 3-2 game here. Anti-gravity now trying to close things out, but look at how much time is still on the clock, Hunter. 2 minutes still left. Anything can happen. Leaderness with some great shots. Brainiac lost alive in Red Room, desperately trying to stay alive. He is going to be dropped. And with this much time on the clock, Hunter, you got to go for the throw. You got to cap 4.
Yeah, and this could be a very deceiving 2-0 lead for Luminon, is in the sense that the best version of Oddball we saw was really arguably Anti-Gravity's in that round 2. Now, they weren't able to win 2 to take a 1-0 series lead. And then here in game number 3, Hill's 1-5. Highly in favor of Anti-Gravity, and they might just make it Hill 6 as well to finally gather the confidence and, most importantly, the point on the board to make this a series once again.
It is some great plays out of Anti-Gravity, but Luminon doesn't want to go without a fight here. This is what looks like their last team push, making their way towards the hill. Now it's getting Mixie over on the hillside. 2v2 situation left. Brainiac with the perfect flank, takes down 1, helps with the trade on the second. Last player alive here in the hill, playing his life. Will he take him down? No. Leaderness puts an end to that. Leaderness potentially for the win. He does just that, secures it, drops a 360 off the top rail. And now Anti-Gravity back in this series with a 4-2 Streets King of the Hill win. And Hunter, that was pretty convincing.
Right, that's kind of what I'm getting at here is, yeah, Anti-Gravity are down 2-1 in the series. They just got their first win, but you could make a case outside of the Slayer. I think it was a little closer on the score than what it really was. But man, in the OBJs, I think Anti-Gravity have had higher threshold of dominance in performance than even Luminon. So this next game is an OBJ, and if Anti-Gravity can bring what we saw in round number 2 of the Oddball, and really most of game number 3, we could very well go to a game 5 sweatfest. And my God, 6,000 damage, 6,500 damage for Leaderness and Collective. I thought Agency was playing fantastic. Eli 2 at 5K, but 6,500 and 6,000 damage. And for Leaderness, I mean, how tight was that in the end? It came down to a 1v1 for the win. Leaderness loses that, and who knows where that game goes. So Leaderness, you know, it's one thing to have the most damage, the most slays like he did, but I isolate that 1v1 piv for the win. That was the most impressive thing I saw from him in that game.
Yeah, this man's playing with ultimate confidence right now, and he's an absolute turret on the map. 23-17 with 6,500 damage, just absolutely leading the charge. And he's been the standout performer, in my opinion, from Anti-Gravity every game. It seems like he has put his teammates in a situation to win, right? And so now that they've got the monkey off their back and they have a game win in this series, it'll be interesting to see if Anti-Gravity is able to carry this momentum forward into game number 4.
Yeah. This is going to get interesting as a momentary strategic talk between both teams as we head into a recharge on Stronghold. So back-to-back hill-based game modes where Anti-Gravity slipped up a little bit to allow 2 in a row for Luminon when they took a 2-1 lead, but that first hill and the remaining 2-3 hills were really dominant from Anti-Gravity. I mean, they were in full control. And if they can take that into another hill-based game mode here and another smaller, more truncated map, I mean, this really sets up in both game mode variety and map variety to favor Anti-Gravity to send us to that game 5 we're all hoping for.
Yeah, we, especially as casters, you know, you might think that we're biased. You know, we got our boys out here on the battlefield, but make no mistake about it. There's nothing we want more than a game 5 every series ever. I don't care who's playing. We want to see it go the distance. And so now we're hopping on board here with Collective, trying to make just that happen. The Shroud camo play does come in for Luminon, but he is going to be dropped. A huge kill there. 3 going down.
Oh my
Luminon,
God.
Off rip, full control now for Anti-Gravity. They're capping B. They're going to be the first on the board.
I have to imagine Eli the Ninja, the once World Championship caliber coach in Season 1, drew up that opening break, and his team executes to perfection. Don't necessarily turn it into a trip cap, but you will take this. Eli with the big brain play, shocks the pad, rips the dome, lines up the triple, and he hits it. Unbelievable play, the opening strat, and the shots to match for Eli, going for the team wipe. and he gets back smacked instead.
Yeah, he started feeling himself a little bit too hard there to drop out there, but insane shots. As someone who has also teamed with Eli on LAN, I want Eli to have a sniper in these moments, and you see exactly why. Perfect positioning, perfect crosshair placement, and then perfectly got derped right after by getting back whacked. Love him to death, but you gotta come on, man, come on.
He looked like Eli until he looked like me. And I mean, what a special moment, man. You really got to try to be in the moment, and it can be hard when things are flying fast and you're commentating this stuff, but that's something I'll always remember. I'm usually commentating alongside with Eli the Ninja. He's my casting duo, but to be on the mic for a triple kill like that, man, that is a moment I will never forget.
Classic case of overheating, and Eli has casted long enough to know, hey, they're watching my screen right now. I have the power weapon, so let me do something. So great shots there out of him. Control early on to anti-gravity. However, we do have a 2-cap now by Luminon as they're trying to close the gap here, down by 30 seconds and counting, but a great push coming in here from anti-gravity to A. They clear out A, and it looks like they're going to recap A for a momentary AC hold. You know they want to convert this, though, into a B cap.
50 to 15. Could not have asked for a better opening start here for anti-gravity. Oh, Leaderness, kind of a little bit of a self-sustained death there. Goes down to his own frag and the finishing headshot. Collective falls where his teammate once did as well. And this might open up an opportunity for Luminon to take control of A and B, which they will.
A and B now in the hands of Luminon. This is my personal favorite setup on this map. Love having those two bases. Wow, that guy barely gets away. But will eventually be taking down Eli there. Finners now turning from top red. Perfect 5-shot. 4 go down, and unfortunately, with how rapidly those players dropped, it looks like Luminon opting to go for a triple cap. The spawns have been called out here in red as well. So Finners on the perfect flank drops another perfect 5-shot on the Eli. Now closing in on Leaderness, a triple cap now in the favor of Luminon, and they're putting the hurt on anti-gravity. Anti-gravity going to have to make some plays here to get out. But no, Brainiac with the perfect double kill there with the stick and gets away with his life hunter. Everything going wrong for anti-gravity.
Yeah, momentum starting to shift, and so too has the lead in favor of Luminon. Anti-gravity have to find a way to stop the bleeding, but TK2 has a full rack of shock rifle to work with here. Looks like he might go down, though, and he does. What a huge takedown there for Leaderness. And 3 go down, so anti-gravity, when they needed to most, stop the bleeding. Can they stop C from switching favor? No, they do not. They're looking to turn it into a potential trip cap. They do retain favor with A and B, though, so they're right back in the fight.
A little bit of a desperate play there from Leaderness, and just kind of, without timing, go straight at C, ignoring spawners, ignoring sort of the game state there, and kind of throws his life away for free. So I want to see a little bit more calculated plays here, especially when you're in advantage state from Leaderness and the crew. And just like that, now Luminon now back with a 2-cap shock rifle in hand, AC hold, and the lead extending.
Bastos has been deadly with the snipe. You do not want to approach that at head level. We talked about in game number 1 how fantastic his centering is. Anytime you approach from a predictive head level, or even if they're aiming it a little lower, anticipating the slide, it's going to be tough. As 3 will go down for anti-gravity, 2 for Luminon. Agency is inside of C. A momentary fumble with the feet for Finners, but he does not choke the sticky, and he does not trade out either. Huge play from Finn.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen situations where we feel like it should have at the very least been a trade? And Luminon just sort of, and those times add up. Those moments add up, because now you do have to clear Finners out of back C. He is slowing down this push. He's doing extra damage. All of the damage and play that he's making right now should not have happened. And so just a little sloppy there on the cleanups for anti-gravity, kind of costing them in the big picture of things. And now once again, you're gonna have to be fighting from the back foot. They do have Shroud for camo, and they do have some slays in their advantage here. 2 going down for Luminon, and now a camo in the hands of the sensei himself, Eli. One of the highest IQs of any player I've ever played with in Halo. We'll see how he puts this to work.
He's gonna try to go for the trip cap. He's gonna try to go for the sneaky trip cap, and this could open up the opportunity to not only come back and bring it closer, but really go on a run here. Eli, uncontested, doesn't even take a single shot, not a single even sightline towards his direction. And because of the buffed camo, 45 seconds instead of 30, he's essentially got the pre-buff camo to work with. Eli still has to do more with his camo to find optimal value, but he goes down, doesn't quite get the trade, does get the assist, and 3 will go down for anti-gravity. And just like that, Luminon take back BC.
A little bit of a misplay there again with the camo, unfortunately. Feeling the pressure of the moment, right? And the reality is you have a triple cap there. You don't have to stop B. You could play it to get the kills and then recap. Unfortunately, both those players go all in there to stop B, and off of those extra slays, Luminon now back in control with a 2 cap and a 30-point lead and counting. TK2 now with Sniper over on the bat ledge. Bastos playing his life over at C, and look at how many players weak at C getting away with their lives, right? TK2 right when we switch over lands 1, looking for 2, no, plays the pillar perfectly, has his teammate save his life, and now any moment now we may have a triple cap. Doesn't even matter at this point, right? I mean, get out of my face, Bastos. I got the sniper. Let me get this lane. And this is a big moment here for Anti-Gravity and their hopes for this tournament, how they respond to this triple cap. They're going to have to get the slays. They're going to have to get the map control and then cap without skipping steps. And we see now 2 players going for C. TK2 gets them both. That's painful to watch. That is unforced error there by Anti-Gravity. And now another shot coming in for TK2. He's looking to ice this series. The triple cap still ticking and everything falling apart here for Anti-Gravity. This is going to be all she wrote.
What a coming out party for TK2. One of the first times I can ever recall him on the broadcast. I must not know ball because this guy is absolutely insane, making play after play after play, and he just won't stop. Gets the double. Bounce my! Bounce pass triple sticky for the frenzy and the win. TK2, that was sick.
TK2 has arrived and he wanted everyone to know. I cannot believe that we got to be on his screen for that as he sends Anti-Gravity home, breaking the hearts of everyone here at home and in the chat. But what unbelievable plays there down the stretch with the shock rifle. This shot coming up right here, absolutely insane. With the ghost jump into it too, absolutely disgusting. Great plays here down the stretch from TK2. Luminon EU going to be moving on. Anti-Gravity with a great showing, especially for a last-minute team. But, man, at the end of the day, the talent and the pressure from Luminon, too much for them to handle. The killing frenzy out of TK2. And Luminon will be moving on.
Dude, talk about taking me back to Halo 2. That was straight out of Halo 2. The bounce pass sticky physics. I remember just off the wall, landing on the head for the party hat, off the ground, and then onto the foot where you see a little bit of, it's like he's wearing those light up Crocs or something. I mean, that was just straight out of Halo 2. That was TK2, man. My God, that kid wasn't just popping off at one point in the series in that game 4. He was arguably the MVP of the whole thing.
Yeah, and a 1,000, like a positive 1,000 damage differential there for him. I do want to also gotta show some love to Eli for putting on a show for us as well, hitting those insane shots of shock off the top of the match, and also closing things out with over 4,000 damage for his team as well. As we take a look at our lower bracket, up next for Luminon is going to be Legion Gaming, and I cannot wait for that matchup. We also see, I mean, if you haven't been around all day, take a look there near the top, chat, as we have FaZe in the lower bracket. Crazy, not what we were expecting to see, but plenty of lower bracket action to come as we continue on this journey to see who's going to be the final 4. And Hunter, there's an obvious answer there, but I gotta ask you, out of these teams here listed in the lower bracket, do you see any of them making it through and qualifying for the Pro League?
I think Legion is up against it against Luminon after what we just saw from the likes of TK2. Bastos is popping off. I mean, they just had, like, when they needed a play, an individual was able to make it. Other than that, they had a really good collapse style of play. When they needed to maximize damage, they found the final headshot. Majin's going to be tough to beat. FaZe obviously going to be tough to beat. FaZe versus Best of Friends could actually be a great series. And I think that might be what we're going into right now as we... All right, we're going to break away. We're going to let the comms come through. You guys will get some comms here. This is the last game of the day. Will FaZe survive and advance to Champ Sunday?
Yeah. I'm going driver. No, B-steps. Tires. Two tires. They're laundry. Agent weak, man. Agent weak. I'm getting camera. I'm getting camera. I'll do B cross. I'll do B cross. Yo, 2B. You're shooting me out of camera when I'm not moving. Like, okay. Ready. Yo, tires. You guys spawn out. One shot camp. Buys a fucking me. 3 bricks. 3 tires. I'm trying to look. Third. Nice. Are we done today?
Well, there you have it. Renegade lives to fight another day. Gotta imagine, Hunter, they're going to be playing a lot of matchmaking tonight and just knocking off the rust and trying to form that teamwork and cohesion that's going to be needed for them, despite 3 out of 4 being MVPs of Halo Infinite, man. You got to stay on top of it. And there's been guys who have not put the game down, so it's not going to be as easy as it might seem for FaZe to get there. As far as what's next on LVT, tomorrow we'll be starting the day with a winner semi matchup between Mercenaries and Noobs and Vitality versus SSG. Both of those will be to qualify from the upper side of the bracket. Hunter, any predictions as we close out the day?
I mean, I'm looking at this Mercenaries team. I was unbelievably impressed by them. Really kind of shocked me, to be honest, at how well those guys were synergizing and how on top of it they were all playing individually as well. And so I think Noobs has their work cut out for them. But I mean, Noobs did take down Legion Gaming pretty handily, and Legion Gaming are no slouch either. So what a crazy way to start the broadcast tomorrow. Cannot wait for that matchup on the other side, Vitality versus SSG. Who knows, man? This is like both of these teams have been kind of steamrolling through the bracket. So it'll be interesting to see who's carrying in that fresh, energy, right? You don't have a whole day's worth of momentum. You just have to be able to wake up and get it done. So so much more good Halo to watch. And I mean, tomorrow is a big day for all these guys, right? This is it. This is their last chance to qualify. But then, we've got a lot of teams waiting on the lower side as well that are gonna have to work their way out, specifically looking at FaZe and Clutch Academy. I mean, Majin, who sent FaZe down, Legion Gaming, Lumina. I mean, Hunter, this whole bracket is stacked.
Yeah, and it looks like, if I'm reading the bracket correctly, FaZe would face Majin to make it to the Halo Pro League. So, my God, talk about just the narrative, just the thickening here this weekend as we have ourselves set. I mean, usually it's not till about like the elimination quarters you expect to see some sweaty matches. I'm looking all the way to lower round 5, 6 or so, and I'm still sweating a little bit for the teams that are going to be fighting their way towards a spot in the LVT Shopify Pro League. So nothing's going to come easy. You're going to have to earn it, and at the end of the day, there's going to be a handful of players who thought they should have made it and did not.
Yeah, it's that's the beauty of competition, right? There's the highs and qualifying, and there's the lows of I mean, being left out, right? You become a meme at that point. You're just standing out in the rain, just emo, hair drenched. I'm looking at this bracket, dude. There's like no free rides. I mean, look, FaZe has to play Best of Friends off rip. I believe Best of Friends is like Envor and Breaking Shot, like players that are pros, like infinite pros across the board. Thinking about our boys in Legion Gaming, the twins that we talked about, having to take on that Luminon EU team, TK2, who just blew our minds in the last series. it's just going to be nothing but fireworks and high caliber Halo tomorrow. And so you don't want to miss that, chat. You want to make sure you're following the stream if you aren't already. Make sure you're locked in. Make sure you know the schedule and get in the mix on these matches.
All right, guys, that will close out an incredible day of Halo for Hunter JJX, Revanite, and Tools on the mic earlier. My name is Mikowski. It's been an unbelievable day of Halo. Want to thank DSA Group for adminning behind the scenes. They do such great work. Louis V. Titan twisting and turning his way through the production chair. And, of course, Callus observing and making sure we don't miss any of those montage moments. Set your alarm. 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. Hunter, I'm going to let you have the final word, man. It is always a pleasure to cast with a guy I've known for 20-plus years. What do you got to send us off?
Well, amazing day, Halo. Honestly, thank you guys so much for having me. I'm super stoked to be back kind of in the mix. I could not miss out on it, seeing the teams that were being formed and all the hype that was going around about the LVT Pro League. And so honestly, been an honor to be here. Been an honor to hang out and talk Halo with you guys. Looking forward to more of the matches tomorrow. Like I always say, go out of your way to leave the world a better place than we found it. Make someone smile. Be a positive impact on the people around you. We love you guys. Thank you for supporting Halo. Thank you for supporting LVT. Thank you for supporting the scene. And we'll see you guys right here tomorrow. Peace, guys.
Killing spree.